Hello and welcome. I'm Catalina Marchand-Abreu and you're watching W News, broadcasting from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. Saudi Arabia is set to host a meeting between Arab and Islamic foreign ministers in Riyadh. Iran threatens retaliation after its security chief, Ali Larijani, and its intelligence minister are killed in an Israeli strike. And Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky calls for urgent talks between President Donald Trump and his UK counterpart, Sir Keir Starmer, amid growing tensions between the two leaders over the Iran war. Saudi Arabia is hosting a meeting between Arab and Islamic foreign ministers in Riyadh today. They'll focus on regional security and coordination amid the escalating Middle East conflict. The talks are expected to address diplomatic efforts, maritime security, and the wider regional implications of the war. For more on this, I'm joined by Al Arabiya's geopolitical Iran is threatening retaliation after its security chief, Ali Larijani, was killed in Israeli airstrikes. Tehran's warning of decisive and regrettable action and has vowed the attack will not go unanswered. In the last few hours, Iran also confirmed intelligence minister Ismail Khatib has also been killed. Meanwhile, the U.S. says it's launched strikes on Iranian missile sites along the Strait of Hormuz. Targeting weapons, it says, threatened international shipping. I'm now joined by political scientist and professor of the University of Southeastern Norway, Glenn Diesen. Thank you for joining us today.
Oh, thank you for having me on.
Glenn, Iran vows revenge, as we said, after the killing of Ali Larijani, and now Israel says it killed more officials, amongst them Iran's intelligence chief as well. So Iran warns of global repercussions now. It says it will hit all. So what happens next? Will the pressure just make them more dangerous and more extreme?
Well, I can only speculate, but if they want global repercussions, then we're speaking of economic pain. Now, there's a lot of things they can do. They can do some moderate attacks, which means to hit different tankers and some oil fields and refineries. However, of course, they could also take more extreme measures, go after desalination plants, which would then essentially, force a mass evacuation across many of these Gulf states if they run out of water. But I don't think they would go for a full-out attack on all of the energy infrastructure, because then that would open up for a tit-for-tat from the Americans, that they might destroy Carg Island, for example. So I think they will save that ultimate massive destruction to deter such an attack. But again, I do think that this will make Iran a bit more dangerous. That is, they see this as being not just a regime change war. There's no government replacement government in the back. So this effort by the United States and Israel is likely to balkanize Iran. So they will see this as an existential threat, and that, for their perspective, will probably warrant a very extreme response, an all-out war, if you will. So I don't think they will shy away from retaliation, and I expect that we will see it within the next 24 to 48 hours.
And Glenn, with so many senior officials that are being decapitated here, how is Iran's decision-making hierarchy actually holding up now? Is this actually a win for the U.S. and Israel joint venture against Iran?
Well, again, this is hard to say. We don't really know what's going on within the ranks of the Iranian leadership. Obviously, statecraft is impacted by assassinations of the top leadership. But that being said, I think some of the, let's say, war propaganda has exaggerated the weaknesses of Iranian institutions. I think, so far there's some indications that these institutions are strong, allowing essentially to replace one leader with another. Of course, there's always limits to this. If too many leaders are killed, then of course this could begin to create some profound problems. But again, what are good measurements of success? During the Iraq War, for example, we saw this shock and awe was measured, by the amount of destruction it could sow, and we see the same now. This killing and destruction, assassination of leaders, it doesn't have any purpose on its own. It has to serve the final objective, which is then the regime change and destruction of Iran. And to the extent the US and Israel can't achieve this, I think they're just making Iran, let's say more angry. That is compelling Iran to retaliate harder. And after this war, we can assume that the Iranian government will be much less moderate. And it might even pursue a much more powerful deterrent in the future, either a larger conventional deterrent or possibly even a nuclear deterrent if this is if the destruction from the United States and Israel is too extreme. So I'm not sure if I would measure success as merely killing different leaders.
And Glenn, Iran also says a nuclear facility was now struck, even without damage. We're still entering dangerous territory here. The IAEA is calling for maximum restraint to avoid what they say could be a radiological disaster. They say if the Bushehr reactor were hit, it could cause fallout affecting neighboring countries. So how serious is this risk?
Well, it's very serious. I think for many reasons, the U.S. and Israel could be tempted at causing such a nuclear disaster. For one, it fall under the objective of undermining the nuclear program of Iran, even if it's civilian. It's also something that Trump could hail as a victory. It's also something that will create a lot of devastation for Iran, which they might see as a way to compel Iran to capitulate. It essentially could become like a mini nuclear attack by essentially having a similar nuclear fallout. So I think, this is very dangerous. If this would actually happen, that is a nuclear contamination. I do think that this would open up to a very extreme Iranian retaliation, and which they would also let go of any restraint. And well, regarding the Bushehr nuclear plant, though, it has a further complication. That is that it hosts, I think, somewhere around 480 Russian employees from Rosatom. So if the U.S. also ends up murdering, hundreds of Russian nuclear workers, then of course this can have profound ramification on the great power rivalry, and the Russians would also see it as necessary to respond in some way to such a direct attack. So this is extremely dangerous, but of course on more than one level. So this kind of shows the danger of war like this, when neither side can back down and they just continue to rush up the escalation ladder with no escalation control at all.
That was Glenn Deason joining us. Thank you for your input on the situation.
Thank you.
To talk more about this, I'm now joined by former Trump state campaign chair, Robert Artlett. Robert, thank you for joining us.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Rob, Iran's top security official, as we've reported, Ali Larijani, was killed. And now Israel says it killed Iran's intelligence chief, amongst other top officials. So how deep is the crisis in Iran's leadership right now? Can they even function effectively?
Well, it's always a pleasure to be with you and your audience, and thank you for the opportunity. There's no question that as the U.S. and Israel military decapitates and destroys and kills top Iran leaders, it's difficult for leaders to emerge and have quick decision making. And I think that's what we're seeing here. But at the same time, President Trump and the Israelis are working together, and I know they're also soliciting more help from outside of the two countries, the European Union and NATO and others. What they want, what they desire is for Iran to turn the page on massive worldwide terrorism. That's who they are. They are the number one state of terrorism in the world. And are they going to turn the page? Are they going to change their ways, or will they continue with their efforts as they have for the last 4 decades? And that's exactly what President Trump is focused on, as well as Benjamin Netanyahu, is to destroy and eliminate their capabilities. So no more harm, no more bloodshed of civilians around the world. That's exactly what we're seeing.
And Rob, you've actually worked in the Trump administration. What do you think is the exit plan here? Is there even one?
Well, it's a great question, and I would say yes, there is one. What do I know what it is? I do not. Coming from a former military intelligence background, well, I don't have a need to know today. So therefore, President Trump, Secretary Hegseth, and Secretary Rubio, they keep intelligence, they keep information close to them. They're not out sharing public information, or I should say sensitive intelligence information to the very public. So is there an exit strategy? Absolutely, there is one. I know that with certainty. President Trump and his administration would not be going into this war without all the various logistics and scenarios being played out to include an exit strategy.
And Rob, I wanted get your take on this matter. Joe Kent's Trump's senior counterterrorism official resigning in protest of the war in Iran. So he's being described as much of a loyalist as Trump could have. What does this say about Trump's MAGA support right now? Are they mostly against or for the war in Iran?
It's a great question. And look, this decision is none other than through the commander-in-chief, and that is President Trump. It is his decision alone to initiate and support a war, as we are seeing in Iran. Just because some people within his ranks don't agree with it doesn't make it's not right. And look, I welcome people's opinion, but somebody like himself should resign if they're not in support of President Trump and his military efforts. Make no mistake. I think it's very important that his administration support his efforts. Again, he is the commander-in-chief, and therefore it is ultimately his decision. Now, as we transfer that decision to his support base, to include the MAGA support base and many others, yes, today they do still support President Trump and his efforts in Iran to date. However, it is my opinion, if this war goes, well, into many months versus weeks, I think the support will diminish. And I think that a timeline that I've put on this conflict and this war is really towards the end of April. In about 5 or 6 weeks, I think if it goes into May and into June, I think it will absolutely hurt his support. And at the end of the day, I think that will also directly relate to difficulties for President Trump and the Republican Party in the midterms coming up in November. I think this war absolutely can have a direct impact on the election coming in November.
And some critics say that Trump's America First just became Israel First, a criticism that was now echoed by John Kent's resignation. So what's your take on the matter?
Well, I would disagree. I think just because President Trump and Israel has a common goal to, again, eliminate Iran's threat does not make it Israel first. I say that because for decades, over 40 years, nearly 50 years, the Iranian regime has killed and murdered thousands, I'll repeat that, thousands of Americans directly and indirectly through their proxies. And they have been a terrorist organization, have been a terrorist supporting state for decades. So, and every single president here in America has talked about this, but never had the courage to eliminate the threat. So this is an American first effort, not an Israeli first effort, again, because thousands of Americans have been murdered by the regime directly as well as indirectly over the last 40 plus years. And for that reason alone, this is a worthy effort. And that's why President Trump has much support, many support of the Americans here in America, and as well as the Iranian civilian people. We see massive amount of video and photographs of Iranian people thanking and supporting President Trump. I find it very fascinating that I would say that there are more Iranian people today that support President Trump than our Democrat friends here in America. That's a sad statement, but I think it's an accurate statement.
Rob Artlett, thank you so much for joining us today.
My pleasure. Thank you.
For more on this, I'm joined by Al Arabiya's geopolitical and security expert, Riyad Kawaji. Riyad, thank you for joining us today. So let's go to the first question, Riyad. So it's nearly 3 weeks now into the war with Iran. There's little sign of de-escalation, and Iran has crossed every red line, according to the Gulf countries. So what outcomes should we expect from this emergency meeting here in Riyadh between Arab and Islamic officials?
First, this is a show of solidarity among all the regional countries, and also solidarity from all the Islamic and Arab countries coming together here in Riyadh to at this time when Riyadh and any other Arab Gulf capitals are coming under attack from Iran in a war that they had nothing to do with, in a war that they had tried to prevent and stop. Still, Iran continues with the hostilities. This shows that Iran is now more isolated than ever. Even 2 days ago, this was voiced by now the now deceased late Security Council Chairman Ali Larijani of Iran, who was also making this point that Iran has not received one single point of sympathy and support from any of the Islamic countries in light of what they say is this aggression against Iran by the U.S. And Israel.
And will this gathering deliver, you think, a concrete joint action plan between all the Arab countries?
First, I mean, Saudi Arabia and the other Arab Gulf countries are in this to show that they are not alone, that now there is a wide solidarity, that there is a big number of nations regionally and globally who are affected by this war, who condemn Iran's actions, and now they are coming together to talk about possible what are the best ways to get out of this crisis they are in right now, and to discuss these next options. If they are going to go into any military action, it has to be in solidarity with others. They're not going to be in this alone. And at the same time, they don't want to fall into Iran's strategic trap here. Iran is trying to expand the war, is trying to draw in other countries into this war. The regional countries have shown resistance. They have refused to go into this. And so far, they have relied on the tools of power they have, including the military. And the military has been able so far to provide strong defense, and with some allies coming on board and helping in the defense. Moving forward, I think this is something they're going to be discussing and to see what would be the next step for them.
That's right, Riyad, because what do you think if Iran's attacks do continue? Will Arab states lean toward escalation, or will they stick to the plan which is defense?
I think this is something that in discussion, something in progress. I think this is being assessed on a daily basis to see what would be the wise thing to do at this situation. When Iran becomes, this regime in Iran, start acting in a desperate way, hitting left and right, targeting very important, vital targets, focusing on civilian areas, whether it would be time to go on the offensive rather than just to stick to defense. This is something that is being discussed on a daily basis amongst the leaders of the region.
Well, Iran seems to be, justifying these retaliations, saying U.S. bases in the Gulf are legitimate targets and wants them to shut down. Will any Arab country comply with this demand?
First of all, most of the attacks, and this is being witnessed by millions of people who are living here, amongst them many expats, that the targets are mostly civilian. There are the military bases are way far off in the inland, away from the cities. So if the targeting was only confined to the bases, we would not see the cities being bombed all over the region, including the capitals, including the civilian areas. The fatalities that we have in the region were all in civilian areas. None of them was none of the civilians killed were any of the bases. So this is not true. Iran is deliberately targeting everything, especially economic zones, economic targets, energy. They've been firing every day, been trying to hit the Sheba oil installations here in Saudi, the Abqaiq installations up in the east. This is clearly that they are targeting energy-related areas just to get the market going crazy, to be as pressure on the United States to stop the attacks on Iran.
And briefly, Riyadh, what relationship, if any, can realistically remain after the war between the Arab countries and Iran?
This is going to be very hard. Now it's becoming part of the collective memory of all the people living in this region about the animosity of Iran, this regime, the actions of the regime. Iran actions is now, Iran is presenting itself as an enemy for the region, as a threat to the region. And I think this will have a very diverse consequence on Iran's relations in the region. Iran's economic interest there, Iran and Iranian, there's a lot of Iranian investments and money, especially like in Dubai and UAE. I think it's all gone. I think I would be very surprised if Iran gets its hand on this money or these assets in the future.
That was our geopolitical and security expert, Riyadh Khawaji. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
People in Indonesia are struggling to recover from recent devastating floods, just as rising fuel prices linked to the Iran crisis add to the pressure. In some parts of the country, families preparing for Eid say the cost of living is climbing as they're trying to rebuild their lives. Patrick Falk has the report.
Floodwaters have receded in Indonesia's Aceh Tamiang, but the damage remains widespread. Homes have been destroyed and entire communities have been displaced. Thousands of people are still living in temporary shelters along the riverbanks. Many are relying on communal kitchens as they wait for permanent housing. As Ramadan draws to a close, this is not how many families expected to prepare for Eid.
This year it doesn't feel like Eid is approaching. We used to celebrate before, but now we don't even feel that the holiday is coming.
Salsa Nafisa gave birth just a day after the flood struck. She's now raising her newborn inside a tent. She says global events are making daily life even more difficult.
The war in Iran has a big impact. We are already feeling it, especially when lining up for fuel.
The conflict has disrupted oil flows through key routes such as the Strait of Hormuz, pushing global energy prices higher. Indonesia imports a larger share of its fuel, so those increases are quickly felt by consumers. In nearby Kuala Simpang, the slowdown is visible. Shops are quieter and drivers are waiting longer for customers.
People's purchasing power has fallen and the economy has weakened. We are feeling the long-term impact now.
Aid is arriving and rebuilding work is underway, but recovery is expected to take time. Rising fuel prices are adding to the burden, increasing the cost of transport, food and basic goods. For many families here, the crisis is no longer just about the floods. It's also about the growing cost of recovery, driven in part by events far beyond Indonesia's borders. Patrick Falk, Arabiya English.
Let's take a look at some of the other stories making headlines today. The UK has declared a national incident as 5 new cases of meningitis are discovered in Kent, England. The country's health secretary said officials are proactively managing the spread after 2 people died from the disease. A targeted vaccination program has been launched and thousands of doses of antibiotics have been given out. Italian officials says a sanctioned Russian tanker containing liquid natural gas could explode at any moment. The uncrewed Arctic metagas is currently drifting out of control in the Mediterranean. It was part of a shadow fleet before it was hit by a suspected sea drone earlier this month. The southwestern states of the U.S. could experience an early heat wave with temperatures predicted to exceed 100 degrees Fahrenheit. A so-called heat dome is trapping hot air over the region, pushing temperatures up in California, Nevada, and Arizona. The heat wave is expected to last several days. And a suspected meteor has appeared in the skies over Pennsylvania and Ohio. The National Weather Service said a fireball had fallen near Cleveland. The fireball is reported to have broken the sound barrier and made a huge noise as it landed. Ukraine's President Vladimir Zelensky is calling for urgent talks between Donald Trump and Sir Keir Starmer, warning that global focus must not shift from Ukraine as the Middle East conflict continues. It comes as European officials fear military resources and diplomatic attention could be diverted at a critical stage in the war between Ukraine and Russia. For more on this, I'm joined by John Kavalich, Senior Editor for Outcome Modeling Analyst at Issue Insight. John, thank you for joining us today.
My pleasure.
John, Starmer and Zelensky both urging focus on Ukraine as Iran diverts the attention. How will the Middle East conflict affect Ukraine's fight?
Well, from here in Kiev, Ukraine, the Ukrainians are apoplectic because it's another, over the last 5 years, another interruption with respect to the attention that the Ukrainian government wants to maintain on the Russian Federation-Ukraine war. Also, within the last 5 years, President Zelensky, because of his previous role as a producer and someone who understands optics and performance, he pushes too far and he doesn't sort of know when less is more. So by going to Paris, as he did earlier with President Macron, now going to London, seeing Prime Minister Starmer, President Macron and Prime Minister Starmer are not two favorites of President Trump. And then President Zelensky says, oh, President Trump should meet with Prime Minister Starmer. And previously, President Zelensky said he should be meeting with President Trump. So I understand what he's trying to do, which is, keep the attention on us. But sometimes by doing that, he creates even further problems because now he's saying that President Trump should get rid of and sort of set aside the issues he has with Prime Minister Starmer over Iran just to deal with Ukraine. So he sets up President Trump to criticize, he sets up President Trump to say no, and he sets up President Trump to potentially strain further the relationship between the U.S. and the UK and the U.S. and France.
Well, Zelensky warns that a prolonged war in Iran plays into Putin's hands just perfectly. So is Russia benefiting from the war in Iran?
Oh, absolutely. They're benefiting financially. One, prior to President Trump's change in regulations allowing for any oil or any petroleum product that was in a vessel as of March 12th up until April 11th to now be sold. And so India is benefiting, China's benefiting. Russia's benefiting a little less because the oil's already out of the ground. It's in the tankers. It's one of nearly 1,000 Russian shadow fleet tankers floating about. But now they're sellable. So Russia benefits, one, economically, and then two, politically, because it is another indication that Russia isn't completely isolated, that Russia has some relevance, even though it can't really do much to tangibly help its ally, Iran. but that Russia's still a player. And what's most important to them, the President of the United States believes that Russia is a player. It doesn't really matter about the EU or NATO or other countries.
And peace talks for Ukraine do keep getting postponed here, John. Can the U.S. manage all of these fronts, or is Europe and Ukraine now being left to fend for themselves?
Well, President Trump, any occupant of the White House is capable of balancing, multiple balls and multiple issues. But it is always going to be focused upon the one that is using the most resources, whether it's political resources, human resources, financial resources. And right now, Iran is clearly number one with respect to the president, the White House, the Department of Defense / War, Department of State. But the issue of resolving the Russian Federation-Ukraine war, not a peace deal, but simply focusing on stopping the fighting component, so stopping the military component of the war. That's still something President Trump, is interested in, but he also recognizes that with the midterms coming up in the U.S. Congress in November, and then we just had his summit meeting with President Xi of China postponed, and he said maybe about 5 weeks. So if that does go into the first week in May, this is what's teed up, and that President Trump is in China in May. He's in France in June for the G7. He's in NATO for the Leaders Summit in Turkey in July. So you've got like a 90-day period. And for President Trump, he still has an opportunity to make something happen vis-a-vis Russia and Ukraine. But President Zelensky is right. The focus is off. And in terms of leaving Ukraine and the EU to fend for themselves, that's President Trump's strategy. When he came into office last year, he said, this is too far away. I didn't start this. This is Biden's war. This is Obama's war. And then tangentially, this is George W. Bush's war with respect to Russia going into Georgia in 2008. So he said, this is your deal. And I'm helping you. I'm doing you a favor, European Union and NATO members, by trying to stop this. But don't blame me if I don't, because it's not my war, and you need to pay for it. If you want Ukraine as a member of the European Union, then pay for Ukraine. And that's really the challenge, because President Zelensky does need the U.S.'s not blessing, but the U.S. involvement. And he knows that President Putin needs the U.S. involvement. So it's not a pleasant trajectory at minimum for the next 90 days or so, particularly for the European Union and NATO. This is truly going to be ugly, because now President Trump is making a list of everyone who said no to him. And when he gets to the G7, it's going to be a G7 meeting of grievances. And when he gets to NATO in July in Ankara, Turkey, it's going to be a leaders summit of grievances. It's going to be ugly.
And John, one last question here. We're going to switch gears and turn to Cuba now. So Trump says, because I wanted your perspective on the matter as well, Trump says he'll be taking action soon. Marco Rubio calls for new leadership. So what should the U.S. role actually be in Cuba now?
That'll be debated by many in terms of what should the role be. What President Trump wants it to be, he's not completely adhered to anything. Where we are is that the Cuban economy has been suffering since COVID, and the Cuban government, even with U.S. sanctions and policies and statutes, they do impact, but the Cuban government never really managed well coming through COVID, getting out of COVID, re-energizing the tourism sector, and then just dealing with the economy, particularly the re-emerging private sector. And once President Trump grabbed Nicolas Maduro, it was sort of, it's not the match is over, but it's like game, set, it's pretty close. And President Trump has been able to extract some changes thus far. without really doing anything. He threatened anyone that sells oil to Cuba that I'm going to tariff you or I'm going to sanction you, but he hasn't done anything yet. And Cuba has a little bit of oil remaining, not much, but it's really ugly. And now there's sort of this pivot where Secretary of State Rubio focused on the economy, basically saying, we don't care what kind of government you have. You can be a dictatorship, a junta, a monarchy, an oligarchy, an authoritarian, you can be communist. Just run your economy well. And what President Trump means by run your economy well, you can afford to import products and services from the United States. So if you can do that, he really doesn't care what structure you have to do it. Grabbing Maduro, now President Trump has a scalp. He has a head. He puts President Maduro's head on a pole in the Oval Office. And now they're focusing on Miguel Diaz-Canel. He's been president since 2019. He's a technocrat, using a Russian word, an apparatchik. He's not a Maduro. There's no personality there. He just isn't a Maduro. And now, since President Trump felt, oh, I got rid of the president, then the number two came in. Now Venezuela's a friend. I need to get rid of the president here and get someone else, and then they'll be friends. But in this case, he really doesn't need to remove Miguel Diaz-Canel. He's really not the problem. And the problem goes deeper with some of the ideologues. But I think what we will see as Iran gets sort of settled in some way, President Trump will again re-engage, and it's going to be focused first on Cuba making commercial, economic, financial changes, then making the political changes. They have released some prisoners with the cooperation of the Vatican. So it's still sort of a work in progress.
John Kavalich, thank you so much for your perspective, as always.
Thank you.
Over 1 million people have been displaced in Lebanon as Israeli strikes continue to hit neighborhoods in Beirut. Lebanon's health ministry says 886 people, including 67 women and 111 children, have been killed in the blast since March 2nd. UN officials have now raised nuclear concerns and warns the country is being dragged into a war that threatens to turn Lebanon into a wasteland. For more on this, I'm joined from Beirut by Dr. Shoei Amin Edin, Humanitarian Affairs Coordinator at the ICRC in Lebanon. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Dr. Shoei, I've heard analysts say that Lebanon could become the new Gaza. How would you describe the humanitarian situation in Lebanon right now? How close are we to a full-scale crisis in the country?
I think we have already reached a very critical situation in terms of the whole humanitarian situation in Lebanon. Today, we are already talking about over 1 million internally displaced persons. Just to give you a perspective, that means 1 out of every 5 Lebanese people is already displaced. So this is the level, this is the scope of the crisis that we are currently facing. On top of that, we have over 900 people dead and over 2,200 injured. As a result of the ongoing hostilities, many of the people who are displaced are experiencing this displacement for probably the second or third time in less than 2 years. In addition to that, many of them are facing a lot of challenging and finding shelters, as collective shelters are becoming increasingly crowded. Most of the shelters in Beirut and Mount Lebanon already full and operating at almost full capacity. This means that many of the population that has been displaced from the south have to move to the extreme north or to the Bekaa area in order to find a place that can, whereby they can find shelter. This has driven many of the internally displaced people to seek shelter by the seaside, in open parkings, or even in their cars along the roads of Beirut.
Dr. Shoei, what are the most urgent needs you're seeing on the ground right now? Is it medical care, displacement, food, or infrastructure?
The humanitarian needs are immense. When you talk about 1 million people displaced, you name it. You have all the basic needs required. These people need food, water, hygiene, medication. Many of those displaced were forced to move carrying nothing but their phones. So they need access to their medication, their chronic medication. They need shelter. They need blankets. They need mattresses. They need any kind of support that could allow them to live or continue living in a dignified manner, despite all the uncertainty that they face on a daily basis, especially that we do not know how long this situation is going to last. So any kind of support for the affected population, for the displaced people, not only those living in shelters, but even those who are currently struggling and finding challenges and finding another place to stay at, would be very much needed.
Do you think that civilians and medical facilities are being adequately protected under international humanitarian law?
Honestly, across conflicts today, the civilian populations are increasingly bearing the humanitarian consequences of the hostilities and of the destruction of critical infrastructure, not only in Lebanon, but beyond Lebanon and in the region and even across the world. Usually when an infrastructure is affected, when a hospital is affected, when a school is destroyed, when a water or an electricity network is affected, the impact that this goes beyond the immediate moment. The impact affects the recovery of the affected population even long after the fighting stops. Usually, whenever any of these concerns are brought to our attention as the International Committee of the Red Cross, what we do is we try to engage in bilateral and confidential dialogue with parties to the conflict to remind them about their obligations under international humanitarian law and to remind them to respect international humanitarian law. The way hostilities are conducted today will have both an immediate and a long-lasting effect on the lives of the civilian population.
That was Dr. Shoei Amin Eddin. Thank you for joining us from Beirut. That's all from us on W News. For now, Saudi Arabia is set to host a meeting between Arab and Islamic foreign ministers in Riyadh. Iran threatens retaliation after its security chief Ali Larijani and its intelligence minister are killed in Israeli strike. And Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky calls for urgent talks between President Donald Trump and his UK counterpart, Sir Keir Starmer, amid growing tensions between the two leaders over the Iran war. That's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and follow us on X. Goodbye.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
What if a drone that costs around $30,000 could force a country to spend millions just to shoot one down? That's Iran's battlefield advantage. It's called the Shahed 136. a one-way attack drone, sometimes called a kamikaze drone, designed to fly into its target and explode on impact. Each drone costs around $30,000 to $50,000 to make. It carries roughly 50 kilograms of explosives and can travel up to 2,000 kilometers. It's not especially fast, it's not especially sophisticated, but it's cheap. And that's the point. Iran's strategy isn't perfect precision, it's saturation, launching dozens, sometimes hundreds at once to overwhelm air defenses. Even if most are intercepted, each one forces defenders to use missiles that can cost hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars per shot. Over time, that cost imbalance becomes a weapon in itself. During recent escalations, UAE authorities to this day say they have detected 941 Iranian drones, intercepting 876 of them, while 65 fell within the UAE. Israel has also faced waves of these drones as part of broader attacks. Even when interception rates are high, it only takes a handful to cause serious damage. But this isn't new. Russia has launched more than 60,000 of these Iranian drones against Ukrainian territory, targeting cities and energy infrastructure. So the question is the Middle East ready to intercept a similar wave? The UAE Defense Ministry recently stated that the region has strategic reserves of air defense systems capable of countering aerial threats for a prolonged period. The spokesperson also added that the UAE will not accept any infringement on its sovereignty or the safety of its territory.
The jewelry is lost forever.
Inspired by a true story.
We were blaming insufficient security.
It's a symbol that has been attacked.
Isn't a museum the most protected space on the planet?
Social media was flooded with countless fantastical videos.
Before the era of artificial intelligence, people reacted to such shocks by taking to the streets.
I didn't leave my chair, and I didn't say a word there.
Technology no longer grants time, the luxury of time.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Incheon, a city with a lot to offer. Incheon in South Korea. There are many things to do, places to see, eat and drink in, and events to take part in. It's got a rich history, plus interesting cultural sites to visit. It's probably most known for being the home of the International Incheon Airport. Incheon City is located in the northwestern area of South Korea. Seoul and Bucheon are nearby, as well as Goyang and Asan. The city has a population of about 2.8 million people. It is considered the third biggest city in South Korea. The city is known for its majestic natural landscape, from white sand beaches to unique rock formations. One of the most popular is the Yeolwangni Beach, offering pristine waters and great sand too. Tourists often visit this beach to watch the sunset and take lots and lots of photos. The beach is also surrounded by a grove of pine trees, completing the picturesque view. Aside from Incheon's beaches, being a sight to see, it's also where you can try activities such as swimming, fishing, and some water sports. Incheon is also known for its great historical and cultural structures. There's a Museum of Korea Emigration History. You can go through a display of exhibits that tell the stories of the country's first emigrants. There's also the Incheon Landing Operation Memorial Hall. It is a memorial hall that features photos of military arms used by both the North and South Korean military. Then, there's the architectural masterpiece, Incheon Bridge. It is considered the longest bridge in Korea. It's linked to the world-famous international airport and is also one of the best places to witness the sunset. Incheon is also known for its special market. Want a taste of their famous fried chicken? Or buy the freshest fish from the port? The marketplace is where you should go. Aside from the fresh food, some markets also have amusement parks in it. Some are near the coastline where you can enjoy the view or try an activity. Bupyeong is where you can go shopping in Incheon City. It is linked to the subway stations, so it'll be easy to find and accessible as well. Not only is it a mecca for fashionable clothes, you'll find great products that are for your health and beauty. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Millions of people around the world watched a crew of 6 women fly to space and back on board Blue Origin's New Shepard rocket. Much of the attention before and after the flight focused on superstar celebrities, the musician Katy Perry and TV host Gayle King. But alongside them was a rocket scientist whose lifelong journey to the stars was even more incredible. On this episode of the show, we'll tell the extraordinary story of the astronaut, entrepreneur, and educator Aisha Bowe.
If you would have told me that one day I would be sitting here with a flight crew jacket on, talking to you about going to space, I would have thought that that story was a lofty one too.
It was all a dream.
The dream that I never thought would come true is coming true right now. That dream was space. I want you to live your wildest, biggest dream because I am.
I'm Riz Khan. With family roots in the Bahamas and little interest in maths or science, my guest this week was an unlikely candidate to become a NASA rocket scientist. She was advised to pursue a career in beauty products, cosmetology, but chose the route to the cosmos instead. On the way, she became an engineer, entrepreneur, mentor, philanthropist, and fashion icon. Blue Origin's female-only flight to the stars featured several famous faces, attracting widespread interest, followed by a social media backlash from those who questioned its value and purpose. But for Aisha Bo, her journey to space was always about much more than the view. Aisha, thank you for joining the show. Now, take us back to launch day. What was going through your mind that morning, and how did it feel knowing that you were finally about to realize your dream of going into space?
Riz, I have waited my entire life for this moment, and oh, was it worth it? To have the opportunity to travel at about 2,200 miles an hour and to fly up to the international boundary of space, which is the Kármán line, and see the Earth. I was just overcome with emotion because as someone who spent their career working at NASA, who's traveled around the world working with kids, who's been really excited about space and science, to see Earth from that view, I knew that everything I had gone through to be in that moment was worth it.
How significant was it that you were part of an all-female crew? What did that add to the experience?
Well, I think that there are headlines and things that are designed to create a lot of engagement. And then there's what I was focused on, which was the science. And as someone who's traveled around the world speaking in order to inspire women and non-traditional people to enter the field, my big takeaway was that I got to conduct science with HBCU, which in the United States is a historically Black college and university. We had a predominantly female-led research team, which was amazing. We flight qualified hardware, which could be used for research in the future. And we were able to demonstrate that we could genetically sequence plants in space during a suborbital flight. And all of these things combined are why not only do I think the flight was meaningful, but it did represent some firsts for science.
We'll talk more about that, but describe what the atmosphere was like inside the capsule as the countdown began.
As the countdown began, it was electric.
T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, command engine start, 2, 1, ignition. New Shepard has cleared the tower.
I think anybody going into space, there's this moment of just awe and wonder as you really think about all the engineering and all the progress that had to go into the moment. When I started working at NASA, it was not possible to go to space on a commercial flight with Blue Origin. And I can remember thinking to myself that one day I'll apply to be a NASA astronaut in the astronaut corps, but that I wanted to find ways to get involved and contribute before I felt ready to do that. And so during the countdown, I was sitting in the seat, and as we started to go down from 10, I realized that I was getting ready to achieve one of my lifelong goals of not only going to space, but taking that next step in my journey of becoming an astronaut and hopefully getting to one day fly for NASA.
Well, the key thing is that it's a remarkable experience that very few people get. What was the first thing that went through your mind as the rocket took off?
As the rocket took off, I was actually thinking about a colleague of mine who I'm lucky enough to call a mentee. When I was working at NASA, I had the privilege of meeting a 13-year-old girl named Claire. And Claire approached me at an aviation museum day. So we used to go out and speak in the community with astronaut ice cream, and we take what we were doing at work and share it with kids. And she comes up to me and she says, I want to be an aerospace engineer. And I said, okay, well, let me give you my card. Well, this 13-year-old girl, she emailed me. She literally sent me an email. I give my card to adults all the time and they don't even email me, right? And so I decided to invite her in to follow me at work. And so 13 became 16. She's now one of my mentees. And from that relationship, she ended up deciding that she was going to pursue aerospace engineering. She studied at Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. And you'll never believe this, she worked on the very same rocket engine I was flying on. And so when I sat down that day, it was more than just me achieving my goal of going to space. I actually had the opportunity to fly on a rocket engine that I watched someone who I've mentored since she was 13 help create.
And I'll get onto your remarkable path to NASA a bit later. But let me ask you what it feels like to reach 2,300 miles per hour, basically 3 times the speed of sound.
It was an incredible feeling. I mean, I had trained for this moment over the course of the last 2 years. And if anybody has the opportunity outside of this conversation to pop into my Instagram or my social media, they'll see me jumping out of planes and, training in a FAA human-rated centrifuge. And so by the time we hit Mach 3, I was smiling from ear to ear. I looked at the GoPro footage and it was just pure joy because I was ready, I was prepared, and I was excited to be able to capture the moment.
So we have some footage of you in that centrifuge.
She's having too much fun.
That's 68. How you doing?
I feel good.
I love that comment from the training guy saying that you were having too much fun. Now, I have to ask you, in terms of training for the mission, apart from experiencing things like the centrifuge, how did you prepare for this kind of special mission, both personally and professionally?
As someone who's always been excited by spaceflight, the first thing I did was go to the FAA regulations on commercial spaceflight. There are actually guidelines that are best practices to prepare for space missions. And so I looked at the guidelines and I said, I want to do all of these things. And really the criteria boils down to you must train in a manner that demonstrates that your body is prepared to go to space. And so I found the centrifuge.
I'm here at the NASTAR facility starting training for my flight. Are you ready? Let's go.
This is going to be your office this afternoon. Yes. Hey! You're ready for space.
You heard the space shuttle bump? Let's like.
Oh!
Encircle.
Congratulations, you just completed all the required training flights to qualify for your flight to space.
I literally cannot imagine training for space and not going through this. I'm really happy that I had an opportunity to not only experience this.
I found a L-39 Albatross flight, which is a fighter jet, and that was a lot of fun. Half of the time I couldn't determine if I was training or having like a lot of fun, but I went through what the FAA kind of lays out as much as I could as a private citizen, and I'm really hoping to expand upon my training in the future and do more.
I'm sure that there's no way, no matter how much training you do, that you could actually compare any of that with the actual liftoff experience.
There are some things that are really close. I'll tell you that at the FAA human-rated centrifuge that I flew at the NASTAR facility, they've trained over 500 astronauts, and they had the flight profiles from multiple vehicles. And so I had the opportunity to experience what they would simulate as a SpaceX launch. I also experienced a Virgin Galactic launch, and I had a rocket-assisted launch, which was really, really, really fast. So we hit 6 Gs in the simulation. On the way up, we experienced 3. But when we fell back to Earth, we hit about 5.
And that's when, let's just say, things got really real, because 5 times your body weight sitting on your chest is no joke. I know there's been some conversation about our suits in the media, but one of the things I really appreciated about the suit was that it was compressive and it helped prevent against G-force induced loss of consciousness, which can occur when you're, pulling a lot of G's.
I can assure you that no kind of suit, no matter how advanced, could actually make me feel comfortable with 5 times my weight sitting on me. Now, of course, you actually get to see something that so few people get to do. So describe the view from the capsule, what you saw, and of course, how it made you feel.
It's impossible to go through this experience and come back unchanged. I hope that in the future, not only do more people have the opportunity to go, but that going to space on these sorts of suborbital flights will be as routine as flying. Seeing the Earth, it was a awe-inspiring moment that took me days to process. When I came home, I walked around my neighborhood just trying to find the words to describe what it's like to look at a moving, breathing Earth. And since that moment, I have felt a commitment that some, have detailed in the overview effect, where I feel more of a responsibility to not only protect Earth, but to talk about the experience of seeing Earth from space and to champion more people going on these commercial flights, because there's nothing more beautiful than having the opportunity to see humanity from up high.
Aisha, I'm sure that you're more than familiar with the famous blue marble picture, the picture of the planet Earth taken back in 1972. That was actually the first time it was seen that way. 1972 is not that long ago, and it was taken by a person, not a satellite. Now, you got to see Earth from that remarkable perspective. You also got to experience weightlessness. How did that feel, and were there any funny moments in zero gravity while you were up there?
Yes. I thought, okay, you're going to pull off your seatbelt and you're going to float up lightly. Well, right before we hit the launch pad, I had the privilege of talking to 2 individuals. And so NASA astronauts, Jeanette Epps and Joan Higginbotham, were there as part of my cohort. And I asked them, I was like, hey, ladies, what do I need to know about microgravity? And they were like, Aisha, whatever you do, don't do too much. You are so buoyant. Wow. I mean, the moment you take off your seatbelt, you just float right up. And so for me, I was really nervous that I was going to hit the top of the capsule. So the seatbelt comes off, and then I immediately lift up, and there's a moment of shock where I'm like, oh my gosh, I felt like I was floating away like a balloon. And so I grab onto the handholds, and I realized that sit-ups actually helped for something. And I was like, okay, I've got my hands here, and I'll be able to get my feet into the toe hold and orient myself. But it takes just a small touch to move around in microgravity. It's really the most elegant sort of feeling of being able to just turn your body entirely upside down, like I did in the capsule, with just a mere turn of my wrist.
That's remarkable. My knees would thank me forever if I could get to weightlessness. Sadly, it's not going to happen. Now, I know the support of your family has been very important to you, and your late father had a space dream of his own. Tell me about that and what he said to you when you were chosen for your space mission.
I struggled to find the words because my dad came to the United States in the 80s from the Bahamas to study science in Michigan. And it was his goal to work at NASA. And while he didn't achieve that, he instilled in me that I had the ability to do more. And when I found myself in high school, I didn't think that math or science was for me. And it was my dad that said, you can do this. And so I went from community college to studying aerospace at the University of Michigan and working at NASA. And when we lost him earlier this year, I didn't know that I was actually going to be able to do this. I wasn't sure how I was going to find the energy or the strength, because I never thought that I would get to achieve one of the greatest goals in my life without my dad. And so when you look at the footage of me in the capsule, some people see me floating a patch that says Bahamas. And while that is a nod to my heritage and my father, it's also a nod towards history. The New Shepard vehicle follows the trajectory of Alan Shepard in 1961. And most people know that New Shepard took off in the United States, but they don't know where it landed. It landed in Grand Bahama in the Bahamas. And so for me to have the ability to complete his dream, to have my 92-year-old grandfather, who was born at a time where there were not aircraft on his island, fly to see me take a rocket to space, was just a beautiful full circle moment that I will forever be grateful for.
Well, God bless your late father, Aisha. I'm sure you must have felt his presence with you during that profound experience.
I did. And, he said via text to me, when I told him that Blue Origin was going to fly and I was going to be part of the crew, he said, Aisha, all the people who have come before me who are no longer here, and all the people who will come after you that you have not met will forever be proud of the courage that you've displayed in this moment. And so during the mission, my call sign was Exuma, which is a nod to the island my grandfather was born almost 100 years ago.
Well, thanks for explaining that. I wanted to ask you about the meaning of your call sign, but since you mentioned your 92-year-old grandfather, I want to refer to a comment you've made in the past about his experience with getting around during much of his early life was on a horse.
Yes. Not only was he on horses, he was somebody who was really instrumental in moving the nation forward. And so from Exuma to going to NASA, my grandfather was always somebody that said, if you don't see it, create it. He was never somebody that was okay with the status quo. And I think you see a lot of that spirit in me today.
Well, Aisha, apart from the Bahamas flag patch you took, what other special mementos did you take up there with you?
Well, let me start with the fun one. One of the things that brought me comfort as a kid is a dish called conch chowder. And so I actually had dehydrated conch chowder, which is a Bahamian, it's just a cultural phenomenon. We love conch chowder. I had it dehydrated and I flew it in my pocket, which I think that's the first conch that has made it to space. An artifact that I'm really proud to have on loan from the Museum of Flight in Seattle. And that's the American flag that Pete Conrad, who was the third person to walk on the moon, had in his personal flight bag. And the reason I had that was because Nancy Conrad, his wife, lent it to me. She's a mentor, and she really wanted me to carry something that was a powerful symbol of the past, the present, and the future of space. That flag will be returned to the Museum of Flight in Seattle, and it will now have 2 flown in space certificates, one from the Apollo mission and one from mine. And so students and people are going to be able to go in and learn not only about the past flight, but the flight that we just completed now and into the future. And the last, which I'm really excited about, was I spent the last couple of years traveling around the world trying to bring space down to Earth. And I did this by collecting the hopes and the dreams of people who didn't see space as a career for them. Through the US State Department, I've been to India, I've been to Kenya, I've been to the Bahamas, I've been to Mongolia, I've been to Kyrgyzstan. And on these postcards, I had students write their dreams. And so I flew Dreams to Space, which will be returned to them, thanks to Jeff and Lauren. And the postage will return these postcards back to the dreamers. And I can't wait to get those responses. Like, they're going to go into their mailbox and they're going to see your dream flew to space and return it back to you. Now, what are you going to do with that, right? You got to make the dream come true.
Fantastic. So many wonderful mementos. Well, sadly, your father never got to see your mission into space, but at least your grandfather did. How did he react once he was there at the launch site?
Well, my grandfather was overcome with emotion, and he had a wonderful person to comfort him in Oprah. I was really surprised for him because I was not, being in the capsule and being part of the flight, I couldn't really see what was going on. And I start getting all these messages from my family members, and it's just my grandpa and Oprah, my grandpa and Oprah. And they were like, wait a second, you told us you're going to space. Oh my goodness, like you actually did it. And wow. So I think that not only did he have a good day, in his words, he told me that he had one of the best days of his life.
Yes, I saw Oprah giving your grandfather a hug as they watched it all happen.
Amazing.
But tell me about the nickname you and your all-female team came up with for the mission, the 6 taking up space?
Well, we really wanted to find a way to kind of share what we thought this mission meant. And for us, we felt like we were taking up space. We're making it available. We are more than likely one of the most watched space missions in modern time.
1, 2, 3, taking up space!
I actually will tell you a funny story. I was walking around my neighborhood and there's a middle school. And there was a lot of parents getting their kids, you know, off to school, and they're like holding their hand, like, come on, come on, come on. And the kids are like looking at me and they're like, oh my gosh, and like waving at me and they're saying hi. And I think that was one of the successful things that this mission accomplished. We've inspired the youth. And so there's this wonderful part of me that's excited about what the students are going to do with it, because they're writing me, they're sending me messages. They're really excited to have had the opportunity to see themselves in space.
And you said you loved the flight suit. Was it because of the way it protected you from the multiple G-forces you experienced during takeoff and landing? Or was it the fashion? Because I noticed you had flares on the legs.
Well, you know, on a practical kind of note, I've worn flight suits before. And what I'll tell you is that they were not necessarily designed for my physiology. One of the experiments that I conducted gathered my biometric data, and I wore it on my chest, and I was actually able to secure it and make sure that it was snug because the suit was designed specifically for me. All the suits were in custom. They were done in detail. And in addition to the benefits of the, you know, the G's and the compression, which was very much so needed on the way down, let me tell you, I finally had something that was custom designed for my needs, and that was able to not only accommodate my experiments, but I was able to operate in a way where I could conduct multiple experiments, I was comfortable, and I could move efficiently around in the cabin.
Earlier on, you had mentioned some of the experiments you had conducted. Were there any experiments you would have liked to have conducted that you didn't get a chance to?
Yes, I would have liked to have done a brain scan. After the flight, I felt so different than before. And I think, you know, you hear, oh, this will change you, but I really wanted to better understand how my brain changed after the flight, because I've been writing and I've been dreaming and I've been thinking with renewed clarity and a feeling and a passion that I have not had, I think, ever in my life. In addition to that, I'm interested in continuing to monitor my vitals because I gathered data prior to the flight, during, and immediately after. But after taking off that bio button, I'd like to continue to gather data on myself that could inform future research.
Makes a lot of sense. Now, after the flight, you shared some powerful reflections on the trip. Can you recall what you said and what you meant by those phrases?
After the flight, I'll tell you, it was a bit of a blur. But from what I recall, I was in awe of having the opportunity to fly. I was excited about all the people that had the opportunity to witness and, you know, celebrate the moment with us. And I was really looking forward to being able to share what it was that I learned with not only the people here in the United States, but on tour around the world.
And you said, dream it, plan it, go and do it. Sometimes reality is wrong.
Yes, and that's actually one of my slogans. Look, everything that I've accomplished in life was something that somebody told me that I could not do. I'm beginning to think that if you tell me that I can't, it actually means can. And so I've adopted a mindset of like failure is success and progress. And I think that so many people are holding on to something that someone told them that they could not do, thinking that that person knew something about them that they didn't and they don't. And so when I decided to go to Michigan Aerospace, it wasn't because someone told me I could do it. When I decided to found my first company, it wasn't because someone told me that I could do it. And when I decided that I wanted to go to space, it was all the same, right? Aisha, there's no way you can do it. And so to be in that moment where every single one of my dreams had come true, I just wanted to use it as an opportunity to inspire other people to go do the same.
Well, naturally, everyone who manages this rare kind of mission into space says they come back changed. In what way do you feel it changed you, personally and professionally, especially after the long path from your early years that you took to get there?
It's given me a renewed perspective on what I can accomplish. One of the things that I want to share with you beyond the headline is that I'm the first African-American woman to raise and own her seat. I spent years working with organizations deciding to say, how can we make this more equitable? If I can raise the money, if I can do the research, I can put forward a model that other people can emulate. My entire life and career has been about creating a pathway for other people to follow. And that's one of the stories I'm excited to share as I travel around the world. It's not only about entrepreneurship and inspiration and science, it's about creating sustainable pathways for other people to have the same experiences that I've had.
I want to touch on your remarkable achievements in the world of entrepreneurship as well in just a moment. But let me ask you, in the same way people say that they see planet Earth differently after seeing it from space, how did it change your view of the Earth?
I feel so much appreciation for the little things. You know, I can remember the number of sunsets that I caught last year, and it was less than 10. Today, I got up and I'm looking at everything, right? The plants, the animals. I just feel a sense of joy. I feel a sense of privilege, and I feel honored because there's no mistakes here on Earth. We are truly a blessing, and everybody has a purpose. And Earth, when you see it suspended against the darkness of space, it is impossible to not believe that we are all here for a reason, and we have to protect this planet. We have to share this. We have to go out and make it possible for other people to see it because it's such a beautiful thing. It's overwhelming when you get to see it from space.
Well, as you know, Aisha, we live in a world of social media and global interaction that is not always very nice or fair. And as you know, there's been some talk since the mission questioning the use of the term astronaut in connection with these short flights into space. How do you regard that debate, and what does the word astronaut mean to you?
Well, I think that in aerospace, there's always been a delineation between a NASA astronaut, per se, and a citizen astronaut. I think that the word citizen astronaut here is maybe more appropriate, but I think we're kind of getting into trying to classify an experience. And the reality of it is that it doesn't necessarily matter what people call me. What I feel we all are explorers. And when you think about what's happening in commercial space, it's really similar to the early days of air travel, where people were literally getting in these kind of makeshift airplanes and they're like trying to figure out how to fly around, and they're explorers. And that's exactly what we are. We're explorers, we're pushing the boundary. And I really welcome individuals to try to find a way to create, naming that maybe is a little bit more reflective of the accomplishment as opposed to trying to be divisive.
Well, considering that valid point, were you surprised? I mean, how did you regard the fact that there was a backlash in social media? And did it diminish your experience in any way?
It's impossible for me to have the experience of seeing my lifelong goal be achieved. I'm grateful. I'm honored. I feel a sense of responsibility to go and share what I saw with the world and to build new bridges and to build new pathways. I think the conversation is healthy. I was excited because, look, as a science person, I have been involved in some very, very cool projects, but they've never been spoken about this much. Regardless of whether or not you were for it or you were against it, you were talking about it. And I think that's powerful because as we move into the next generation of space, we need involvement of all people. We need people to understand why it's powerful. And outside of the public discourse, we literally had middle schools, high schools, people around the world saw this mission. And so for me, I think we achieved a lot of what I would hope to get out of the mission was I brought visibility to the science that I was looking to conduct. And I had the opportunity to inspire people who may not have previously known about me or the work that was being done.
And no doubt you've become a role model for many young women. People like Claire, the intern whom you mentioned, who ended up working on the rocket used for your Blue Origin mission. But do you think that gender played a role in that negative reaction among some people?
No, I think we're at a period of time where we're making a lot of progress. And what's important is that we need all people. This commercial flight was the first, but it certainly won't be the last. When you look at what Blue Origin has done, they flew a 90-year-old, Ed Dwight. He was the first African-American astronaut selected by NASA. And in doing so, they righted a historic wrong. They also flew Wally Funk, who is a female pilot who has more hours in a plane than I think most people on the planet of Earth. I think the conversations about who can fly and how they fly are valid. And I think that opening up the door and talking about what we want the future of space and the future of aviation to look like, I don't necessarily think it's about the outcome.
Well, listen, the Prime Minister of the Bahamas personally sent you a congratulations message, and a lot of young people are now very inspired by what you've accomplished. What sort of messages have those youngsters shared with you?
Well, we had a 6-year-old at the launch. Her name is Zofia. And Zofia was tagging along with her family that day. And there's a beautiful picture of her looking up at me as we're parading to the launch pad. And all I can remember is her gaze. She was locked on. And I could tell that she was engaged. I could tell that she was inspired, but I really wouldn't know how inspired until after. It was a week after the launch, and I got a message from her dad, and it was an illustration. And it was the capsule coming down with the parachutes popping out. And he said to me, "I think I've got a problem." I'm like, "What do you mean?" And he said, "Zofia said that she wants to go to space, but she's going to wait until she's a little bit older, maybe about 9. That, to me, I mean, it really sums up what's happening in my inbox and on my phone. There are so many people telling me that not only were they proud and they're excited, but that it renewed their dreams. I've had that as well with adults who grew up seeing space shuttle launches and were really motivated, inspired by them, and who were really excited to see that this launch was getting such wide coverage and sort of asked the question of, do you think that there are going to be more launches with this wide coverage in the future? And I hope so. I hope so for NASA missions. I hope so for Blue Origin missions. I hope so for Virgin Galactic missions. I hope so for all missions.
And your trip into space was also celebrated with a viewing party by staff and students at Washtenaw Community College, where your academic journey began. Looking back at that time, how far away did the dream of space feel then?
I mean, it felt like just that. It felt like a dream. Washtenaw Community College was where my life began because I met a lot of individuals who they didn't care about what I demonstrated on paper before. They were focused on pouring into me, and I started to drown out the noise and only focus on the things that I wanted to achieve. And so one of the other stories about this launch that I'm really excited to share in the coming days is a student named Nathan Perry, who was a Washtenaw Community College student who was actually working on the launch site. And he's a Blue Origin employee, and we just have this connection because we both started from humble beginnings, from community college to NASA and to space. And the last thing, which completely and totally, like, I cried when I saw this, I'll tell you, Riz. My community college sent cardboard cutouts of me to the middle school, to the high school, and they had one available for their launch party. And they invited people to come in and actually take pictures of it and share it because it was literally making dreams real, right? This person went to community college. She's now on this rocket, and we have community college graduates who are working to make sure that she's safe alongside people that she's mentored.
Well, you carved the path. It's really inspiring. So I wonder, what sparked your shift from originally being uninterested in STEM subjects, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, to actually becoming a NASA engineer?
You know, I struggled with self-doubt. I had low self-esteem, and I spent so many days looking at myself in the mirror and not liking my reflection. And after a while, as a young person, it's really painful. And I started to say, Aisha, what would it be like if you felt good? What would it be like if you liked what you saw in the mirror? And what I realized was that I had committed to all of the negative things I thought about myself, replaying day after day after day. And so I took control of the mental narrative. And I deliberately started to say, you know what? I'm not going to allow you to put yourself down in your mind. I'm going to tell you that you can do it. I'm going to tell you that you are brave. I'm going to tell you that you should have courage. And once I started replaying that in my mind over and over again, I started to realize that I actually felt differently. I felt lighter. And I started to achieve and I started to accomplish things. I think that young persons around the world are in many circumstances under a lot of pressure. It can be so hard for them. And so once I separated the pressure I felt from trying to figure out how I, at 17, was going to study something that would allow me to pay for my life for the rest of my years on the planet and just focus on my goals and my dreams, I really started to flourish.
Well, it's good that happened because there's the incredible story of how you almost missed out on your opportunity to join NASA. That was a close call that almost ruined your dream.
Yeah, because as I was working on the self-esteem, I mean, it's not an overnight job. It was something that I had to practice. And even to this day, and on launch day, I got up and in my mind, I affirmed myself. I said, Aisha, you have spent your entire life planning and preparing to be here. Today, you're going to get up, you're going to be present, you're going to do good science, you're going to be focused, and you're going to get everything out of this experience. It took me years to get there because as a college student, I didn't realize the power of being kind to myself. I didn't realize the power of finding a community that could pour into me. And so I had to build those things over the years. And as I've traveled around the world with the State Department or invited talks, I think that a lot of individuals have potential that is just untapped because they have not been taught how to harness the noise that can be in your mind and how to affirm yourself and how to make sure that you give yourself the best possible foundation for success, which is optimism and self-love.
And Aisha, I want to discuss how your story progressed because when you left NASA, you founded your own company, STEM Board, that advises the US government. What drove that decision and what kind of impact has it had?
Well, it started with people like Claire. I was meeting students and I was realizing that I had more to give. I loved working for NASA. It is a dream job and I highly recommend it to anybody who's thinking about it. But in my job, my focus was engineering. I didn't have the opportunity to travel around and talk to students and share my journey as much as I would have liked to. And what I realized was that people thought that I was in my job because I was a genius, because everything was perfect, and because I had the best upbringing. And the reality of that was it wasn't quite true. I had a lot of challenges, I had a lot of failures, I had a lot of setbacks, but it was how I chose to look at them that made the difference in the long run. And once I started doing this, I said, you know, what if I created a company? And once again, people laughed in my face, but I was dog sitting this dog who was amazing. And the dog told me I could do it, right? So I was like, animals, they're your friends, like, go do it. And so I said, well, wouldn't it be really cool if I actually built a company from scratch and it worked? Wouldn't other people maybe feel inspired and do the same? Well, 12 years ago, I built STEM Board. We're an engineering firm. We've twice been recognized by Inc. 5000 as one of the fastest growing companies in America. We have been also recognized for hiring and retainment of veterans in the United States and the good works that we've done around the world. And it was all because I just decided that I would make it up, right? I made up the logo, I made up the company. And today I have engineers who work for me full time in multiple states. And that's what we do. You know, we make dreams reality. And we really stand as a model for what other people could do with their potential in the future.
And if that wasn't enough, as a young woman starting and running such a successful company, you had to go and start another one called Lingo. What are you hoping to solve with that business?
Well, I'll tell you, Lingo was a mistake, but it was a wonderful mistake. You know, running one company is enough. It's definitely a lot of responsibility on a day-to-day basis. But Lingo came as an act of love. We as STEM board engineers were donating our time to help nonprofits in the community. And what we realized was that these nonprofits were going out and they were teaching kids, they were doing STEM workshops, but they may not have had the time or the expertise to develop the content and the curricula in-house. And so we decided to do that for one of our nonprofit partners, and the pandemic happened. And we said, we have to help these nonprofits. We have to help the parents and the teachers at home. And so in the course of 1 year, we made, we delivered, and we helped instruct over 5,000 kids. And we said, whoa, this is going to need to be its own thing because there's such a need for it. Today, we supported over 10,000 students. My mom actually is Employee of the Month every month in Lingo. That's right. She went from being my mom to working in one of my startups, which is like very fun. And I've had the opportunity to see what students in other countries get out of our kits because I've taught them in Kenya. I actually taught them in India. I had a 5-city tour through India where I taught Lingo, and the kids just loved it. From Calcutta to Dubai, to Delhi. And I actually brought some Lingo kits to Dubai too. So I just have had them all over the place. And it's been wonderful to see the response that the students have had.
And Aisha, I should point out that you're a big supporter of Club for the Future, the Blue Origin nonprofit division. Tell me about that.
Club for the Future helps students send postcards to space. Postcards to space. I love the concept because it brings space down to earth. And it also allows for students to have the opportunity to, write their dreams, share them, and send them. And so Club for the Future not only travels around and provides these postcards, but they talk about the rocket. They talk about commercial space travel. And it's a really great way for people to get engaged no matter where they are.
So that was your role for Club Future on this mission?
Yes. So from 2022, I gathered up all my postcards and I delivered them to Club for the Future for processing. After the mission, they're going to take them off of the rocket and they're going to return them to the dreamers.
Understood. Well, one thing that people who know you are aware of is that you're not just an entrepreneur, not just obviously smart and academically accomplished as a person who's now been to space, an astronaut, but you're also quite an activist and advocate.
I would love to see more people go into space. It is a wonderful deal.
So at a time when spending on DEI, diversity, equity and inclusion programs, are being cut back, what gives you optimism about the future of science in the US?
What gives me optimism is the power of the person. And what I mean by that is I'm literally having a conversation with you about my STEM career, about the science that I was able to do on the mission, about the funds that I was able to raise with organizations to inhabit the seat, and about a moment that was seen by millions of people around the world, and one which I'm going to spend the rest of my life sharing. And I'm just one person. Imagine the power that comes from this conversation and other people deciding that they have the power to shape the future the way that they want it to be. And that's really what I want to leave people with, right? I dreamed it, I planned it, I did it, and so can you. I understand that there are a lot of things happening, not only in the United States, but around the world that will be discussed for years to come. But I think the question is, what can you do in order to shape the future that you want?
And of course, times have changed. And from a time when you couldn't imagine the opportunity to travel to space that has been developed through projects such as Blue Origin, it's now become a possible dream for many more people, something for which you advocate. But given the huge cost, is such an ambition even practical?
I wonder if when Henry Ford designed vehicles, he thought that they would be as popular as they are today, right? I wonder the same things about the Wright brothers. I think with all great inventions, whether it's ships or aircraft, submarines, they all kind of started being initially fairly expensive and somewhat out of reach. And you had the individuals who became the early adopters, many of whom were more affluent in society, and then these things became more common. I mean, I still remember getting my first cell phone. I had only seen cell phones on other people. And I know you're probably laughing because you know exactly what that was like, right? When you get your first phone, I'm from the generation where we had one phone, it was in the kitchen and it had a long cord, and you better hope that your mom cared to give you the message. But now there's more computing power in cell phones than we're on the space shuttle. And so when we talk about innovation, we talk about spaceflight, what we just witnessed is what is going to eventually drive down the cost so that this will be affordable to all people. And it follows the natural cycle that happens with innovation and early adoption.
Aisha, let's put this into context. I was excited when I saw my first electric typewriter. Looking ahead, what's next for you on Earth or in space? And what's your newest dream?
1 million students with hands-on STEM learning through our Lingo STEM coding kits. In honor of this mission, I actually spent the last year working with my team to develop lessons that bring some of the same space concepts home. We're piloting them here where I live in Virginia, and we just actually partnered with a local school district to roll them out into the schools, which I'm so excited by. And I can't wait to be able to share the joy of space and the skills that are needed to be employable in the future with millions.
Aisha, fantastic. Now, I'm going to end this wonderful interview with something that we like to do with cool people on this show, and that is to ask you around 10 quick-fire questions where you can just answer in 1 or 2 words. You just have to think on your feet. Are you up for that?
I'm up for it.
Cool. Okay. The first one. What's the biggest discovery you'd like to see in space exploration?
Another habitable planet.
Number 2. What's the most important thing an alien should understand about humans?
Humanity is just beautiful. It's compassionate. It's wondrous, and it should be protected.
Number 3, is there anything you would do differently on a second trip to the stars?
I would spend much more time.
Number 4, would you rather return to space yourself or inspire a future astronaut to travel to Mars?
Can I do both? Both.
Why not? Okay, there you go. Number 5, will women close the gender gap in the space workforce within the next 10 years?
I certainly hope so.
Question 6, who's your favorite astronaut and why?
It's hard to pick just one. I absolutely love Jeanette Epps, Joan Higginbotham, Mae Jemison, Katie Coleman, Suni Williams. They're all my favorites. Can I say they're all my favorites?
Of course you can. Well, 7, what's your favorite Katy Perry song?
My favorite Katy Perry song would be Firework.
Nice choice. Question 8. Considering you were told to go into cosmetology and fashion, and considering you've actually become something of a fashion icon, what's the choice? Cosmology or cosmetology?
Cosmology.
Number 9. Spacesuits. Fashionable or functional?
Both.
I knew you were going to say that.
Prada's designing the newest spacesuits. I mean, it's both.
Fair enough. So then, question 10. Do joyful tears float in zero gravity?
Yes.
Well, I'm going to squeeze out one final question. How would you sum up your experience in space in a single sentence?
The most meaningful thing that has happened to me ever.
Aisha Bo, congratulations and thank you so much for taking the time to have such a great conversation.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here with you, Riz.
The remarkable astronaut, Aisha Bo. That's it for now. Don't forget to subscribe and leave your comments and thoughts. I'm Riz Khan. From me and the team, thanks for watching. We'll see you next time.
Our allies in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis.
It would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans. And this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Now, with a strong sense of forever war fatigue in the United States, let's find out more now about how this latest US-Israeli military engagement with Iran is playing out politically in the United States. We're joined by Amanda Mackey, Republican strategist and lawyer, who joins us from Florida. Amanda, great to have you with us, as always. President Trump spoke at the White House on Monday evening. What were the main messages that stood out for you?
I think the main messages were that he's not relenting, he's not giving up, and that victory is really the only option that he has. I don't think he conveyed it that way, but I think that's the reality here. We have waged a war. Unfortunately, our UN allies, NATO allies, have not come with us. And, he is trying to make it so that it is not just all being borne on Israel and the United States. When everyone recognizes that the regime in Iran is terrible, that it's oppressive, and that it kills its own people for simply expressing their opinions. But I think what he tried to say was really, 7,000 targets were struck. 90% reduction in ballistic missile launches. There are successes that we've had. We've taken out the leadership. And so, again, with this morning's news of taking out Soleimani, who was the head of the Basij, and taking out Larijani, these are two very pivotal figures in really who has been running this war since the supreme leader was taken out nearly 3 weeks ago. President Trump's just trying to show that we are winning and that our allies should come with us.
I want to ask you, Amanda, because you're from a significant community of Americans of Iranian heritage, and I'm wondering how this particular demographic is reacting to these developments, what they make of the president's actions and decisions so far, Amanda.
Well, I think the diaspora spread throughout, the world, Paris, Germany, parts of the United States, Los Angeles, New York, Washington, D.C. We are all in the streets. We are excited and glad to show our support for a United States president who is finally willing to put the might of the United States behind the Iranian people. It's never been the case that the Iranian people felt that any U.S. president or administration was really supportive of them. And so, when you had in 2010 the Green Movement, and President Obama had an opportunity, didn't take it. Now you have President Trump actually doing something about it. And that is not an easy decision for a United States president to make, especially at a time like this, going into an election. So we as Iranian people who are part of the diaspora are so proud to see a president doing something about the people of Iran, not the regime in Iran. And that is something that we just haven't seen. 47 years, as everyone's been talking about, of hell for Iranian people to pay. And we finally have a president who's willing to do something, and we're very proud of that.
Right, and as you sort of suggest there, this is a risk politically for President Trump. This is a gamble, and it's off-brand as well, because this is the same president who, in 2024, was saying things like, you're not going to have a war with me, you're not going to have a third world war with me. And I'm just wondering whether supporters of President Trump, at least some of them, are feeling betrayed at the moment.
Well, it's natural for the MAGA base to feel like this is not the president that I supported. He was the war dove, not the war hawk that we all wanted. It was the first time that a Republican president actually didn't want to perpetrate wars, especially in the Middle East, with Americans just tiring of that. especially the MAGA base. And the MAGA base isn't just Republican or conservative. It's just a lot of times people who didn't want to see wars start or escalation of wars. That is a difficult thing for the president, which is why I said in the beginning, victory is really the only option. We're in this war. Trump believes that they are an existential threat. And he has made the case that for the safety of Israel, for the safety of the world, Iran needs to be taken out. The regime of Iran needs to be taken out. And most importantly was what happened to the people of Iran in January, where over 30,000 young lives were massacred. And so the president has staked his claim on this. And as I said, victory is the only option. And this may be, I think, it is the most important and significant thing about his both terms of his first term and this term. This will be the most significant, what the outcome is of what happens in Iran.
Okay, and of course there are these influential voices in the United States. You've got the Tucker Carlsons, the Joe Rogans, the Marjorie Taylor Greens, all of them saying this is, not America first that we're seeing here. This is Israel first, they say. And I'm wondering how widely held you think that view is?
Well, again, I think, the losers, are the people who say we can't win and we're not going to try, and this is something that we don't want to pursue. And President Trump is saying, come to the winning side. This is how we're going to take out a regime that has to be taken out. There isn't a single person that you mentioned that acknowledges that Iran is in any way, the regime is good for the people of Iran. They're corrupt, and we know this. We know what they've done to their people. We know what they've done in the hostilities they've created, the American lives that have been lost at the hands of the Iranians over the last 47 years. And so what they are saying is, yes, we don't want to start wars. And President Trump is saying this is the only way that we can win and secure a peaceful Middle East is to do this. And so they want to be on the side of not wanting to pursue war. And that is understandable. That has been a MAGA base platform. But what President Trump has done, and it's hard to see all the successes, but that's why, you asked what President Trump was saying. He's trying to kind of tick off all the successes that we've had. And then we wake up this morning to even more successes of the regime being taken out and really being handcuffed in a way that they might have people with their mosaic structure of leadership. They may have others, but it's not in tandem. They're not working together. And the president seems to be a long distance from where the military is. And you see the military forces being broken down. And so President Trump is trying to make a difference in the Middle East. And the voices that you're talking about don't want to see that. No matter what, no matter where, they don't want to see that.
I just want to pick up on something you were saying a little bit earlier on about the NATO allies, and I could detect a sense of, frustration, exasperation, perhaps you could even say, from President Trump these last few days at his allies, his traditional European NATO allies. Where are they? Why they're not getting involved? And their argument is that this is not a NATO war. The United States was not attacked. The United States did the attacking. And didn't necessarily consult those allies. And, they're a little bit aggrieved themselves. Greenland springs to mind. And there's been a volley of insults, mostly coming one way across the Atlantic from the White House. I mean, do you think perhaps there needs to be a bit of a rethink in how this administration deals with allies and makes them feel like they actually are allies?
I think that's a great question. I mean, to see, Italy and Germany, I mean, the leader of Germany was here just a few weeks ago. So, to see them, and then, of course, we'll have the Irish leader here today. I think the fact that the president feels like this should be something that they care more about because they are more, Europe certainly is more reliant on the Strait of Hormuz than the United States are. We are a net exporter of oil, and these are the countries that actually rely on them, and that the prices, when they shoot up for the price of a barrel of oil, it affects them more than it affects us. Certainly it's affecting us here, though. So to answer your question, simply, I would say President Trump feels that he's doing the bidding, as he has always felt he's done the bidding for the NATO countries, where the United States is putting in more of an effort than those countries are in return. So I think from his perspective, if that's what you're asking me, I think he believes he's helping them and they should be in turn helping with this effort, and they're not, and they're backing away. I guess Japan might be a possibility, but the other countries, Italy, Germany, Australia, have said no. So you basically have, from the president's perspective, that these countries are not helping when they in fact need to be. And so is he going to be more diplomatic with him? Is he going to be more willing to, work with them? I think this is just who President Trump is, and what he believes is that they should be part of this.
Yeah, I mean, just the way he's spoken about the British Prime Minister, saying he's no Winston Churchill, and various other comments. I mean, it doesn't seem, incomprehensible that same Prime Minister might be unwilling to, dance to the president's tune here, even if there is some national interest for the United Kingdom.
Well, he ultimately did. I mean, at first he said, no, you can't use our bases. And then he ultimately caved. So I think that, President Trump is, he is a smash mouth tactician. I mean, he does go after people, and he uses, blunt force to do it. And, if he calls, Keir Starmer, you're no Churchill, he's pointing out something that he believes you should be with us on this. You should not be keeping us out of using your bases. And so ultimately, Keir Starmer did, the prime minister did cave. But the point is that this is who President Trump is, and this is what President Trump believes. So I think for the leaders in Europe, if they are wondering what they should be thinking about this, they should be thinking in Trump's head, what is he going to do? And figuring out why he's doing this. Is it in their best interest or not? And I believe that with the price of oil shooting up, these countries should be helping in the Strait of Hormuz when they're more impacted with it than we are.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you, because you mentioned affordability and the effects on the U.S. economy just a while ago in one of your previous answers. What are the visible effects of this war already for, average U.S. consumers? How is this being felt on Main Street?
Well, I think right now what you're feeling is obviously the price of gas has gone up and diesel has gone up. Diesel was in the $3 range. Now it's in the $5 range. That's a significant jump. And the reason that I point out diesel, gas certainly went up too, but diesel is how goods are transported. And so if goods are transported when diesel has gone up almost 50%, then you have a problem, because the cost of goods are going to start going up. And that's where people are going to feel more of a macro impact than just the price of gas. People can say, oh, well, I walk to work, or I don't need gas. I don't use it as much. Or, for those who don't frequently need it, or can say, well, I can withstand a $2 increase in gas or a $1 increase in gas. What they can't withstand is for those everyday products that they're buying multiple times a week or multiple times a month that are going to go up because the price of oil has gone up, which means the price of diesel has gone up. So the transportation costs have also gone up for their everyday goods and services. That's a problem. And again, I want to stress, we're going into an election November. We are 7 months away. Almost 7 months away from an election. This is going to be very challenging for the members of Congress, all of which are on the ballot, and then the 1/3 of the members of the Senate who are on the ballot. This is going to be very problematic for them. And President Trump is not at the top of the ticket, though everything that he does, in essence, is at the top of the ticket.
Yeah, and just lastly, just before we wrap up, as you say, we're 7 months away from the midterms. Do you think there is the potential, and again, this is wearing your hat of being from the Iranian diaspora as well, do you think there is the potential for him to turn this around and translate what's been happening in Iran into a victory in time to give him that boost that he clearly needs, the GOP needs, ahead of the midterms?
Yeah. As I said, victory is the only option here. And he has set a timeline of 4 to 6 weeks. The Israelis have said just this week that it's going to be longer than that. So I think Americans' patience will wear thin, especially with conflicts in the Middle East. We are so against that, especially in the MAGA base. But people are just tired of it. We've seen the effects of the war, the long-lasting war, the never-ending wars, as people call it. And we just don't want to see our treasures, our members of the military, fighting and dying in a war fought for another country that has nothing to do with the United States in many Americans' opinions. So the more deaths we see, the more challenging this becomes. The more prices go up, the more challenging this becomes. As the days drag on, the more challenging this becomes. So this needs to be a quick operation. And I will say, taking out the head of the Basij and really the person who was in charge of everything, taking them out today is a huge step in the right direction of really neutering this regime. And if that can happen swiftly and quickly with as few lost lives as possible on the American side, that is the best thing for the president going into an election.
Okay. Well, we really appreciate you sharing that with us. Thank you very much indeed for your time. Amanda Mackie, Republican strategist and lawyer, thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
The World Defense Show, as we mentioned, is not only a platform showcasing the latest defense and military products. It is also a venue where senior security and military leaders and strategists meet for broader consultation, matters ranging from military issues and security threats to requirements of this phase. Joining us now is General Derek Swords, Commander of the 9th Air Force. Welcome, General Derek, to Al Arabiya. There is a strong alliance between Saudi Arabia and the United States. As commander of the 9th Air Force, how do you view the American-Saudi partnership at this stage?
All right. Well, good morning, and thank you for the time. It's a pleasure to be sitting here and having this conversation. We are honored as a 9th Air Force's Central, and on behalf of CENTCOM at large, to be here at the World Defense Show. It is truly an honor to be here, and we value the invitation. Thank you so much for the time today. Your question about U.S. and Saudi cooperation right now, I would tell you it is at a very, very high level. We cooperate across the military sphere. We see eye to eye on the end state of our militaries, which is to secure stability and peace within the region, and we do that through cooperation. We are also see eye to eye on how interoperable our systems need to be, so that they need to be able to communicate with each other. They need to be able to understand the same languages, the same tactics, and be able to operate seamlessly together, shoulder to shoulder and wingtip to wingtip. And the third way that a cooperation is really strong right now is through the relationships. And so I had the honor of serving in the Royal Saudi Air Force Weapons School over 20 years ago, flying in Dhahran F-15Cs. And the relationships I made then are still strong today. And that relationship from airman to airman, soldier to soldier, military to military is as strong as it's ever been across our formations.
A few days ago, General Derek, the U.S. Air Force, joined Saudi forces and other partners in the Spears of Victory exercise in January of this year. What is the significance of that participation, and how do you assess operational coordination, both at the command level and among personnel on the ground?
As far as training impacts go, that is one of the things that keeps that relationship strong. So you may be tracking, we recently participated in the Royal Saudi Air Force Spears of Victory exercise held in Dhahran. And we participated with 4 F-16s that participated with multinational airframes in scenarios that not only trained and ready our combined forces if called into action to defend the region and the kingdom and secure peace and stability, but also develop those relationships that happen, that can only happen when captains and sergeants and lieutenants plan together and train together effectively and communicate well over time.
General, this year marks the 35th anniversary of Operation Desert Storm, in which U.S. forces took part. After all these years, as a U.S. commander, how do you assess the threats facing the Middle East today, right now in this moment?
So the question on, looking back at Desert Storm 35 years ago and the current threats today, clearly the threats themselves are different. Technology has advanced. There are new capabilities on any battlefield that didn't exist in Desert Storm. And so that's something we have to take into account when we do that. In my opinion, the fundamentals of this region are still the same, that there are actors in any region that will seek to disrupt the stability that exists in ways that can be dangerous sometimes. And the way to counter that is through coalition, building together, defining what our common goals are, and working together in a military and external to the military way to promote that security, and training and be ready to go. So readiness is one of our focus areas, and readiness doesn't happen just in a vacuum and in isolation. It has to happen in a combined and multilateral way. That's what the World Defense Show is all about. It's not just a way to showcase capabilities. It's a way to have the conversations that we need to with regional partners and industry here so that we're better moving forward.
You have extensive experience in aviation, General Derrick. As commander of the 9th Air Force, there is growing talk that drones could reshape or even replace parts of aviation in the near or long term. What impact have drones already had on air forces? And do you see that impact as ultimately negative or positive?
Okay. I understand your question to be more specifically about the drones and their impact. And so that is one difference, certainly, between Desert Storm of 35 years ago and the threats we face today. And that is an impact that we have to deal with. And it can be a challenging problem. The approach that we typically take against drones is to understand that a drone operates on mass, the principle of mass. So if there's a large number of drones, that the challenge itself is not each individual drone, it's the numbers of them that can happen at the same time, and being ready for that. And so the way we work against that is to have systems that are interoperable. It is across the region being willing to share information about an attack or a drone or something that might be happening, and then to have systems down to the base level that can counter those drones and do it effectively in large numbers if needed.
Artificial intelligence is also one of the key themes at the World Defense Show. How do you see AI affecting military aviation now and over the coming years or even decades?
Yeah, so the question on AI is an important one, and I know it's one of the focus of this World Defense Show, and rightfully so, because it is emerging technology, and it has tremendous opportunity in all sorts of spheres, including the military. It is something that our military and the militaries of this region take seriously and see that opportunity. And within that opportunity, there's abilities to operate at speed and at scale that we wouldn't imagine in the years of Desert Storm or previous to that. There needs to be an understanding with AI that it's not the golden BB, if you will, that it is something that is a tool that needs to be integrated throughout the way we operate our militaries and defend this region. General Whaley, your chief of staff of defense this morning had a really good point when he talked about AI translating to integration. And his point was that there needs to be a human connection in there. So AI can't stand by itself. It takes human interaction, it takes human relationships to take the power of AI and harness that into an integrated effort, an integrated defense, and at the end, a military secure and victory.
Thank you, Major General Derrick France, Commander of the 9th Air Force. Thank you very much for joining us on Al Arabiya.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
with so much happening, so much information and so much noise.
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
The first democracy in the world, the descendants of Alexander the Great, an isolated village. And a God who speaks through a spiritual medium. The secrets of Malana, a veil lifted from the depths of a mysterious world. The village of Malana, nestled in the enchanting Himalayas, sits at a high altitude of about 2,652 meters above sea level in India's Himachal Pradesh state, surrounded by breathtaking beauty. To reach this hidden sanctuary, travelers must endure a long, winding journey, about 21 kilometers from the nearest city, Kullu, climbing steep trails and rugged paths that seem to go on endlessly before finally reaching the village. Tourists endure great hardship to reach this village due to its remote location, which modern transport cannot access.
The only challenge which I felt was like trekking to Malana village from the parking, which is quite a lot for me. It was around, it took me around an hour to reach over here.
In this distant valley, there lies a rich history that stretches back thousands of years, a way of life deeply bound by its own unique traditions and laws. The beliefs of the Malanese, which often conflict with their economic needs, mean that although they strictly forbid physical contact with outsiders, they are nonetheless forced to rely mainly on tourism, a blessing, yet also a curse for them.
As the head of the village, my job is to take care of all the work here, such as leveling roads and installing solar light. It is my duty to place trash bins in different parts of the village and to raise awareness among tourists to use them instead of throwing garbage anywhere. I use the money that the government provides for this work.
Jamlingirishi, regarded as one of the great sages in Hindu mythology, is said to have intervened through his divine oracle, commanding that all guest houses surrounding Malana be closed. According to the legend, his decree allowed the village to welcome visitors only during daylight hours, when the god's blessing was present. This remote village attracts around 12,000 visitors each year.
Tourists can't come and stay over here. It's very hard to find a place over here. Usually tourists come, visit, stay here for like a couple of hours and they go back to their own hotels.
It is well known for its beautiful wooden houses, built in the unique Kafkuni architectural style, which were tragically destroyed in a massive fire back in January 2008. From those ashes, a new Malana emerged, resilient and hopeful. The march of modernity became increasingly evident, with cell towers, electricity and television sets appearing everywhere. Throughout Himachal Pradesh, people will tell you that the residents of this ancient village, known for their deeply rooted customs, avoid even the lightest physical contact with outsiders. They remain cautious and distant, especially when it comes to any direct touch. The children of the village do not hesitate to hug or shake hands. But most of the people here still firmly uphold the rule of no physical contact with foreigners.
What surprised me over here is that you can't touch their holy places, you can't touch the local people over here. And if you're not walking on the path which is already made to walk, they'll literally tell you to move away from that. You can't come closer to their houses as well. You have to pay huge amount as fine or something like that.
सुनो यहाँ मना है कि ऐसा नहीं है किसी जगह में हम भी नहीं जा सकता है आप भी नहीं जा सकता है.
Touching is forbidden here. This rule, you see, is not only for outsiders. We too have our own rules that forbid touching others. Even the gods have their rules. That is how it is. Everyone can be punished for touching, even the locals. The people of Malana do not marry outsiders. They also have their own language, which is closely related to ritual and traditional religion.
The people of Malana do not marry outsiders. They also have their own language, which is closely tied to their rituals and traditional faiths, deeply rooted in their culture. The people of Malana speak a sacred tongue known as Kanashi, a language never taught to outsiders, whispered only within the village itself. Nowhere else on earth can this language be heard.
The good tongues once spoken here are gone. Now we speak only Dano, the demon's tongue.
This rare language, Kanashi, belongs to the great Sino-Tibetan family. Yet, in the neighbouring villages, people speak completely different Indian languages, none of which share any real connection with Kanashi. The current state of the Kanashi language, unfortunately, puts it at an inevitable risk of extinction. It is unwritten, and it has not been scientifically documented at all. The people of Malana are distinguished by their light brown hair and eyes. Their noses are long. Their skin is wheat-coloured. They resemble the inhabitants of the Mediterranean basin more than those who live in Himachal. Many stories and legends surround this mountain village. One ancient tale tells how soldiers from Alexander the Great's army sought refuge here in 326 BC, wounded after fierce battles with King Porus, ruler of what is now Punjab in India. Their memory still lingers in the myths of Malana. It is said that these soldiers were the ancestors of today's Malana people, warriors who, after fierce battles long ago, chose these mountains as their final refuge. Artifacts found in the village seem to echo that legend. Yet, there is no study which confirms a link to Alexander's army, and many locals simply call it an old tale.
ये जो है जो सिकंदर का जो फौज था ना वहाँ का कोई
It is not true that a man came here. It isn't true that a man named Alexander came here. We are, and have always been, the sons of Jamadagni, Rishi, nothing else.
All that is a lie. There is no lineage of Alexander here. We come from Balkan, Rangri, Lugai, and Shela, and Kulu has its lineage too. It makes no sense for there to be a link to Alexander. In fact, Alexander's descendants also came, but none of them remained as we wiped them out.
The village of Malana is renowned for its judicial and democratic system, marked by its unique and ancient traditions. The members of the village council, 11 in total, gather in the main square and are known as the Jamda. The council members listen patiently to every case brought before them. Disputes are discussed, voices are heard, and the village reaches its verdict by a vote of the majority, an enduring example of the living spirit of democracy that has guided Malana for centuries. This scene reflects the village's adherence to its own laws and its independence from India's formal judicial system. Malana is famous for cultivating a type of cannabis that bears its name, Malana cream, one of the region's main sources of income. Yet this crop brings not only legal challenges but also social consequences. Children and young boys, sadly, have become involved in supplying and selling drugs in Malana.
थोड़ा सुधरेंगे यहाँ पे थोड़ा प्रॉब्लम है थी नशे मतलब ऐसे
Families that live here believe that people fall into drug addiction at a young age. The village is very small, so education is poor. And only a few of the villagers can read or write. Still, we live a simple life by farming the land, welcoming travelers, sharing stories by the fire, laughing together and finding happiness in the quiet rhythm of our days. Guest houses can be opened, but not inside Malana. I studied until the 10th grade, yet family troubles forced me to stop. According to our culture, we no longer take outside jobs. We follow Rishi's path, growing vegetables, tending apple trees, gathering herbs from the forest. This work is inherited from our ancestors. This is the rhythm of our lives. It keeps us close to our land, to our mountain, and to the silence that protects us, and collecting herbs from the forest. This is how we earn our living.
Here, women work more, and men work less. Women do many tasks like collecting honey and going to the forest to gather herbs.
People are quite friendly over here, and there's some different culture also over here. What I heard about the culture and everything, that they have their own code, they have their own law. They don't follow what you call Indian constitution. So this place is completely different compared to all over India, kind of, you can say that. Their Pradhan take all the decisions if there's any fight or anything in between the locals or something among themselves. There's only one person who takes all the decision for them.
The unique democratic system practiced in Malana is considered one of the oldest in the world. It closely resembles the model of ancient Greece. It consists of 2 councils, a lower and an upper house, where matters are discussed carefully. Final authority always rests with the upper house, which includes 3 respected figures, one serving as the voice of the local deity. The village's oral tradition tells of a sacred figure named Jamadan Girishi. He lived in this mountain village centuries ago, known for his wisdom and deep contemplation. He is believed to have helped establish the laws and customs that the people of Malana have followed through the ages.
ऋषि आया ना इधर, जमदग्नि ऋषि आ गया तो इस करके इधर तपस्या की है इन्होंने. दानु का राज था. हाँ, दानु ने हार माना.
When the Rishi Jamadagni came here and meditated in this place, Danu ruled this region. Danu agreed to hand the village over to Jamadagni. In Hindi, we call him Jamadagni. We call him Jambu. 2 brothers first came and ruled here. After that, their number grew to 100 people. And now, there are many.
बात और भी आते 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 तब इधर पूरा गाँव बस गया. यहाँ का कल्चर अलग ही है.
The story of Jamadan Girishi forms an inseparable part of Malana's rich cultural heritage. New generations are constantly reminded of the importance of wisdom and a deep reverence for history and tradition. This divine figure truly symbolizes a guiding spirit within Malana's unique system of governance. This political framework, indeed, has raised many questions among researchers and visitors alike, who often struggle to understand how such an advanced form of governance can exist in this remote, yet peculiar village.
Jamadan Rishi, he worshipped Shivji for a long time, and Shivji came and gave Vardhan to Rishiji to stay here or something like that. It was there. That drew my attention. And if you can see, there's behind there's railing which ground is there. So they said that Rishiji used to worship over here. Over here only Shivji gave him darshan and gave him the Vardhan to stay over here and all that. There's some festival today for which I came. So let's see festival, how does it goes. It should start in the evening and it will go on for the next 2-3 days. They dance and all that, and they do prayers and all that.
The young women adorn themselves with bright clothes and jewelry as they prepare for Phagli, the joyful festival celebrated across Himachal Pradesh. It marks the end of winter's chill and the warm, colourful arrival of spring. It is an important and colourful celebration of music and traditional dance that unites the community.
This celebration is held at the end of winter and the beginning of summer. Now we can plant the seeds in the fields. We will start by planting potatoes, kidney beans and other things.
Girls will come from all the villages wearing their best dresses. And there will be dancers in many places, and everyone will visit each other's homes to eat together.
आज लड़की मेले है.
It is our tradition to celebrate after the snowfall that lasts for 6 months. The snow isolates our village completely, as there is no way out during the winter. When the spring arrives, the place becomes filled with joy. Everyone sings, the snow has melted, and people dance through the night and into the morning. This is the reason for our happiness. I guess the village has to take care of the things. There are lots of garbage on the entrance of the village, and there are lots of stuff is scattered over here and there. So I guess it can get much better. They can clean it properly.
नहीं हमसे तो कोई परेशानी नहीं है सिर्फ ये है जरूर परेशानी. We have no problem with tourists. The only problem we face with them is that when they come here, they throw litter on the road like chocolate wrappers, biscuits, and empty bottles.
This enchanting village has absorbed the essence of the Himalayas that surround it, its roots intertwined with the ancient heritage of its people. Despite warnings against foreigners and the strict rule of no physical contact, the village radiates warmth. It remains a mysterious haven for many adventure seekers. Yet one wonders, could the villagers' joy in welcoming tourists ultimately become the very cause of their village's ruin?
बस यहाँ पे फ्यूचर यही है. अब फ्यूचर तो अब पहाड़ ही है, ये फ्यूचर सब.
These mountains are our future, because in the days to come they will remain beautiful. The world below us is not so good. Tourism is not welcomed here. What can we do? We are the sons of the wise, and it is our duty to carry on the work of the sages.
बस अपना खाते जीते बस यही है.
Mexico just eliminated who could be considered one of the most dangerous men in its modern history, El Mencho, real name Nemesio Oseguera. He was the head of the Jalisco New Generation Cartel, one of the most violent criminal organizations in the world. This wasn't some low-profile drug boss hiding in the mountains. He built a cartel that operated like a private army. Armored vehicles, heavy weapons, drone attacks, even public shootouts with Mexican forces. He controlled massive fentanyl and meth routes into the United States. The US even had a $15 million bounty on him. And now he's dead, killed in a military operation in his home state of Jalisco. The raid was carried out by Mexican forces, but it was supported by US intelligence that helped track his location. But here's the thing, when someone like El Mencho falls, it doesn't mean calm, it usually means chaos. Within hours, gunmen were blocking highways, burning vehicles, shutting down cities. Entire areas went into lockdown and it looked like open war in parts of western Mexico. And this matters because Guadalajara, right in that same state, is set to host matches in the 2026 World Cup. You can't have images of burning trucks and roadblocks circulating around the world while preparing to welcome millions of visitors. So now the real question isn't just who El Mencho was, it's what happens next. Does this death weaken the cartel, or does it spark a violent power struggle that makes things even worse? Because removing the head of a cartel doesn't remove the system, it just leaves a vacuum. And in Mexico, vacuums don't stay empty for long.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
People think that we launder money, but actually we make money black.
It's a weird law. They call it gedoogbeleid, like this. That is the law. So they say, okay, bye, but don't let us see you.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
It would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations
A curfew order has been established.
and an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News,
We dealt with this when I was chief of staff in the first term.
where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Welcome. The relationship between Moscow and the Arab world has never been a straight line. It has seen decades of rises and falls, from peaks of alliance during the Arab, Israeli wars to a sharp decline after the collapse of the Soviet Union, and then a notable return through the Syrian gateway, followed by Gulf caution amid the war in Ukraine. Today, with the Arab-Russian summit convening in Moscow, a central question is being asked. Is Russia seeking to restore its former glory in the region, or to build new partnerships that adapt to the transformations of the 21st century? Since the mid-20th century, the Soviet Union emerged in the Middle East as a pivotal player, as its early support for the independence of Egypt, Syria, Algeria, and South Yemen granted it special influence with Arab capitals. That influence soon turned into an active military and political presence, reaching its height during the wars of 1967 and 1973, when Moscow supplied Cairo and Damascus with weapons, experts, and pilots, becoming a principal partner in the Arabs' battles with Israel. In that period, the depth of the alliance with Cairo was embodied in a historic visit by Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev to Egypt in 1964, where he joined President Gamal Abdel Nasser to celebrate the diversion of the Nile as part of the Aswan High Dam project. Those were highly symbolic moments that cemented Egypt as Moscow's closest Arab ally, and showed how development and weaponry, together with political positioning, became interlocking tools of the Soviet project in the region. At that time, Khrushchev delivered his famous line, "The High Dam is not just an engineering project. It is a symbol of friendship between the Egyptian and Soviet people." From there, a new phase began in which the Soviet Union became the primary patron of Arab nationalist and socialist regimes. But that alliance gradually began to crack through the 1970s, when President Anwar Sadat rose to power following the death of Nasser. Sadat sought to free his political and military decision-making from Soviet dominance and to pave the way for a rapprochement with the West. In 1972, he took a stunning step by ordering the expulsion of around 20,000 Soviet military experts and advisors from Egypt, a moment that marked the great rupture between Cairo and Moscow. And although cooperation in arming the Egyptian military continued up to the October War, what followed, the signing of the Camp David Accords and Cairo's opening to Washington, effectively ended the Soviet presence in Egypt and pushed Moscow to seek alternatives in Syria, Algeria, and Libya to compensate for the loss of its largest Arab ally. With the Soviet Union's collapse in 1991, Russia's presence in the Middle East receded, and Moscow withdrew from bases and ports that had underpinned its influence for 5 decades. With the dawn of the 2000s, Vladimir Putin redrew the compass of Russian foreign policy, seeking to regain influence lost with the Soviet collapse. Military cooperation revived with Algeria, Egypt, and Syria, and economic channels opened with the Arab Gulf in energy and grain, restoring Moscow's bridges of interest with the region. But the major shift came with the Arab uprisings of 2011, when Moscow saw a chance to cement its presence. Its direct military intervention in Syria in 2015 restored to it key strategic levers, most notably the bases of Tartus and Memim. This intervention reinforced Russia's image as a protector of its allies. Yet at the same time, it raised caution among Arab capitals trying to balance relations between Washington and Moscow. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Qatar viewed Russia's military presence in Syria as deepening Iranian influence and keeping Assad in power. Despite political disagreements, Moscow's ties with the Gulf capitals remained pragmatic, maintaining close cooperation in the energy sector, along with Russian investments in gas and petrochemicals, and a limited degree of security and military coordination. With the eventual fall of the Assad regime, the scene shifted again. The new Syrian leadership rearranged its priorities, moving away from dependence on Moscow and opening up to Gulf capitals in search of reconstruction and investment. This shift cost Russia its Damascus card, the one that had given it prime influence in the Middle East equation, while the new Syrian leadership sought to redefine its relationship with the Kremlin on different terms, preserving security coordination and continued use of the Tartus and Memim bases in exchange for limited Russian support in infrastructure rehabilitation projects and the supply of wheat and fuel. Then came the outbreak of the Russia-Ukraine war in 2022, putting Russian and Arab relations to a severe test. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and most Gulf states adopted a policy of neutrality, maintaining oil cooperation with Moscow, while on the other hand, Egypt and Algeria continued their economic and military partnerships with Russia despite Western pressure. But Western sanctions affected grain and fertilizer trade and energy prices, driving several Arab countries to seek a careful balance between their interests with Moscow and their need for Western partners. Despite the geopolitical complications, the last decade saw strengthened oil cooperation between Moscow and Riyadh through OPEC Plus agreements that helped stabilize the global energy market. Mutual investments also expanded in petrochemicals, agriculture, and religious tourism, with high-level visits between Russian and Gulf leaders keeping communication lines open even at the height of crises. In parallel, Moscow maintained its traditional stance on the Palestinian issue, affirming support for a two-state solution along the 1967 borders and the establishment of an independent Palestinian state beside Israel, while calling, during the recent Gaza events, for an immediate ceasefire and civilian protection to preserve balance in its relations with both Palestinians and Israel. Russia's presence has not been limited to the Gulf, Syria, and Egypt. Algeria has been one of Moscow's oldest military partners and the largest importer of Russian weapons in Africa and the Arab world. Since 2019, Russia has played a prominent role in Libya through the Wagner Group supporting Haftar's eastern forces, giving it military and economic leverage in key regions. In Sudan, there was the 2020 signing of a preliminary agreement to establish a naval logistics base at Port Sudan, not yet implemented because of political circumstances. Meanwhile, Russia has remained a major arms supplier to Sudan. In Tunisia and Morocco, cooperation centers on agriculture, trade, and tourism, while in Lebanon, Moscow's influence is confined to the energy and offshore gas sectors. Thus, over 7 decades, Russia has shifted from a strategic ally of Arab nationalist regimes to an oil and investment partner for the Gulf states, and finally to a party in confrontation with the West, one that directly impacts the Middle East stability. Today, with the Ukraine war still raging, Arab capitals face the challenge of mediating between East and West, while Moscow strives to entrench its footing in the region despite global isolation, and to deepen cooperation with Arab countries in economics and energy. In this context, attention turns to the Arab-Russian summit, on which Moscow pins hopes to represent itself as a principal actor in the Middle East, and to broaden its political and economic partnerships with the Arab world amid a phase of profound regional and global transformation.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. The IEA agreed to release their largest ever oil reserves to calm markets as 3 commercial ships are damaged in the Strait of Hormuz. Meanwhile, Zelensky believes Russia could soon deploy troops to support Iran, accusing them of supplying weapons. The UK's warship HMS Dragon finally set sail for Cyprus to protect an RAF airbase previously targeted by Iranian drones. Members of the International Energy Agency have agreed to release the largest supply of oil reserves in a bid to calm markets and boost supply. 400 million barrels will be made available after 3 commercial ships were attacked in the Strait of Hormuz. Oil prices and supply have been severely disrupted as the war with Iran continues, with airstrikes reported across the Middle East on day 12 of the conflict. And I just want to say with me. I don't know if you can hear me, but we've got Isabel and Freddie on the show. We are having a few technical problems. Great to have you with me tonight. So I was just talking there about oil prices, but before we get into that, I want to talk a little bit about the FBI, Isabel, and maybe you can give us more intelligence on this, but the FBI has warned police departments in California that it is possibly going to face retaliatory strikes from Iran. What more do we know?
So the timing of this seems to coincide, Leigh Ann, good evening, I should say, to start off with when the Iran war broke out. So we're talking about the end of February here. And these reports that at the moment I haven't been able to verify, I don't know if Al Arabiya have, but are being reported on ABC News in the States, claim that the Iranians were aspiring to use unnamed, unmarked vessels off the west coast of the United States mainland and fire what had been described as aerial vehicles. So I'm presuming from that some sort of missiles across into the state of California. Now, clearly, if this had happened or if there was intelligence to pinpoint a specific attack, this would be significant intelligence. But at the moment, as far as I can tell from what I've read, this was just a warning from Homeland Security to be vigilant rather than about a specific attack. But I think it speaks to the kind of heightened tensions between the two nations just before the war broke out. And I think it also is an indication of some of the thinking that will have been going on in the Pentagon and also in the White House about exactly when they should launch an attack in Iran, because as we've been discussing on this programme for several months now, it has certainly been on the table for a period of time as there have been growing concerns about erratic behaviour from within Iran, not least against their own people in January when tens of thousands of Iranian citizens were slaughtered, shot in the face and the head by their own regime. So, as I said, these are early reports. I haven't been able to identify them. If an attack had landed successfully on American soil, you can imagine the implications of that. I'm thinking of 9/11, the last time something like that happened. But at the moment, this is about being vigilant rather than anything in particular.
And Freddie, I just want to speak to you a little bit about today's events. So we're now day 12 of the US and Israeli strikes on Iran, and all sides are continuing to bombard each other. We've seen the US and Israel strike Iran. Iran has retaliated today. And I think the big question right now is, where's the off-ramp to this war? And do we have any clear idea from Israel and the US on what the plan is?
Well, the big fear among many analysts in America and elsewhere is that the off-ramps have been blown up, along with so many other things. Donald Trump on Monday night appeared to be close to doing a kind of spectacular handbrake turn. He said that the mission was nearly complete, that it would be over very soon. He called it an excursion. Again, he keeps using words like detour and excursion to talk about the war. But at the same time, he is never someone who will ever admit defeat. And therefore, he has to keep saying that they're going to keep crushing the enemy, and that it isn't over yet. And the difficulty for Trump, I think, is that you hear a lot of talk about the madman theory of international relations, which is, since Richard Nixon went to China, we've heard a lot about that. And Donald Trump is meant to be the great practitioner of the madman theory. In 2016, he said America has got to start being unpredictable. And in his second term, he's become this sort of master executioner of the madman theory. You can see that with the tariffs and the international markets. You can see that in Greenland. And you saw it more recently in Venezuela with this very audacious capturing of Maduro. And so far, he's kind of got away with it. The madman theory has worked just about because he does have this incredibly powerful military. The big worry at the moment is that the Iranians have called their response mission to Epic Fury Operation Madman. And the theory of war behind it is that when somebody is being crazy with you, when someone's being completely unpredictable, you have to be even crazier back. And the worry with a regime as committed or a military as committed as the Iranians are is that makes it very hard to find off-ramps. And the other worry is that the political leadership are so discombobulated by the recent strikes on the leadership itself that even if there was a political figure willing to find off-ramps, they may not be able to communicate that to various parts of the Iranian military forces. And so the answer is, this is a very long answer, but I'm afraid the answer is probably a rather longer than anybody would like.
And we're actually just getting some lines through at the moment when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz, because we definitely want to talk about that, Isabel. And Trump says oil will be coming down soon. And we've seen multiple ships in the Strait of Hormuz have been hit today as well, and in the Gulf. And people are really concerned about what impact this is going to have globally on the economy.
Well, this is part of Trump's problem, because whilst the might of American military dwarfs Iran's, they are masters and experts in conducting these wars through their proxies in various places. And for, insignificant amounts of money, they can have huge impacts, as we are seeing, in their control and blocking of the Straits of Hormuz. Now, we've seen 3 tankers, cargo ships being hit, one of those bursting into flames in just a 24-hour period. Now, bear in mind, on a normal weekday, you would see in excess of 100 ships passing through there. Now, there are reports that there are still some successfully passing through, but they are thought to be part of Iran's shadow fleet, getting out crucial oil for their own war funding in order to keep, operating in the way that they are. They're turning off, I should say, their transducers. So it's very hard to ascertain just how many. But we heard Trump on Truth Social today talking about hearing reports or, condemning any use of mine ships in the area. And we also were told that the US military managed to destroy 16 ships, which had some sort of mine-laying apparatus involved. So the impact of this is huge. We're not just talking about the impact on oil prices, which at some points has been talked today, hasn't there, about $200 a barrel, which would have been unthinkable, 10 days ago. But also we're looking at the impact on liquefied natural gas, liquefied natural petrol, which is less distributed, but also impacted. And also those things like ammonia, urea, these are the kinds of chemicals that are used in agricultural fertilizer, which will have impacts on crops around the world. And also, as you will know, Leigh Ann and your team in Dubai, a huge amount of food that is imported in to the UAE in that part of the world, also being held up by this blockage. So there is pressure, there is stress, there is concern on the global markets, and that has implications in so many other ways. There's this type of fuel that ships need called bunker fuel, which is all being blocked on the wrong side of the strait, and it means that even ships on the east of the planet over in Asia are having to use reserves in Singapore, and it's disrupting trade routes over there as well, and Singapore reporting that they won't be able to dip into their reserves for much longer. So the global implications of this by Iran, who are, as I say, absolute experts and masters in this, they'll be inflicting maximum pain at minimum cost to them, but it will also be ramping up that pressure on Trump, as Freddie was saying, but he doesn't appear at this point to know exactly how to ease this situation, other than, as we've been hearing, and I think we will discuss in a moment, potentially removing some of the sanctions on Russia to ease that pressure on the price of oil.
And I think these are the questions that a lot of people don't have any answers to at the moment. Freddie, I don't know if you just want a final thought on the Strait of Hormuz, because I don't know what you think, but many analysts that I've been speaking to today do think that this could be the key flashpoint in the battleground.
Well, something very interesting happened yesterday, where the Energy Secretary of the US, Chris Wright, posted a video suggesting that there was US naval escorts of US tankers through the Strait of Hormuz. He very promptly deleted that, and the White House quickly said that it was an incorrect statement. But the very fact that he had to delete that so quickly suggests there is major concern about what's going on there. And it's always been said ever since Donald Trump started talking about the war in Iran. Every time any president has threatened Iran, the first thing analysts have said is, what about the Strait of Hormuz? Because it is this global choke point of the economy. And so far, for all our wonderful technology and so on, nobody has been able to do anything about that. And Iran, as Isabel said, Iran for very low costs, relatively low costs, while the Pentagon is spending billions every day, Iran can impose extremely high costs and probably unbearable costs on the global economy.
And another...
Sorry to interrupt, Leigh Ann, but I just thought as an additional point in all of this is we shouldn't underestimate the rage that the Iranian regime is feeling. You know, ideologically, I think that perhaps the Trump administration's underestimated quite how emotional it would be to see their supreme leader killed during their holy month of Ramadan. We've learned, haven't we, in the last, few hours that the Ayatollah's son, the new Ayatollah, I should say, was also injured. They describe it as lightly injured, but at the time of his father's assassination by the United States. Now, that might be one of the reasons that he's been laying low. We haven't seen him since he's been declared the leader of the country. But we've heard from the president's son that he is still very much in control of the country. And I think you can assume from that, he's lost a personal relative, but also it's an emotional thing for what they describe as dear Iran, for their ideological base as well. So the rage is there, and we've seen there's a history, isn't there, of these sort of Middle Eastern attacks deposing leaders, and it can quite often create more problems than were there in the first place. So it isn't playing out in the way that I think, well, whether or not Trump thought it would play out in a particular way, we're not clear, but it certainly seems there's a lot of rage still burning in Iran.
And it is interesting that you say that, because Mujtaba Khamenei was there when his father was killed, and also the rest of his family. He had a wife and children, so a lot of people have been picking up on that. But thank you so much for your thoughts. Let's move on. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky believes Russia could send troops to Iran as the war against the US and Israel continues. Zelensky said Russia has been supporting Iran with drones as well as air defense. It follows a report in the Washington Post claiming Russia had been providing Iran with information on American forces in the Middle East, something Russian officials have indeed denied. Isabel, let's begin with you, because a lot of people are asking this question. We see Vladimir Putin making a lot of calls. We heard, of course, that he'd had a phone call with Donald Trump, and what was interesting is Donald Trump actually phoned him. But is Vladimir Putin using the war to his advantage?
Absolutely. I mean, many politicians are. Let's be frank, this isn't just a Putin thing. We've seen President Macron being quite opportunistic and sending his ships rapidly to defend British bases, which is, opportunistic of him as well. That is what politicians do. But I think in terms of Putin, I mean, he was having a bad year. If you think of his allies, Khamenei was an ally for many years to Russia, as was Maduro in Venezuela. And when both of those have been taken out by the United States, you could argue he might be feeling as though his status or control of, funds for his war machine were badly affected as well. But he does have somehow, for some reason, some sort of hold over President Trump. He certainly seems to hold the balance of power in negotiations over the victim, Volodymyr Zelensky, whenever he is in discussions. We obviously all remember that awful, embarrassing hosting of the president of Ukraine in Washington, when they said, you don't hold any cards. Well, things are different now, aren't they, when the Ukrainians are offering this expertise on drone interception to the UAE and other countries. But I think my point on Putin is, we are seeing this rise in oil prices. They obviously still continue to export to some countries. That benefits them. We've also seen the softening of sanctions already from the States, with America saying that Indian refineries can access Russian oil for 30 days so that they don't get stranded at sea. And there is some discussion about whether broader sanctions might be loosened as well in order to try and ease the pressure on oil prices. Now, we've seen the IEA, the International Energy Authority, 32 members today coming out with this unprecedented move, haven't we, to access 400 million barrels of reserves in order to ease that pressure. And we've also seen the G7 coming out saying, you know, it was absolutely not something they want to see as those sanctions on Russia being eased. But certainly this is something that, you know, Russia will be offering an easy out for Trump when we know that his MAGA base at home are not happy with what's happening in the Middle East. They were promised, and Trump stood on the promise of no forever wars. As Freddie's already described, this doesn't look like it's going to be over quickly. And so could President Trump be, you know, offering an easy out for Trump? And we know that Trump can be easily flattered. We know that Putin never publicly criticizes Trump. And so it's a really interesting dynamic that is coming out in all of this. There is also, as I mentioned, you know, Zelensky and the Ukraine are offering this expertise, but it also means that some of their assets, some of their defenses, and frankly, the eyes of the world are no longer on Ukraine. So if you see suddenly, you know, money flooding back into Russia as sanctions are lifted, the price of oil going up, and also some of Ukraine's defences moving away, then you know there is an opportunity there, undeniably, for President Putin, who has made it perfectly clear that he, as part of any ceasefire deal, would like to permanently take stretches of territory from Ukraine. So it's an interesting element in all of this, and I think it's a fairly depressing one.
And Freddie, we also heard a little bit earlier today that the Russian President Vladimir Putin's special envoy, that's Kirill Dmitriev, is in Florida for meetings with members of US President Donald Trump's administration. And they say that's as part of a US-Russia working group on the economy. And that's according to sources with knowledge on this matter. I don't know what you make of that.
Well, I think we can be sure they will be discussing a lot more than just the economy. But of course, the economy is the key part of it, because Steve Witkoff, Trump's peace envoy, he was initially supposed to be a Middle East envoy, but he spent most of his time talking to Russia about Ukraine, going to the Kremlin on a regular basis. Mm-hmm. And there's a lot of people inside Trump world who are quite excited about the possibilities of extraordinary business deals that could be struck between Russia and America. And of course, energy will be a big part of that. But I think it's very interesting to go back a bit from the start of the Trump presidency. And Trump has had, at various points, he's had long phone calls with Vladimir Putin. And he always posted a kind of Truth Social account of the call, as well as the official readouts of the calls. And he always talked about Iran, almost always talked about Iran, and how he and Putin had talked about Iran. And so it was clear that Trump wanted Putin to use his leverage as an ally of Iran over the regime in Tehran and attempt to force them to the table on the nuclear question, which Trump was so interested in. That clearly didn't work. But yet again, it seems Putin does seem to have this leverage as far as Iran is concerned in Trump's mind. And the leverage now is very obvious, which is that he can resupply energy markets. And if Trump wants to come to some sort of speedy resolution on Ukraine, remember he promised he would do it in 24 hours after becoming president, it could be that there is some sort of swap in mind between Putin and Trump over a compromise on Ukraine that will favor Russia in order for Russia to help end the conflict in Iran. It's extremely messy and extremely complicated, but there's no doubt that Putin is a key figure in what's going on here.
And there is a further element in all of this that Zelensky today has suggested that he thinks that Putin could end up putting Russian troops on the ground in Iran. And also there have been these reports, haven't there, that the Russians have been supplying Iranians with intelligence that might have led to the deaths of 6 service personnel at these American bases. And these questions have been put to President Trump, and President Trump has shrugged them off. And at one press conference, I saw him saying, what a ridiculous question to be asking me. He's not interested. He doesn't want to talk about it because it is an uncomfortable, reality for him that the Russians are clearly not allies, obvious to us, even though there are business opportunities in his mind right there to be had. So you have this situation where Russia is acting against the United States and the President of the United States is unbothered.
And it's really interesting because Steve Witkoff also last night shrugged off those suggestions that Russia was possibly sharing intelligence with Iran. So we've seen both the president and Steve Witkoff not comment on those accusations. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Let's move on to another story now. And UK warship, the HMS Dragon, has finally set sail for Cyprus, a week after the country's prime minister said it would be deployed to the region following an Iranian strike on the RAF Akatori. It's expected to take a week for the vessel to reach its destination after setting off on Tuesday. 200 crew are said to be on board alongside long and short-range missiles, as well as the latest tracking technology. Freddie, this has been quite the big story that's been evolving, because lots of people are saying, OK, HMS Dragon is now out of the dock, it's on its way, it's hit the seas, but it says far too little too late. Now we're speaking to a defence analyst a little bit earlier, and he said this could all be over by the time it gets there.
Well, I suspect it's not going to be too late. I think even if some kind of ceasefire is called, the possibility of instability will mean that Western forces will want to have a presence there. I think too little is a very hot debate in British politics at the moment. Keir Starmer came under a lot of criticism for not initially seeming to back Donald Trump's war. He, I think, is being vindicated as far as public opinion is concerned, particularly when he talks about, he mentioned he actually rebutted Trump harder than some people expected by saying that he didn't believe in regime change from the skies. It seems at the moment, it seems he was right about that. But he is got himself into a very difficult position with his own cabinet, because his own cabinet are far more critical of America and critical of Donald Trump than he wants to be, because he's obviously got to manage this very difficult relationship that he has with Donald Trump and that this very important relationship that Britain has with America. And so far, it seems the British government has managed to annoy the Americans quite considerably. And it doesn't sound like an important thing to a lot of people, but the big talk in Britain at the moment is whether King Charles will go to America on a state visit or not, because with relations as sour as they are at the moment, it's possible that the monarchy will deem it not a good idea.
And it's really interesting because President Donald Trump is always famous for his put-downs, isn't he? And he said Keir Starmer is not like Winston Churchill, so he hasn't...
Who thought he was?
I never did. Maybe that's what Donald Trump was hoping for. But it's been such a fascinating conversation, because we always talk about the special relationship between the UK and the US too, and this is something... And also, I forgot about this, but Tony Blair obviously came out and said that he felt that Keir Starmer should have been behind the US president.
Well, yes, and the kind of right-wing press, the anti-Labour press, got very excited about this, because Tony Blair said, when the Americans call, you answer, you do what they say. Yeah. But, of course, as far as the public are concerned, Tony Blair is the guy that dragged Britain into the Iraq War, which was a disaster. So for all his sort of high language, a lot of people might have thought, well, actually, even though I don't like Keir Starmer much, I'll listen to him about war and peace more than I will Tony Blair.
And, yeah, that's a good point. And, Isabel, the UK has now sent jets to help, actually. We have to think about that, take down drones. What more do we know about this? Because they have been active.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really interesting to talk about the assets that we already have there. I mean, we have these F-35 bombers in Akrotiri in Cyprus. We have a number of Eurofighter Typhoons in Qatar. And yes, it has been embarrassing that HMS Dragon wasn't able to be deployed immediately. I mean, whoever let out the comms secret that there was some sort of welder on board needs to go. Nobody needed to know that. They should have just done the repairs on the way. But I really, really don't think that anybody else is obsessing over it as much as Britain is. I think think we have an inflated, perhaps based on our previous history of ruling the waves and rule Britannia, of our military might and our importance. You know, America and Israel, frankly, don't really need us. France has virtually overtaken us in terms of a lot of their military power, and we are no longer a big player. Yes, our special relationship has been bruised by this, but I mean, how special is it anyway? We are essentially at the beck and call of a madman, as being described earlier on in the programme. And I think if history books are to look back on what has happened, and I think, you know, Tony Blair would do well to remember, he spent months and weeks agonising and preparing legal paperwork before they convinced the nation that there was some sort of threat, these weapons of mass destruction that they had to get involved in. But we hadn't even been given a courtesy call on what the legal basis for any, you know, offensive action would be. So I think people will see Starmer's legalistic and lawyerish approach to this as being right. And as Freddie says, at the moment, it certainly is on the side of public opinion, who do not want to see their hard-earned taxpayers' cash being spent on hugely expensive bombs, planes and ships.
But it does also, I hear everything that you're saying, Isabel, but a lot of people are also saying it does really highlight those gaps that we have in defence in the UK, and that is extremely concerning. And we do know that governments have really underspent when it comes to defence, and I think this has really highlighted that when we now see what's been happening.
Yeah, I don't disagree. It is a huge crisis. I think it's also a dilemma that successive governments have tried to grapple with, because as we know, in this country in particular, we've had a problem with growth. We're taxing everyone to the hilt. We're spending more on public services than ever, even though they're in decline. We don't have this magic money tree to resource our military anymore. And I think we have to accept that we are not as powerful or as protected as we used to be.
Freddie, final thoughts?
I totally agree with Isabel, as I so often do. But it's yes, we have a strange complex in Britain about our ability to project power, partly because of, as Isabel said, because of our history and so on. But we're also tremendously insecure about it, and so we get very embarrassed very easily about sort of signs that we aren't a major power on the world stage. And as a result, we behave in quite embarrassing ways. So, yes, we are a diminished force on the world stage, but don't write us off just yet.
Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Stay right there as we move on now to another story. And China's rail operator says passenger trains to and from North Korea are set to resume service this week, raising hopes for a tourism boost in the northeastern border city of Dandong. The transport link was cut for 6 years because of the COVID pandemic and strained ties between the two countries. Patrick Bock has this report.
It's a significant sign of thawing relations between Beijing and Pyongyang. China Railways says passenger train services will restart on March 12th, crossing here at the Yalu River, which divides China and North Korea. Authorities say it'll help promote China-North Korea travel, trade and cooperation. Many people on the Chinese side of the border are excited about the development.
Has North Korea really opened up tourism for China yet? If it has opened up to tourism, then I think there should be a lot of those one-day tours between the two sides or something like that. It should develop quite fast.
China is North Korea's most important security partner and an economic lifeline to one of the most isolated countries in the world. But analysts say North Korean leader Kim Jong-un's military alignment with Moscow has caused friction with Beijing. A visit by Kim to the Chinese capital for a military parade in September, though, projected a message of renewed cooperation. Earlier this week, Kim told Chinese leader Xi Jinping the two countries would grow closer because of their common path to advance the socialist cause.
I feel that the friendship between China and North Korea indeed goes back a very long time, and it's solid.
Reports say tickets for the first train departing on Thursday have sold out. Chinese tourists accounted for a major share of foreign visitors to North Korea until the country sealed itself off in 2020. The boost in people-to-people exchanges could give Beijing greater influence over Pyongyang, just as US President Donald Trump has expressed interest in reviving talks with Kim. Patrick Falk, Arabiya English.
And Freddie and Isabel, just before we go to our Anne finally, we're just getting some breaking news lines, and I wonder if you could possibly give me some reaction on this. The UN Security Council demands Iran halt attacks on Gulf states. So they've passed a resolution calling for Iran to immediately halt its attacks on Gulf states, saying they breach international law and pose serious threat to international peace and security. Freddie, do you think Iran will listen to the UN Security Council?
I think it's unlikely to. I think that the UN's sort of growing involvement and concern here is going to have an effect of rallying other countries against Iran. So it's a significant development as far as other countries are concerned. I don't think we're going to see Iran suddenly caving because the UN has told it to. I think the Iranian mood of defiance is very, very striking. What I thought was extraordinary, actually, on a sort of related note, was that it took until today for Iran to announce that they wouldn't be going to the World Cup in America. They were supposed to be playing their first football match in America in Los Angeles on June the 16th. And Donald Trump said he didn't see any reason why they wouldn't play, even after the war had started. And, of course, the Iranians now have said they won't. But I think what you're seeing, the reason I mention that is I think you're going to see the international community kind of firming up against Iran, and that will change the dynamics of the war.
Isabel, I'm not sure what your thoughts are on it.
I think it will be music to the ears of many people in the communities that you are broadcasting from. Certainly, Leigh Ann, there is certainly from people that I've been speaking to there, whilst there is a sort of a brave carrying on approach, there is a background of concern. These constant alerts of, calling for people to shelter has come as a huge shock and would have been unthinkable just 2 weeks ago. To hear the United Nations, acknowledging how destabilizing this is. And obviously this is in relation as well to the flow of oil as well, because those countries are very much, that's what their economies are built on. I think it's not insignificant. And I think, as Freddie so rightly points out, this will just strengthen international consensus really against Iran.
And thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Now, let's get to that time of the show where Freddie and Isabel have come up with a couple of the quirkiest stories of the day. And Freddie, yours is about a watchdog report, and it's revealed military spending in the USA, and it's pretty phenomenal. It includes officials spending $93 billion on items like crab legs and lobster.
Yes. Well, this is one of those stories that should be funny, but given what's going on in the world, it's actually quite tragic. The Pentagon, as everyone knows, is this extraordinary behemoth institution that spends hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars every year. And like a lot of massive institutions, it has these sort of budgeting flows that mean that there's a month in the year when they have to clear out the budget in order to refill it when Congress grants them even more money to spend. And it's this amazing report has revealed exactly what the money is being spent and indeed wasted on. And that includes millions and millions of dollars on lobster tail, on crab, on steak, on iPads. And, of course, the comedy figure at the head of this is Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of War, who is currently doing these daily Pentagon briefings about the war. And Hegseth was chosen, he's a former Fox News host, a former military veteran. He was chosen because Donald Trump thinks he looks, as Trump puts it, straight out of central casting. But he is quite a hilariously silly figure in many ways. And I think this is just tying into this perception of him as this silly guy who says rather appalling, sucky-uppy things all the time to Donald Trump. And there's already lots of memes of him eating crab, lobster and steak all over the internet. So it's a sort of joke story about Pete Hegseth, who's becoming the comedy figure, it seems, of this war.
I'm just going to let people know a little bit about what the department did spend. Apparently, the Defense Department spent $6.9 million in total on lobster tail and $2 million on Alaskan king crab and $15.1 million on ribeye steak. I don't even know how they can eat that all. It's pretty phenomenal. And Isabel, let's get to your story because it's so interesting and it's also related to food. Well, watercress.
Yeah, in stark contrast to the menu being eaten at the Pentagon. So this relates to the World Watercress Eating Competition. Now, you amazed me, Leigh Ann, earlier saying that you'd never eaten any, which surprises me as such a healthy person as you. But it is the most delicious, nutty, sort of, I don't know how to describe it, really peppery flavoured lettuce, quite stalky. But there is a, believe it or not, here in Old Blighty, a World Watercress Eating Competition, which happens in May to mark the start of the season. Now, the guy who has won it for the last 17 years has managed to consume a whole packet of watercress in just 25 seconds and swallow it down. And he attributes his huge success to having, and I quote, a big gob and large hands. But 20,000 people gather to watch this spectacle, and he is in all the papers here in the UK being quoted as saying that he absolutely detests the taste of watercress and he completely dreads the competition. You might well ask, well, why on earth does he do it? Because, you know, is there some huge sum? But apparently it is just purely bragging rights to say that you are the winner. I think you can sometimes, if you're lucky, on a lucky year, get a food hamper worth £150. But perhaps you should get on the line to Hesketh to try and up perhaps some of the rewards involved in all this, because he sounds as though he's got quite good taste in food. But yeah, this made me chuckle. And as a lover of watercress, maybe I should take him on.
Do you know, I was just watching it. I don't know what you thought, but Isabel, I reckon I could take him on too, because he's allowed to have sips of water in between. Maybe that's what sets him apart from the rest.
25 seconds isn't very long, though. Apparently, he's actually challenged his own triplet daughters and his son and his best mate, and nobody's been able to beat him yet. But yeah, it's a funny old world, but we all need a laugh, so there we go.
We need to up our watercress eating game, clearly. It's a bit like the British military. So we're not fighting fit.
Yeah, maybe if the British military entered the watercress competition, they would have been there quicker. But anyway, thank you to our guest today, Freddie Gray, Deputy Editor of The Spectator, and broadcaster and journalist Isabel Webster. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. G&T is coming up next. Goodbye and thank you.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Now, Israel is continuing its aerial attacks on neighboring Lebanon, where it says it is targeting Hezbollah. But since the strikes began, at least 886 people, amongst them 67 women and 111 children, have been killed, and more than 1 million people have been displaced. Well, let's get more on the situation and how it's viewed from Washington. We're joined by Walid Malouf, who is a former US diplomat who joins us now from DC. Mr. Malouf, thank you very much indeed for joining us. For 2 years and 5 months, Israel has been trying to root out Hamas from Gaza. 73,000 people have been killed there, and Hamas still exists. So in your view, is the Israeli military operation in Lebanon the right way to go about purging Lebanon of Hezbollah?
Well, with Israel, it is never the right way, but you need to understand one thing, Tom, is that Lebanon is not in a fight with Israel. Israel is in a fight with Iran on the soil of Lebanon through Hezbollah. And the Lebanese government, who has told the Lebanese people that Hezbollah has turned in their weapons in the southern of the Litani River, based on the agreement between Hezbollah and Israel, which is called the 1701, this issue was not resolved as it should. Suddenly, we saw that the Hezbollah militia are hitting Israel from southern Lebanon. And it is, ridiculous that they have done this after they promised the president of Lebanon and the Speaker of the House, who was confirming this agreement. They were all surprised that Hezbollah is again opening fire on Israel. But you need to look at the equivalence in this war. Is Hezbollah on the same equal level with Israel regarding military action? And you need to look at the result. The result in Lebanon are devastating. You just said 800 and some killed, 2,100 injured. Half of the country is destroyed. What are the results from Hezbollah toward Israel? Almost zero. Little rocket to northern Israel, that's it. They didn't hit Tel Aviv, they didn't hit Haifa, they didn't destroy electrical powers, nothing. So is this an equal fight? Of course it's not, and the Iranian should have thought of it. It is not even an equal right between Iran and Israel. You have two powerful armies, the United States Army, a world international army, and a regional powerful army, more than anybody else, are fighting Israel, are fighting Iran. And look what happened in Iran today, as the news is saying, that two top officials have been also assassinated by Israel. So where is the equivalent in this war? There isn't.
Right.
So what's going on is a wrong prediction from Iran and Hezbollah, and Iran is responsible for the destruction of Lebanon, and the Lebanese government needs to find a solution, and a quick one, for this disaster.
Right, you made some really important points there. One of them being that the Lebanese people are stuck between Hezbollah on the one side, Israel on the other, and they don't want to be in the middle. And you also make the point that the Israelis, when they want to, they can carry out very targeted attacks like the ones you just mentioned, and others where they've pinpointed individuals. And yet here we are in a situation where, despite having precision weaponry, they managed to kill 100 children. How's that happened? And why isn't Washington, which is supposed to be Lebanon's ally here, and that's where you are now, why isn't Washington telling Israel to put a stop to this?
I don't believe that the United States is going to intervene in the immediate security of Israel. Israel think that to secure its borders, they need to eliminate Hezbollah from Lebanon. And for the United States, who we are a very strong ally, and we have a large Lebanese American community that is involved in the US government, from judges to congressmen to senators to name it. We've been in this country for more than 200 years. Since 1800, Lebanese have been migrating to the United States. We have a large community, 4 million Lebanese Americans. We can't do anything about it because we don't have the ability to stop Israel. Even the US government doesn't have the ability to stop Israel because they believe the Israelis are right in securing their borders. This is what's going on, and this is what the Lebanese government needs to realize. They need to take steps to show the world that they are standing on the side of freedom, on the side of sovereignty for Lebanon. The two Hezbollah ministers should be excused from the Lebanese government. And I want to go further with you. You know that Hezbollah is not registered as a legal party entity in Lebanon. So they have been lying for 30 years in naming themselves Hezbollah, but in reality, there is no permit for them to execute their political views in Lebanon. So the 13 parliamentarians that are for Hezbollah, they are fake. They're not by law, they are by force. Therefore, the Parliament of Lebanon should kick them out of the parliament and appoint 13 Shia who are Lebanese, who are Arabs of this Lebanese Arabs, and strongly support the Lebanese government, not a bunch of military folks who are in the parliament to just continue the agenda of Iran in the Lebanese government. So this needs to be stopped.
Okay, so that's some criticism there of Hezbollah and their modus operandi. But let me call out something that Israel's doing. According to the US news site Axios, Israel is, quote, aiming to seize the entire area south of the Litani River. And we've also heard that Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz threatening that displaced Lebanese people will not be returning home. That begs the question, is all of this a prelude to a land grab? And if that is the case, how will the US respond?
I am against the war of Israel in Lebanon, period. But Israel has been in Lebanon and occupying Lebanese territory several times, from 1982 to 2006. And they showed in these two incidents that they don't want to grab any land from Lebanon. They quietly withdrew from the whole territory and they went back home to Israel. So why now you think Israel will be grabbing land? I doubt. The only thing Israel wants from Lebanon is security. Stop using the South to attack the Israelis. This is the only request from the Israelis toward the Lebanese government. And Israel, I don't think, is eager to take any water or any land or anything from Lebanon, unless I am being very naive. But I don't think so, because this is what's going on since 1982, and the Israelis didn't grab anything. Why they need to grab things now?
Well, one can always look at the situation in the West Bank and ask the same question, and also parts of Gaza. It does look a little bit like there's some expansionist ideas in Israel that perhaps weren't there in 1982. But let me just ask you, going back to the Lebanese government, out of 10, how many points would you give the Lebanese government in their effort to purge Lebanon of Hezbollah?
I'm sorry to say almost zero. I don't know what to tell you. They didn't do anything, Tom. They promised that the military or the weaponry of the Hezbollah from southern Lebanon is being grabbed. It is not. They said that they are doing effort in the north of the river, and this is not true. They are not really standing firm with the agreement that they did with 1701. So it was a big disappointment even to the Lebanese. Nobody wants a war. Nobody in Lebanon, it doesn't matter. 99% of the Lebanese, they don't want war. Even the Shia who are being displaced, they don't want this. They are complaining about it. They're tired of it. So the only 1% that Iran has in Lebanon is bringing havoc and destruction to the communities and to the country, and God knows what will happen. I cannot predict what Israel will do. You know, I feel that they don't want to grab any lands, but you never know what Israel will do. I am not a pro-Israeli, or I am not a pro-anything. I am a pro-American who wants Lebanon to be safe, to be sovereign, to be free, and stop using the Lebanese territory to fight anybody else from around us.
Okay, and just lastly, there are reports of a French plan for negotiations, some sort of a settlement. I'm wondering what scope you think there is at this stage for dialogue and some sort of a diplomatic solution. Do you see that happening?
I don't see it happening, especially from the French, because what they are asking is, let's stop the military arm of Hezbollah and encourage them to go into the Lebanese army and keep doing politics. But their political stands destroyed Lebanon. These people should not be in the political arena of Lebanon. They should be, if you want my opinion, in the long term, Hezbollah has no role, neither military nor politically, in Lebanon. They destroyed the country in both ways. Politically, they destroyed the Lebanese government. Militarily, they destroyed the infrastructure of Lebanon, and they destroyed primarily their communities in the south, in the Dahya, and in the Bekaa.
Okay, we're going to have to leave it there, but we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Walid Malouf, former US diplomat, thank you for joining us from Washington.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you. Now, it's been just over a year from that now infamous Oval Office showdown, during which President Donald Trump told Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky, "You don't have the cards." But things might have changed. Perhaps Ukraine does have the cards. Well, with cheap Iranian drones causing widespread disruption across the Gulf, perhaps Ukraine can help with some affordable drone interception technology. Well, let's get more on this now with Ivan Stupak, who is a military expert, former officer of the security service of Ukraine. He joins us from Kyiv. Ivan, thank you very much indeed for joining us on Arabiya English. Let me start by asking you this. What does Ukraine have to offer, and to whom?
Good day, studio. First of all, what Ukraine have to show to Arabic world and to Middle East in order to intercept Iranian-produced Shahed drones. Since October 2022, we first met with such kind of munition, and now we've got lots of experience how to deal with such kind of threat. Just for you to understand the numbers, in 2025, there are approximate number of Shahed type drones which were sent on Ukrainian soil. It's about 55,000 of drones, just to understand what kind of threat. So now we do have such kind of intercepting drones to intercept these huge, big Shahed drones, which could be with size of 3 meters long. So we've got bullet shape intercept drones, which are really small one, which could reach the speed about 250 or even 300 kilometers per hour. And what is a great advantage? They're extremely fast, they are cheap, and they are reliable. So main idea is to launch them from a small pad to reach the target and to destroy it. The cost production of this type of bullet drones is about but up to $5,000. So it's a maximum price, but some of models could be even cheaper. So, and what is one more advantage? They could be produced really fast, really quickly. Within weeks, we could enrich number of produced drones, and these drones could be sent on the Middle East. But moreover, it's not just this drone with propellers. It's a system. It's an ecosystem. What I mean? The laptop, the software, the hardware, which connects all groups which are located on huge territories. It's radars, sensors, which allows to detect this drone from the very high distance and allows these groups to intercept this particular drone in the particular area.
Okay, so what you're saying is that you can basically address the threat of these $20,000 Shahed drones with a similarly cheap solution, not a multi-million-dollar solution, which is what is here at the moment. So how and when can you get your tech operational, especially in the Gulf where it's needed right now?
As far as I know, the several of Ukrainian groups now currently are based on the Middle East. I don't know exactly where they are exactly. Emirates or Saudi Arabia, I don't know. Keep it in a secret. And now they are testing and shows to local authorities how good are Ukrainian interceptors. It's such kind of a presentation. in case of government of Gulf countries will be satisfied with results, we could start producing these drones to deploy them to Middle East countries and to protect them. So we're also able to teach local authorities, local government, local military forces how to deal with this part of equipment and how to intercept these Iranian drones. But here is the issue. Now, currently, we are dealing in Ukraine with the 6th generation of these Shahed type drones. So we have to understand that nowadays these drones which you are dealing right now, they could be transformed into something sophisticated, more equipped more cutting edge technologies. So it's a constant chase. You have to be able every day to upgrade your facilities, to upgrade your equipment, of course, with Ukrainian help. Right now, I could see the strategy is the next. We do have technologies. We do have in Ukraine facilities, but we are suffering from the lack of funds. On other hand, countries from the Middle East, they have money but doesn't have exact facilities, expertise, etc., etc. So your finance and our facilities, they could be combined, and the outcome, I think, will be great within several weeks.
But does Ukraine have the manpower and the resources to spare in order to help out other countries? After all, you've got a war of your own to fight. Look,
President Zelensky, he expressed a willingness to help Gulf countries with protection against these drones. And we are not talking about hundreds or thousands of Ukrainian soldiers which are deployed on the Middle East. So we're talking about several dozen of groups, and they are located on the Middle East for several days, will be located. They're conducting training operations, and then they will go back to Ukraine. About Ukrainian facilities, we're able to produce much more these drone interceptors comparing which we are doing right now. But the lack of funds, lack of money, lack of investments just stops us. So in this way, as I mentioned before, money and the expertise and the facilities could be combined, and as I told you before, the outcome should be great within several weeks.
Okay, then, so what you're saying is that if Gulf countries and other allied nations buy your interceptors, they're giving you the money your country, Ukraine, needs in order to win that war, and those countries are receiving the technology to defend themselves against these very same Iranian Shahed drones. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, correctly. And once more, during Ukraine will produce drones to send them to the Middle East, we also increase our production. It's a win-win strategy. But moreover, Gulf countries will just play the time. You will win the time, because while we will produce your drones for your protection, you could start your own producing lines somewhere far away from the Gulf, somewhere from Iranian border, somewhere underground. I think it will take you maybe from 6 months to 12 months, but you can start your own production, producing lines, and you also will be protected with your own producer drones.
Does this also give Ukraine another spin-off benefit in the form of something of a diplomatic boost for President Zelensky and for Kyiv generally? What do you think of that?
Yes, I will say definitely, because we would like to increase our connection with Gulf countries, because lately we don't pay so much attention towards this region, and I think it's a great opportunity to establish good ties with the Gulf countries, because we've got a same threat. As I say oftenly, you can choose your enemy, but you cannot choose your neighbor. So currently, right now, Arabian countries, Gulf countries, they are facing the threat from Iran for decades from now, and there is no possibility that the regime will change, will switch to some democratic regime. So I think situation will remain the same, and you have to be ready to withstand with this threat in the future.
What do you think it says about the arms industry? The fact that we've got cheap drones and now we've got cheap interceptors as perhaps the preferred solution and the preferred weaponry of two sides in a war. Does that mean that the old guard, the old expensive multi-million-dollar rockets, Patriot missiles, all the rest of it is perhaps somewhat redundant today?
Yeah, there is opinion that all these tanks, such as Abrams, anti-aircraft system like a Patriot system, TAT system, which are with enormous tech price, they could be considered as obsolete, but I don't think so, because of course they are very effective against cruise missiles, ballistic missiles, etc., etc. Of course, tanks and battle taxi remains very important on a battlefield, as well as a huge F-35 combat jets, but the tech price is enormous. But on other hand, let me show you. This type of small, sophisticated and very cheap drones, which this particular Ukrainian-produced drone costs about $500. It could carry about 3 kilos of explosive materials. It's enough to damage most advanced tanks such as Merkava or Abrams, etc., etc. So it's enough. But okay, you remember. But on other hand, this is big one. It's much bigger. It's able to totally destroy one tank in one hit. So we have to pay attention on the modern technologies and on the small cutting-edge technologies which are able to switch game on a battlefield.
Wow, I think it's the first time on this program we've had people doing a show and tell with materials to show the camera. Really appreciate you doing that. Just one quick question before we go, and this is not necessarily related to drones or their interception. Some of the analysts whose work I'm reading are saying there's one clear winner in this Iran war so far, and his name is Vladimir Putin. What do you make of that theory?
Okay. On a first glance, of course, the only one country which gains all benefits from this war, it's Russia Federation, because the oil prices skyrockets about more than $100 per barrel, and the Russian oil also goes up, and it increased number of money which Russian budget could get. But on other hand, I could state that it's this advantage is so limited in time, and I think it won't have great impact on Russian economy. It won't have a great impact on a situation on the battlefield, because both Ukraine and Russia, they're exhausted. And I think you definitely know there is a situation, sometimes appears a situation when you've got money, but money worth nothing. Money can buy you happiness, money can't buy you win in a long time war. So I think money won't change the situation here.
All right, we're going to have to leave it there because we're out of time, but we really appreciate you talking to us. Ivan Strupak, military expert, former officer in the security service of Ukraine. Thank you, sir, for your time.
Thanks so much.
Now, there has been fresh deadly violence in neighboring Iraq as a consequence of this US-Israeli war in Iran. And for the second time since the conflict began, the US embassy in Baghdad has been targeted today. Well, to find out more about what all of this means for Iraq, let's speak now to Professor Ahmed Rushdie, who is a political analyst who joins us now from Baghdad. Professor Rushdie, thank you for joining us. There seems to be growing evidence of this conflict spilling over into Iraq. And I just want to ask you, first of all, how dangerous a moment do you think this is for your country?
Yes, of course, it's a very dangerous moment, especially we are losing the international community support in a way or another. The last mission, the last diplomatic mission left Iraq today was the Saudi diplomatic mission. So you can imagine, as everyone is leaving, everyone's seeing Iraq as dangerous. Of course, it will give us some sort of a fear, is that eventually, if Iraq were going to be swung into the conflict that happened between the two, it's supposed to be our partners, because Iran and the US already has a good relations with Iraq. It's supposed to be like that. So you can imagine how much it's difficult. Of course, we are not forming a government until now. There is no legitimate Iraqi government until now. We only have a caretaker government. So you can imagine how much the situation is dangerous politically, economically, and even socially.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Iran really caught between two allies here, the United States on the one side, Iran on the other side. And I think Iraq is the only country to have been struck by both sides since this war began. Do you think Iraq has to choose between the United States and Iran, or can it have both?
Well, it depends on the leaders. It depends how the Iraqi leaders seeing the situation. And the most important thing is that how they are seeing the future of Iraq. Because it depends also, a very important issue is that how much the political leader has appreciation for the political process itself. Because as we all know, is that after elections, after the November elections, until now, we didn't manage, or the Iraqi leaders didn't manage to be to reach some sort of a compromise, to reach to nomination of a single prime minister, or at least a president. So you can imagine is that Iraq is in a very delicate situation. But I hope, which every Iraqi, I think they are hope something like that, is that all those leaders seeing the situation as Iraqi prospect, not others' prospect, which is also a very important issue that we should focus on now.
Yeah, I mean, Iraq has a prime minister that Washington seems to quite like, and I'm talking about Prime Minister Mohammed Shia al-Sudani. But there is another former prime minister waiting in the wings, Nouri al-Maliki, who President Trump seems to have a real issue with. Why is that? Why has he singled him out as being the one person he does not want to rule Iraq?
Well, I don't think President Trump has this vision from the American prospect only. I think everyone's seeing Mr. Maliki a threat to them. Gulf countries, Arab countries, international community, and even some ethnic partners, Iraqi ethnic partners, because what Iraq suffered during the Maliki era show all Iraqis and the others is that it's not possible to return to this era. This is first. The second thing is that even Mr. Sudani does not treating, or let's say making some sort of discussions with Mr. Sudani does not mean the Americans are actually like Sudani to stay a long time, because what Iraq needs a legitimate government, and legitimacy come from president election inside the parliament. Then the president will appointed a prime minister, a candidate, a prime minister. Then the prime minister should make a government. Then the government will come to the parliament to make vote for them. So you can imagine how much the situation is complicated. So all these steps, I think Mr. Maliki thinks that he can pass all those steps, but I don't think the others will accept something like that, even inside the Itar, even inside the Shia Itar, who are supposed to be the one who can make him a candidate for prime minister. But it shows now that he does not have the consensus, or let's say the majority of votes inside the Itar, first. And secondly, he has also opponents who seeing him that it will be a very dangerous candidate for all of Iraq, for all the political process, which led by the Shia in Iraq, that Maliki will be the prime minister, because eventually if the Americans, if the international community, if the Arab countries does not want Maliki, how Iraq can survive?
Yeah, I mean, as you say, a dangerous moment for Iraq, and the country is really torn in two different directions. Who can help? Which countries does Iraq look to as being honest brokers that could perhaps help Iraq get through this dangerous time?
Well, I think all the countries can help Iraq in this dangerous time. The problem is that how Iraq is looking for them, because Iraqis should now focus on something very important, is that how we can help each other first, and secondly, how to convince those countries is that we need your help and we will not attack you. Because when all the diplomatic missions leave Iraq, it is a very, very dangerous issue. And that's what the Prime Minister, Mr. Soudani, said today, is that he announces that leaving of those diplomatic missions means Iraq actually is necked in a way or another, does not have any support from the international community. So we are a very dangerous situation. Economically speaking, we cannot export oil anymore because of Strait of Hormuz and what's happening there. Salaries we have a problem on them. We have already affiliation. We have already unemployment, high unemployment percentage, and already infrastructure in Iraq is not rebuilt since 2003 in a way or another, seeing a real rebuilding of new Iraq after 2003. So all those problems are on the shoulder of the Prime Minister, Mr. Soudani. He is seeing things, I think it's a very accurate way, is that it's a very dangerous issue, is that everyone is leaving Iraq. And eventually, his responsibility is not to be a part in this war, either from the east side or the west side, because seeing Iraq as a partner, or let's say a part of this war, it will make a devastating future for Iraq. But I don't think Mr. Soudani or even the ITA leaders have the strength to go forward and do something like that. Maybe under the table, yes, but legally or loudly, clearly, I don't think so.
Yeah, Professor Rushdie, since you mentioned the Strait of Hormuz and the effect that's having on Iraqi oil exports, I wanted to ask you, I mean, Iraq does have some pipeline infrastructure and some of it is being used. I'm just wondering how important is that? How much of a lifeline is that pipeline, given that the Strait of Hormuz is off limits for the time being?
Well, after 2003, and even before that, the idea of the Minister of Oil is that why we are only making our oil export from Hormuz Strait and also Ceyhan port in Turkey. We should have some sort of a line or a pipeline reaching the Red Sea because it's not easy, or let's say it's not possible at that time to reach the Mediterranean Sea. So after 2003, a suggestion of a pipeline from Basra to Aqaba in Jordan to the Red Sea, it was one of the survival plan. If something happened in the Strait of Hormuz or something happened with Turkey. But the problem is that the Shia or the majority inside the parliament of the Shia actually attack this suggestion, saying is that this pipeline will export oil to Israel, so which is not right eventually. But the real problem that we have now is that we cannot export oil from Strait of Hormuz. From Ceyhan we can only export about 200,000 barrels per day, which is something very few. It's not few; it's very few. It's something we cannot cope with because Iraq export nearly 4 million barrels per day. So you can imagine the shortage that we will have, and it will affect economy-wide because 90% of the budget is from oil export. So you can imagine how much is now the economical situation is on the edge, and all of the leaders are looking for the central bank, and the reservoir in the central bank is that how the central bank, the Iraqi central bank, can manage things at least for the next 3 or 4 months only for the salaries. Then after that, what's going to happen? So you can imagine how much Iraq is in a very delicate situation, and how much Iraq needs the international community. Because if the international community cannot understand something like that, Iraq will be in a very big problem, economically speaking, and which also affects politics in Iraq.
Right. So as you mentioned, the fact that salaries might stop being paid, people are going to get increasingly angry, and that's going to result in tensions being ratcheted up. Iraq, of course, home to all of these different armed groups that seem to be aligned with Tehran. There's the PMF, the Popular Mobilization Forces, or the Hashd al-Shabi, which has been targeted by the United States in recent days as well. They did warn, well, one of the groups under that umbrella, which is Kataib Hezbollah, they warned of total war in the event that Iran was attacked. Now, Iran has been attacked. Are they standing by that threat, do you think, or are they showing restraint?
Well, I think the situation will be dangerous day by day, because at the first days, the Hashd al-Shabi, the Fasa'il, only used drones. Now they are using drones and missiles. So you can imagine how much the situation being dangerous. This is first. Secondly, the Americans already targeting leaders of the Fasa'il, of the Hashd al-Shabi. I think yesterday there's been massacre. About 3 or 4 leaders have been killed. So you can, yesterday or today, so you can imagine the situation will be in a very delicate situation, in a very delicate way, day by day. Now, the problem is that are those who are leading the Fasad or the Hashd are really Iraqis or Iranian? Because it looks like choosing the target is actually was actually very good plans, targeting the objects in a way that it looks like they are on a military mind. It's not only militia. So you can imagine is that all those Fasad, all those brigades inside the Hashd al-Shabi are actually targeting the U.S. military and also civilian. In a way or another, the embassy is more diplomatic, not a military one. But the main aspect of this issue is that how much time they will stand on that way, on that road, first. Secondly, how much the Iraqi government will stay hands up from them. Because if the Americans will choose to make some sort of a some sort of a blockage, economical blockage against Iraq because of the presence of those Fasa'il, of those brigades inside the Hashd al-Shabi, and they are targeting Americans and so on, it will be another problem that I don't think Iraq can manage it. So it's a very complicated situation. Yes, it's military, but also it has a political effect and economical effect. For the political effect, there is a very important issue, is that already fighting the Americans have some sort of a sympathy inside the Shia community. And what the Fasal is doing is that using this sympathy to make a pressure on the ITAR to make Maliki a candidate, not to withdraw his nomination. So you can imagine how much it is a very good planned situation, is that using military actions, get the sympathy, use it as a political issue to get hands up on the Shia majority, on the ITAR, who are against Maliki, and make Maliki still a nominator, still a candidate for prime minister until the end of war, and then we can see what's going to happen. Because I don't think they're going to accept any prime minister who will be in a balance or, let's say, pro-American. I don't think the Iranian will accept something like that, because as you know, the blockage, the economical blockage to Iran made a massive bad things for them on the economical aspect, which make them depend more about Iraq. So Iraq is actually the lung of Iran. So on this situation, I don't think the Fasal will withdraw. I think the Fasal will go forward until the end of the war.
Okay. And just lastly, Professor Rushdie, I mean, clearly you've painted a picture of a country in which there is understandably still a lot of lingering anti-US sentiment. 211,000 or more Iraqis died as a result of the 2003 US invasion of your country. But on the other hand, when you look at Iran's track record in the region, and you look at how it has brought Lebanon to its knees time and time again, it's been driven out of Syria in a fairly spectacular way, and Syria seems to have really rebounded as a result. And you look at Iran's economy, which is totally crippled and has been for a long time. I mean, doesn't Iran seem like an unattractive team to be on for the Iraqi people?
Yes, of course. What you said is very accurate inside the Iraqi community, but it depends on the ethnicity. The Shia and the Kurds, the Sunni and the Kurds seeing the situation is that Iran have been hallucinating Iraq. Iran have been withdraw the economy drop by drop from Iraqis, but the Shia community is something else. Yes, they were against Iranian before the war, before this war, and now it looks like there's some sort of a sympathy in a way or another. But the most important thing is that what Iran did, which I don't think it was very accurate, is that targeting Gulf countries. Because targeting Gulf countries make even the Shia Arab looking as Iran as not as a Shia. It's more about Persian attacking Arabs. And we all know is that the Gulf countries, actually they are always announcing that they are away from the war between the US and the Iranian, and they are not accepting any attack coming from their lands against the Iranian. Yes, there are bases, but they are not in a Gulf country's lands. So attacking Dubai, attacking Kuwait, attacking Saudi Arabia, attacking even Oman, it looks like everyone from the Gulf countries are being targeted by the Iranians. So it gives Iraqis some sort of a reflex is that Iranian is targeting everyone. So why we should stand with them? Especially 20 years of the political process, which is yes, made by the Americans, headed by the Iranians. They didn't give us anything, only corruption, unemployment, bad infrastructure, and so on. So this war, actually, the results of the war is very important for Iraqis because it will give us either hope or desperate. We are in the middle, my friend, and we are looking for the rockets between the two sides. So we are looking always on the sky and hope we are not being targeting one day. But the problem is that the result of this war is very important for Iraqis, is very important for the future of Iraqis. That's why Iraqis emotionally thinking that maybe it will be the end of their desperate because 20 years of bad things happened to them since the invasion of 2003. At least they are looking for the new future, maybe after the end of this war.
Okay, we're going to have to leave it there. Really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Professor Ahmed Roshdi, political analyst in Baghdad. Thank you for your time, sir.
You're most welcome.
Now, we are more than 2 weeks into this joint US-Israeli campaign in Iran. Let's get a view now on how Americans feel about this military operation and what political risks this carries for President Trump and his party just 7 months ahead of the midterm elections. Let's bring to the conversation Greg Swenson, chair of Republicans Overseas, who joins us now from Chicago. Greg, great to have you with us. US presidents traditionally get a bit of a boost in the polls when they begin military action. That's not happening, is it?
No, it's not. I think, there's probably a few reasons for that, Tom. One is, we live in a really partisan world right now. 80+ % of Republicans are supporting the president's efforts, and only 20% are supporting it from the Democrats, or I could say 80% are against it. And so that's just about the same with every policy, every issue that comes up. It's really partisan. So no matter what President does, what President Trump does, the Democrats are going to be critical of him. Frankly, I think the Democrats actually are against the U.S. military here. They want the U.S. to lose, which is really a shame. It's really horrible. But I do think the second reason is, a lot of the critics of this are getting their inputs from the mainstream media, which is also very much against the war and very much against President Trump. So, there's countless examples of the headlines, being really negative. We're seeing a war that's completely asymmetric. I mean, it's unbelievable how successful the American military, as well as the Israeli military, have been against Iran. It's basically unfair to a certain degree, and yet a lot of the media is coming up with finding flaws with how the U.S. military is approaching the conflict and even ignoring the successes. It's crazy.
Quite a lot of America's traditional allies don't seem particularly interested in joining the war effort, do they? And I'm just wondering whether you sensed in President Trump's tone last night, a sense of frustration, perhaps fair to say he's aggrieved at those allies. What are your thoughts?
Yes, definitely. I mean, I think he's frustrated. I mean, there's a few reasons. One is I think he just sees it as unfair that the U.S. has, for 80 years now, protected the shipping lanes around the world for the great benefit of our allies. I'm not sure that the European militaries are even capable of helping. And even if they were, we don't really need them, but it would be nice. I think the president is maybe, annoyed with just the fact that they haven't come to support him and the U.S. military. So, I'm not that surprised. But again, I don't think they could really move the needle. The best example is the United Kingdom, where both of the carriers are not really able to sail right now, and even the destroyers getting to the region, they had to depend on France to defend the airbase in Cyprus. And so, the president understands that any contributions from the European allies would be somewhat performative, but I think even that kind of support, or even payment, or economic or budget support would be helpful. But I don't see it coming anytime soon. And also, there's the political challenge in Europe. The Labour Party, for example, in the UK is completely dependent on the Muslim vote. Now, granted, there's the different types of minority populations in the UK, but generally speaking, they are dependent on the Muslim vote, and I think they're really nervous about any support for Iran, even though other Muslim countries in the Gulf are on our side on this.
Yeah, I mean, there are those in the United States, too, who are on the political right, who say they feel betrayed by this decision to enter this war. You've got people like Tucker Carlson and the podcast, the Joe Rogan, Marjorie Taylor Greene. I don't know if there are any others that I've missed out. But, I mean, who would you say are the most audible opponents there in the U.S. at the moment?
Well, definitely, you just named them, Tom. And look, they do have a big following, but I think in this case, it really is just a handful of the podcast crowd that are opposing the war right now. As I mentioned earlier, 83% of Republicans are for it. And in fact, what's interesting, Tom, is the MAGA Republicans are actually polling in the 90s. So, contrary to some of the media angles on this that say, that claim the MAGA right is very much opposed to it, or there's a split in the party. It's actually the MAGA wing of the Republican Party that's even more for this effort, or more supportive of it, than the traditional country club types.
Yeah, I mean, when you listen to some of what Marjorie Taylor Greene has been saying, she's saying was the effect that this war is less about America first, it's more about Israel first. I mean, are you detecting, is she a lone voice in the GOP and having what sounds like anti-Israel sentiment?
I think she is, Tom. And again, you could see it in the polling with just massive support from the party in general. And this is America first. I mean, we have people in the region. We had 600 soldiers lose their lives because of Iranian IEDs. We've got bases all over the Middle East, as you well know, and now our allies are being fired on. But this didn't start 2 weeks ago. This started in 1979. So I think Marjorie Taylor Greene and others like her are really missing the point here.
Now, we've seen and heard quite a bit of from senior figures in the Trump administration, not least the president himself, but also Pete Hegseth, J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio. I'm just wondering whether there's a sense that, apart from President Trump, who are we hearing the most from, and who's perhaps playing their cards most skillfully and rising in the estimations of the party and the American people these last couple of weeks?
No, it's a great question, Tom. I think it's probably a handful of the cabinet. You know, it started out, especially in those first few days, and especially the first week, with Marco Rubio. His stock is really rising. He was in front of the cameras quite a bit that first week. I think following that, you've seen more of Pete Hegseth, who's done an incredible job. The track record, in spite of the casualties, which are always horrible and really sad, but there has been minimal casualties here, given the fact that we've taken out 95% of the Iranian offensive capabilities. We've taken out basically all of their defensive capabilities, and now we're striking on the manufacturing facilities that produce the missiles and produce the drones. So Pete Hegseth is I think, doing a victory lap. And the third one is the Treasury Secretary, who's, in spite of not being directly involved in the execution of war or even officially in diplomacy, he is very much a great diplomat for the United States, and he's been very, very visible on this conflict and has been in the Situation Room and the Oval Office quite a bit.
One of the things that's really at the forefront of people's minds in America right now, and you're there and you would know better than me, is, of course, affordability. And I'm just wondering how this conflict is playing out in the United States and what effect it's having on U.S. consumers already.
Another great question. And look, on the ground, there is no effect. Now, the media is trying to convince people that there's an effect, and they're talking about this existential crisis of higher gasoline prices. Yes, gasoline prices or petrol in the U.S. have gone up. So that's the one thing that is actually affecting people. But remember, most of the energy consumption in the U.S. outside of driving is natural gas. The natural gas prices haven't moved because natural gas trades on regional prices or in regional markets. And because we are the world's largest producer, that it's not moving the needle at all because, we're completely independent. And even on oil, yes, it trades on a global market. So ultimately gas prices will be affected. But I think you'll need to see $90 to $100 a barrel oil for at least 3 months for gasoline to get to $4 a gallon. That's not likely. So I think much of the effect on the voter or the consumer is greatly exaggerated. It's really perception exaggerated by the media. So and remember also, Tom, during other crises, we've seen oil spike well above 100 and much higher prices than it's trading now in the mid 90s. First of all, secondly, the President Trump has really liberated the energy sector. So now we once again are the world's largest producer of both oil and natural gas. So it's really mitigated the volatility and the potential increases on gas and oil prices to the point where, combined with deregulation and surely, tax reform, I don't think you'll see an effect on the economy that you might have seen, during other crises. And during the Biden years, when they were really hostile to the energy sector, gasoline was well above the levels that we've seen here in the U.S., with the exception of the last 2 weeks. We're at, call it $3.40, $3.50, maybe $3.70 a gallon. It's $5 in California because of their, British-like energy policies. But we saw, well over $3 average in the Biden years. It was $2.69 in 2019. It was $3.30 during the Biden years pre-Ukraine. And then after Ukraine, it was up to $4. So most of the energy inflation in the U.S. is because of bad policy. That's not the case right now.
Greg, we're 7 months away from the midterms. Obviously, all of this politically quite risky for President Trump. He needed a boost, and the GOP needed a boost heading into the midterms, and they haven't got it yet. Do you think they're going to get it? Do you see President Trump, and do you see this situation in Iran being turned around in time for that boost to materialize?
Without a doubt, because we are winning and we will win. It's just a matter of will the media finally admit it, and will the Democrats finally admit it? I think they will. Now, that doesn't mean he'll poll at 80 like George W. Bush did, after 9/11 and in the early stages of the war. His father, George H.W. Bush, was polling at 80 after Desert Storm and lost an election a year later, which is incredible. But so I don't think he gets to 80, of course, but this president, and I'm not sure any president can really ever poll above 55, but he'll definitely improve from where he is now. I'm not sure that's going to win the midterms for us because it's really difficult for the party in power to win. It can be done. And in fact, George Bush did it in 2002 because of that 9/11 tailwind. I'm not sure that, that's doable, but I think this particular issue will actually help the president in a few months or a few weeks even when it's concluded. We've got to get this over with and then get back to focusing on the economy. If he does that and everything goes well, there's a chance we can hold the House.
Okay, obviously we're talking here about President Trump, who has survived multiple scandals, 2 impeachments, criminal convictions. You sound confident that he is going to weather this storm and this is going to turn out to be a gamble that will pay off longer term.
Yeah, and Tom, I wouldn't say that if there was any doubt about what's happened so far in the war. If there were more casualties or there wasn't that, almost 1,000% batting average in terms of the execution. This is 7,000 targets, and plus the Israelis have had 9,000 targets. The track record so far is almost perfect, which you don't often see in armed conflict. So, I think this will end up being a winner for him, but I don't think it necessarily will be the most important thing to voters. And we saw that, but in the past, I think it's all about the economy. It's all about the pocketbook issues.
Okay, well, Greg Swenson, Chair of Republicans Overseas, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us.
Thanks a lot, Tom.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
You had many crisis meetings when it ain't going your way.
Really? Hello, Jason. Hope you're not wearing them ghastly pants.
Ghastly! You've got the type of face that they just want to abuse, Geese.
I know. Right, lads, shall we get into it? The FA Cup, what a weekend of football. Did the Port Vale win over Sunderland? Proved that the magic of the cup's still there. The geezer who scored the goal, big Newcastle fan.
Is it?
And he's done the Shearer to the Sunderland fans.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I love all that.
I love that.
It's a League One side into the quarterfinals, so it's still on. It's still on. What did you make, Bridget? Did you watch any of the games?
It was good. I watched the Wrexham-Chelsea game.
Yeah.
I thought it was a wicked game.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a good game.
It was a good game, wasn't it?
It was a tough game, definitely a tough game. They played really well.
Yeah.
Some standout players.
Who was the one?
Doyle done well.
Yeah.
It was the guy up front.
Smith.
Yeah, took his goal well as well. They just played really well.
Yeah.
I don't think the scoreline was just.
No,
to be honest, do you know what I mean? It was touch and go, wasn't it? Do you know what I mean?
Chelsea. Did you say Chelsea look always uncomfortable?
Yeah, they always look uncomfortable.
I said that earlier.
You said they're
not robust enough. They're like flimsy a little bit. Like, that's only I'd say defensively. Like you could get at them. You can get at them if you get it right. Kiefer Moore. Kiefer Moore's giving Badiashile some problems.
When he come on,
when he come on, you know what I mean? So it just showed that if the tide was going in their way, they probably would have won the game. And it just shows you how far Wrexham is. Wrexham, come on.
I know, mate. I was there. What did you think of my punditry? How was I? bang average.
I didn't watch your channel, mate.
Do you know what I've noticed?
You don't watch it when I was telling you.
I do. I love watching you on telly, right?
I was like, is that Joe? No, change the channel, love. What's going on here?
You know what? You can't hide happiness, you.
I know. I know. He's always happy.
The Chelsea game the other day and they got a great result. You just look so happy. And then I see you at the Tottenham game.
Oh, my God.
You couldn't hide your happiness. You couldn't hide it.
Did you get any abuse? Did you get any abuse?
Do you know what? It was like, we'll get into the Tottenham game later, but I think the whole stadium was just so perplexed with the team. Like, they didn't even muster up. I usually get a little
bit of stick.
I didn't even get nothing.
What?
I was like, they were just too hurt with what was going on.
They've got bigger fish to fry.
Don't worry about me.
Yeah.
But going to the Chelsea-Wrexham game, so I went up there on the day of the game. It's a really small stadium, and they're doing it up. And the two boys that were there, that the owners, Ryan Reynolds and the other fella, Rob McKelney, was having a look round for Blake Lively as well. She was on the pitch after the game.
Was she?
Yeah.
You didn't get to meet him?
No, I didn't meet him. I didn't want to be that guy.
Why?
All right, mate.
Chase him around with your phone camera.
No.
Try to get a selfie, eh?
No, I didn't know. To be honest with you, this is my bone of contention with them. I'm sure they're lovely people and everything, and I'm only half joking about Blake Lively.
No,
but anyway,
anyway, not what you're saying off camera.
Oh yeah. Anyway.
Awkward.
Go on, then, move on.
No. So, like, they wouldn't come over and speak to us, right? And I thought they would, because they're, you know, what I mean, because when they were in the conference, we was covering that, and they was bouncing. You know, it was a big thing then. Like, the cameras.
They've gone big time, haven't they?
Mate, I think Hollywood went big time.
Gone big time. Like, nah, we're not giving you free material no more. Plus Joe Cole's down there. I don't want to speak to him.
The atmosphere was great, mate.
It sounded like it was.
Honestly, the atmosphere was great.
Was it good? Yeah.
It felt like an old-fashioned FA Cup tie, where the proper fans, like they was giving it. And what I would say is their first experience of VAR. Mate, I've got a bone to pick with fans.
Was this their first experience?
I've got a bone to pick with fans up and down the country, because I had another incident at Villa Park where, because we're doing the television and we're pitch side, sort of like, you know what it's like, Coley, like before the end of a game, you have to go down pitch side to get yourself ready to go on, and all there with a camera, and you've got the screens. Now, what people might not realise is I can hear the VAR talk if I choose to, right, when I'm doing comms. So you hear Stockley Park talking about it. So I can hear them going, oh, his toes there and he's there, or there might have been excessive force.
So you can hear that.
I can hear the conversation. I choose not to, because it don't make no difference to me. They're going to make the decision left, right, centre. But the fans tend to know that we're going to get the decision first. So it's like everyone's looking at me. And I'm going, and this geezer was abusing me. This fella at Villa Park, right? Because there's a couple of dodgy decisions. Yeah. So I've got my earphones in. I can hear him. I can't quite make out what he's saying, and I can hear him.
What have you got to do with it?
Exactly my point. I'm going. Hello, mate. Sorry, I can hear him being angry and saying something nasty. I can't hear, and I say, I can't hear you again. Like, now I'm getting him at it. Now, and he's like, but now everyone's looking at him. Now he's like. I'm going, mate, you don't think I'm making this decision, do you? Well, you think it's me. You think I'm VAR. Yeah, I'm not just stuff like that. And then the geezer's like, you can see the geezer.
Are you supposed to be working?
Yeah.
You want to dare up.
Right, anyway, because Villa had a couple of bad decisions. Then Wrexham, bad decisions. And but I'm so close to the pitch, I can see how upset all of the fans are, right? Yeah. But I can see them trying to vent the frustration. And then about 7 geezers turn round to this, not the big screen where it says VAR, decision, like, whatever, and they're just shouting at the screen. At
the screen? Mate.
I was like, that's how much you're frustrating people. It's making people shout at screens.
You could hear them sitting Mate, you could hear it on the TV, honestly. Right? They were going mad about VAR.
Were they?
Yeah, mad.
Mate, they better get used to it, because if they want to play in the big leagues, you know what I mean? You can't be shouting at the screen. The screen's not done nothing to you.
I'm thinking, like, if anyone's there and I'm there with, listen, it's not my fault, all right? Don't have a go at me.
Carry on doing it. Carry on doing it.
You've got the type of face that they just want to abuse geese.
I know. Anyway, we move on. It was a good game. Yeah. Wrexham have to give them their plaudits for
fair play to them,
fair play. And do you know what? lot of our coverage afterwards, Bridgie, was like, like they've lost the game, but they've played well. So we're like, I didn't want to sound condescending to them. They're championship players now. Yeah. It's not like it's Chelsea playing against a conference team or a League Two team. They're there. They could be in the Premier League next year.
It's about our mind adjusting to them being there.
So I think there's more of that. Because it's Wrexham. If Chelsea would have beaten, let's say, for instance...
I don't think it's the name as well.
West Brom or Coventry. Not even doing as well... Sorry, Coventry. Right. West Brom, you wouldn't be going, plucky underdog. So I found that... So if any of the Wrexham players were thinking we were being a bit condescending, I make them right. I think we should have...
Even at sending off, they were still in it.
Yeah.
Still had chances.
Serious outfit now.
A proper serious outfit. Bridgie...
Saints went through as well.
I know you the boys, Luke and that, did he go to the game?
I don't think he went to the game.
You would have had friends there.
My dad watched it. I couldn't watch it. I was at kids' football. But Dad can be a bit biased. But yeah, the highlights that I see, they played really well. We were buzzing. It's the most excited I've seen Dad about Saints for a while.
Really?
And I watched some of the highlights. Mate, they had loads of chances. In fact, they only went through with a penalty.
Yeah.
So they had loads of chances. First half, it went clean through.
What do you make of it, Bridgie, right? You played for Fulham, so both your old clubs. So Marco Silva made 9 changes for the game. Bearing in mind, they're not really, and bearing in mind Palace won the FA Cup. What do you think of that? And what would Fulham fans think of that?
Well, I don't know. I just feel like that happens.
Yeah, but
with the FA Cup, whether I agree with it or not.
What about?
It depends how bad you want it. Because obviously when I was at Chelsea, and obviously Ash was there, a lot of the cup games I might play, but they might depend who we're playing. I just think that happens these days. I think players are rested more than what they were.
But 9 changes. It was never 9 changes in our day. Do you not think?
No, maybe changes. 5, 6, maybe
5, 6 maximum.
Fifth round.
Yeah,
fifth round. Yeah, it's late in the day for it. Isn't it?
Yeah. Wholesale. What do you think?
Well, I can't remember playing in FA Cups,
Yeah, but I know what you've done though. You've.
He's faked an injury, had the weekend off. You mean?
No.
I've tried that a few times. I did try that a few times. You want your weekends off, like you're thinking, do you know what? Especially when you're playing regularly, you don't really want to be wheeled out for it. You want to just save your legs.
No, I wanted to be wheeled out.
I know you did, because you're that type of man. You just want to play. You played the other day. You still play. I don't play. So I love the game, but I don't love it that much to put my body through turmoil all the time. So, but plus I had a bad knee back then as well, so I wanted the rest in the cup games if I could.
But you got a good record in the cup games, right? The FA Cup record.
I think so.
Yeah. Let's have a look.
It's something I prepared earlier.
You should have took less weekends off.
Only. So
go on, let's have a look.
Listen, I decided to you know what you do. You go on AI now and then.
Yeah.
Come on, get on with it.
So across his career, Carlton Cole played 21 FA Cup games. I didn't even know that.
Yeah.
Scoring 8 goals in the FA Cup. That's decent. You know what I mean?
It's very good.
Those appearances came while playing for Chelsea, Charlton, Villa and West Ham. So West Ham played 15 times, scored 5 goals.
Mm-hmm.
It's 1 in 3, isn't it? It's decent.
1 in 3.
Chelsea played 4 times in the FA Cup, scored 2 goals.
1 in 2.
1 in 2. Charlton, I'm 1 in 1. Do you know what I mean? Aston Villa, no goals, but one appearance for them. But yeah, so 21 times, 8 goals, not bad.
That's all right.
Yeah,
that's very good.
How was yours? What about
not as
yours?
good as that, mate.
I'm going to ask now.
FA Cup goals.
I'm going to ask Joe Cole, FA Cup appearances and goals.
I don't even bother about.
Oh yeah,
me. I know I've won it.
Oh yeah, you've won it. Yeah.
That's the only stat that matters.
That's all the stat that matters. That's all I've been trying to do all of my life. Anyway, so Joe Cole, FA Cup appearances and goals. Joe Cole had a strong record.
Oh, go on, well
in the
done,
FA Cup,
yeah.
Mainly with Chelsea and West Ham. Overall FA Cup record appearances, 38 appearances.
Okay.
38.
That's a lot. Mate. I played a long time.
7 goals.
Okay, it's not bad for midfield.
So West Ham, West Ham, 11 appearances in the FA Cup, 2 goals. Chelsea, 22 appearances and 5 goals. Liverpool, 3, no goals.
It didn't happen for me there.
Yeah.
That ain't always right though, that chat GPT.
Yeah?
Yeah, I've got to do the kids' homework.
That's good.
And then I said that's wrong, and they went, "Oh yeah, you're right."
Oh,
so even ChatGPT said I was right.
Richie knows best.
You should be doing that,
mate. Come on, man.
We're better than that. No, we had a rush. We were away for the weekend, and we had to get it done. So I I had to help him. So I needed the answers myself.
Mate, your school's going to be after this your school's gonna be on to you.
It's all right.
You know what I mean?
It.
They're gonna be on to you. Anyway, Wayne Bridge, overall. Yeah. Oh, you played 30 times.
Have I?
Yeah, you scored 1 goal.
Did I? Who was that against? Shut up. Who did I score against?
Scored a goal.
I reckon that could be wrong, you know.
Well, you want it to be right now, didn't you? Hey, you want it to be right now.
And then we're worried about this thing taking over the world. Doesn't even know how many goals Bridges scored in the FA Cup. Rubbish. We're moving on. Another game. These two seem to be playing against each other so much. Newcastle lost to Man City. Who've also knocked them out of the Carabao Cup.
Yeah.
You know, is a question for you, Coley. Is there pressure on Eddie Howe, bearing in mind he's give that club the first trophy in 60 years, Champions League football, some brilliant nights at St James's. Is football mental now that we're even considering that, or is just the way it is?
Look, any way you look at it, he's a legend over there. It's up to him what he wants to do now. The ball's in his court. Does he feel that he's taken that club as far as they can go? That's up to him to recognise that the club are always going to want him there. The fans are always going to want him there. They love him. But it's up to him. What does he want out of his... Does he think that he can win more trophies with Newcastle? And if so, stay. Because they'll always have you there because you've made your legacy there. But what I would say is if a good job came available, a very good, tantalising job that you'd think, do you know what, I'll fancy that. Would you want to do it?
When you say tantalising, do you think the England job, that comes into that? Yeah, I'm with you on that. I think he's the next England manager in waiting, Eddie Howe.
I thought he would have taken it before Tuchel.
Yeah.
But I don't know what
things were going
there.
so well for him, weren't they?
Yeah.
When there was talk of that.
Just the timing of everything.
It's always timing with football managers. Like, he's going to manage England at some point, you know, because the field's clear for him. Unless somebody comes from left field and he just goes on a run and becomes... Because he's the next best English manager we got.
Why do you think they've had
Mate, I just think...
a bit of a slope?
Well, I think two things, right? So you've got the financial restraints that Newcastle are under, right? So Elliot Anderson, who's arguably going to start for England at the World Cup, he was at Newcastle, right? I know for a fact Eddie did not want to sell him, right? But because they had to balance the books, because of their, you know, this financial regulations, they've had to sell him. So straight, if you're trying to build a club and you've got a great young player, you're prepared. It's not just, you know, you're not just thinking. You're thinking in the 12 months down the line, he's going to be there, and I'm going to be. You know what I mean? I'm build your team around him. So I think that's frustrated him, not being able to build on what he's done. And I still don't... I mean, we'll talk about another time. I still don't understand how Man City are still just doing what they're doing with all the regulations and restraints that they got on. But then Aston Villa and Newcastle seem like they're chasing their tail, trying to sell players, like scrapping away. Man City just go in the window. Oh, yeah, Semenyo, Mark Gurhey, come in, two massive... They ain't going to be on £3 a week, are they? They're going to be on big wages.
But it's about the infrastructure, isn't it?
Yeah, but like...
Get the points.
Yeah, but the infrastructure... Man City are not Liverpool or Manchester United, as much as they're... Like, in terms of global economics, what they can bring in. So I don't know how they can actually do it. Do you know what I mean? Newcastle fill their stadium. They're in the Champions League. Why can't they... anyway.
We need to talk to their accountant.
Yeah, this is way beyond... You're not going to get...
We need a forensic accountant.
Yeah, they do. But
dive deep into their finances.
But I think... Eddie, see the season out, and I think he should probably go and just wait for the England job, because I think it's not fair on him. I think, and it's not fair on Newcastle as well, that they can't go and spend the money and go and buy some of the top players. Because remember they were talking about when the Saudis come in, they was thinking they're going to get Mbappe's.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
because that's what Chelsea done under Roman. Roman come in and no one was going, there's financial constraints. He went and bought Crespo, was Argentina's number 9. Varane was Argentina's number 10.
Man City done it before.
What's the equivalent?
Man City done it before as well. Robinho. Remember when Robinho first came when he first got the money in?
I feel for Eddie because I think he's done a great job there. And I'd like to see him as England manager at some point down the line in his career. I think he deserves it.
Yeah, so good luck to Eddie Howe, obviously. Doing a fantastic job. Could always be better. But before we leave the FA Cup, has anybody had any funny stories or some bad stories to tell, or something that's interesting to talk about the FA Cup?
Not bad. So my first FA Cup final was a weird experience in the whole day.
What with who?
Did you play when we beat United 1-0 at Wembley?
In the final, yeah.
You played, right?
Yeah.
So, about 3 months before, Prince William was doing because he's the president of the FA.
Yeah.
So he come to training, and he met us all at training, and then we were staying at the Lowry Hotel, and he's gone, and then we were all told like he wants to come and have a look at what you boys do after training. So you leave. He's going to go and they call it a royal walk, right? Do you not remember this? You might not be. Anyways,
you're never present, are you? I was there, but you're never there.
I can't remember.
3 months before the final, right?
When was it in the hotel?
At the Lowry. And you know, we had the whole. We had the whole of the floor and the security to get up. So like you pop in each other's rooms. Yeah. So they said leave your door open. He's going to come and have a walk round, and he's got the camera crew with him because he's like picture opportunity. It says Prince William with. I don't know, David Beckham or something.
And you didn't know that he was coming?
No, I knew he was coming, but I forgot. Right?
What?
So I've got
times.
This is a training ground. Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Lovely. Yeah. Great. Thanks for being the president of the FA.
Yeah.
Blah, blah, blah. Right, go back on the coach at the hotel.
Yeah.
Get showered. I'm in my room. I remember enough to leave my door open. Got the telly on. And I forget he's coming.
He was going to slip.
I was in my slips, just my slips like that on the bed, like these little briefs, white briefs, like just
your sluggies.
I was watching Loose Women.
Mate,
watching Loose Women.
I do not remember this one bit. I must have been asleep or something.
Mate, you shut your door.
So anyway, I could hear a commotion at the door, and I'm thinking, what's that? What's going on, right? And as he's come round, and I'll just hear like. People walking into my room, and it's too late now. I'm nearly naked.
There's no robe.
There's no robe. So, and he's just walking round, followed by his camera crew. And I just thought, I've got to front this now. So I've just bounced up.
I would love to get this footage going.
So I've bounced up, right? I've gone, hello, William. Nice to meet you. Right? Nice to see you again. Right, shaking his hand in my pants, and he's laughing. Like, he's laughing. And the camera people are behind him, and they're going,
That's brilliant.
And the camera people are like putting the camera down. I'm going, oh, sorry about that. And I'm like putting my trousers on when I was like, speaking to him. I forgot about it. Like, I told the lads and that, and everything. And then, we're getting ready. Do you forget about these things? Well, and then,
I have.
Well, you definitely have. You had your door shut.
So then the FA Cup final, they come. I don't even like. They come along the line to shake your hands. Yeah. Remember, it's a big day.
I remember that bit.
And he's shaking hands, and he's just shakes everyone's hands, but he stops and he leans into me. He went, hello, Joe. He said, I hope you're not wearing them ghastly pants.
Ghastly!
I went, yeah, I've got them on again. I'm on.
Do you have them wide fronts on?
Yeah.
Them ones.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Ghastly, he said.
Can I just say?
We should have said to him, what, you weren't rating the pants?
We've got an FA Cup final to play, Charlie. It's been in anyway.
These guys, bantage up.
I'm having banter with the future king. And do you know what? What a man. What a good man he is. And, because that could have gone terribly wrong for me.
No, come
what
on,
I mean?
man. He's one of the lads.
He's one of the lads.
He's a good lad,
He's a good lad, yeah.
While you were chatting, I checked. I've not scored in the FA Cup.
Oh, so Bridgie knows more than ChatGPT.
Basically, yeah.
Right, okay.
Yeah, that's weird.
Just thought I'd let you know, yeah.
That's bad, isn't it, really? Right, we're going to do Spurs in a bit.
Again.
Okay.
Again.
Carlton's away days. You've been not as quite as glamorous as Bochum. You've been to Braintree Town.
Oh, yeah, mate. It was... Mate, do you know what, yeah? I was pleasantly surprised by the town of Braintree.
Really?
Yeah. It was... So I've got on the train, Elizabeth line, all the way to Shenfield.
I've got another train story.
Yeah, I'm on the train again. You know the train stories, there's another train. So I get on the train, Shenfield, then I get on another train to...
Why are your train stories so long?
I know. I get on another one to...
oh, my God!
to Braintree.
Trains free. Get off the train,
anyway, I get to Braintree anyway.
Right.
Braintree Freeport, actually. So I was like, well, Braintree, there's Braintree and there's Braintree Freeport. So I get to Braintree.
He's still not off the train.
I get off and then I'm there. I just get Uber. But whilst I'm there, then I realise that I'm actually at a shopping place.
Right. Okay.
So it's like outlet centre. So I'm thinking, I want to go and get some stuff. I said, Bridgie would love it here because like, it's got Ralph Lauren, it's got everything there. Do you know what I mean? It's all cheap as well.
Bridgie would love it.
We'd love it. So I was thinking, yeah, we'll come back here. You'd love this gaff. So
I'm in.
And listen, Braintree Freeport, you just walk off the train, you're there.
Yeah.
Right in the middle
How
of it.
excited he is.
Anyway, so I didn't know where I was going. I got an Uber, gone to the stadium.
Yeah.
Well, if you want to call it a stadium, it's one of those, you know, like loads of scaffolding around.
Yeah.
So it's Braintree, innit? And they got a nice stand. But I got there like an hour before kickoff. I was thinking, I was there twiddling my thumbs. I was thinking, what am I doing here?
Yeah.
Too early, 2 hours.
Yeah.
So I stand behind the goal. I'm looking at, because Mason Terry, we put him on loan from West Ham there.
Young goalkeeper.
Young goalkeeper, yeah. Doing really well. He's had 7. He scored a goal. As well over there, yeah. He's had 7 appearances, man of the match appearances. So I've said, listen, go and have a look at him. Get there, he's there doing the warm-up. I'm there behind the goal. Yeah, with my long Mac on, you know, Arsene Wenger, you know, Arsene Wenger style. Yeah, I had that on, and obviously, I think I'm the only black guy there, innit? So everyone's new to
Not
me.
again.
Yeah.
You said that last time.
Yeah. Well, it's just the places I go, innit?
Did they all buy you stuff?
Like
so,
the Bochum fans?
No,
friendly.
it wasn't.
Friendly
But they was really friendly. So anyway, I stand up behind because it's all standing. It's all standing. The seats are over there, but all the rest around the stadium.
It's best if you're going to see the goalie, you've got to go and watch
So I'm behind. So I'm behind him.
Yeah.
And he's come over. He's buzzing. I'm there. Everyone's buzzing, and I start taking pictures. I'm taking too many pictures now, I think. Yeah. Because like I'm trying to work.
Yeah.
Anyway, game starts. They go 1-0 up, and I'm thinking, cool. I feel a bit hungry now, because I can smell like the burger stand.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So I'm thinking, can I just like slip off to go and get a burger and just do what I'm supposed to do and try and sample the food as well? Get a tea, get a beer or whatever. But I couldn't because I had some guy talking to me all the time. And I didn't want to be rude, and I was giving him a bit back, and we was talking about Spurs, so it was kind of captivating.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But I'm watching the team, and I'm thinking, the opposite team, they got the Brazil kit on. So they're playing Wildstone.
Yeah.
Wildstone, I've got like yellow top, blue shorts and white socks.
No.
Brazil.
Yeah.
And some of their football, I must say, it was like watching Brazil.
Really?
It was like watching Brazil. You know? and you know what, right? I must say, it was quite entertaining. They won 4-1 in the end.
And he done well?
No, he didn't win. They lost 4-1.
They lost 4-1?
Yeah, but Wildstone won 4-1. And I'm thinking, do you know what? Yeah. It's unlucky.
So you've had no food.
I've had no food.
No drink, and they lost 4-1.
And I've had my ears chewed off.
So anyway, like you've got one job as a roaming reporter: check the beer and check the people. No, check the beer, the people, and the.
Well, I check the people. People are really nice.
All right, so have a rating on the people then.
I'll give them a strong 8.
Eight?
Well,
ain't that more than where you went last week? Where'd you go last week?
Yeah,
they brought you food and drink last week, and you're giving these an 8.
Yeah, I know, but it was language barrier. Okay. Do you know what I mean?
Okay, you like the vibes?
I like the vibes. Yeah, I get it.
I'll tell you what. We need to put a train section into this because
I can tell you how to get to places around the whole of England by train.
Okay,
Carl, you mentioned Spurs earlier. We're going to have to talk about them again. I do get quite bored about talking about them all the time, but you were there, Joe. And I'm hearing it was really toxic.
You said captivating. It's a captivating story because of where they were. Europa League winners, massive club, new stadium. I've gone there, and it was honestly, it was like a morgue. Like it was so quiet. It was the tension was palpable. The players, and I thought the choice of how to play, the style of play from Igor, is exactly how you cannot start a game at home when the tension's in the moment. You've got to give them something to get on, like a tackle. The players looked quite shackled when they played. He went to a free and he played Archie Gray as a right wing back, and Porro was like inside. And I'm like, lots of like. Really
I feel sorry for Archie Gray. He's played everywhere on that pitch.
Archie Gray was the best player.
Okay,
he's a great footballer. He's a great footballer.
Did you know who else is quite good?
Go on.
The cameraman.
Yeah, the
The
cameraman.
way he kept panning to these Tottenham
Yeah, because
fans.
people need to.
They were in pain, mate.
Entertaining. I didn't get to see
That
it.
is a true. That's a good point.
That's a horrible cameraman right there. He kept going back
Must have been a West Ham fan.
Kept going back to this same guy with his Harvey's hat and beard, mate. He was.
I saw a guy with a hat on, and he had big spurs in gold across his, and he just looked miserable. Saw another guy like that.
That's how it was all around me.
Yeah.
People were like in disbelief.
Yeah.
Like, it even got to the point where a couple of Spurs fans who were sitting next to me going, Joe, like messing about, get your boots on.
Oh yeah, that one's always happened.
Like, wow.
That one always is willed out, like when you're not doing well, innit? Like,
there was something about that game, even the lads group chat. I'm in a couple with you, and in a couple of others, my mates from back home. But it was like everyone was excited for this game.
Yeah,
I know.
But they couldn't believe what they were seeing.
We've got no Spurs fans in our group chats, by the way, but everybody was excited to see what was going to happen, what was going to unfold. It was like the suspense of the whole day.
It was like the UN trying to bring the thing that brings everyone together. You know what I mean? Everyone's bad with Arsenal, Millwall.
We've got Millwall fans in our group. We've got all sorts going on.
I think that's the first.
We have actually got one Spurs fan, but he's really quiet at the moment. You know what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Tell.
Oh, he's very quiet, isn't he?
Very quiet. He's not even come in today. He's not even come in.
Whenever he gets mentioned, he doesn't actually say anything, does he?
No, he leaves it.
He's chasing the pan note somewhere. We know that.
Do you know what?
Just to take his mind off things.
I don't know. And I feel a bit bad saying I actually felt from a little bit.
No. I've never been in a stadium with that feeling because you know me. I work on feelings. Right?
Yeah, vibes,
and it was so strange. So strange, and it transmitted to the players.
So you've never been in that environment like that.
No,
before?
I've been in toxic environments where it's like anger.
But this is not.
This wasn't anger. This was like.
They'd had enough.
This was like.
Was it like being at a funeral?
Yes. Disenchantment.
Oh my God.
Disenchantment.
That's crazy.
Did you notice it in the players being there and watching the way it was going, everything?
Body language. Like even Mickey van der Ven, when he given away, when he got sent off, right? Because Mickey van der Ven, I think, is a fantastic footballer.
Yeah.
Right, but I question the attitude a little bit, right? Because of his actions, right? And that can be changed. I don't like to question players' attitudes, but when I see the behaviour, like, you know, when he with Thomas Frank, he done that, and there's a few little things, right? Not questioning his ability. I think he's outstanding. But
his perception right now is not great.
So here's what that does. That atmosphere, what it does to players, even of that quality, the ball goes over the top. Sarr takes a bad touch, right? And he grabs his arm with. There's no need. The goal is basically in the goalkeeper's hand. Sarr won't get in there. But like when we talk about atmospheres affecting the players, it's things like that, and little things like, Cole, you know, like when they're, Bridge, you know when you like, you've got the press on, you're in the low block, and you're a fullback, and you're pressing someone, they're going facing the wrong way, they can't get out, and you've got bodies, you're going to get them, and then they're just so anxious, scrambling all over, giving away a foul. And then the ball comes in the box, and then goalkeeper looks a mess. Do you know what I mean? The goalkeeper as well. Yeah. But it was just strange. It was.
They do need to address their defence, and I think the goalkeeper's a big one for them as well. But you say that Chelsea had Sanchez blundering for quite a while as well. But I think he's improved though.
I think it's their like you said about it's their body language. If you're not gonna
mindset, it's just mindset.
You've got to get everything right. You've got to know what everyone's doing. Know your jobs. Do it, and it's kind of like can't let that head go down. Was it one of them like when the goal goes in? Do you reckon their heads? Did you see their heads just go? Like that?
Yeah. It's fear. You see fear in their eyes.
I don't think people realise.
They'll be better away from home.
You'll look at the teams down there and you'll think, they can beat them, they can beat them. But you don't realise how much the fear of them, some of them players down there, they'll be thinking, mate, can't lose today. That affects your game.
Which is a strange. I don't know what Tottenham fans will think if they're listening to this. Richarlison not being picked is a strange one for me. He spent his whole career in the dogfights, Watford and Everton. Like he's the type of character that whatever's going to happen, he's going to have a go. He scored the other day, nearly had a row with someone. But that's the type of characters you need. Some people who are a little bit like, they're not going to be fearful, they're going to be on the front foot. I just want to list this stat here. Since Pochettino's sacking in 2019, Spurs have spent $979 million on players with a net spend of $653 million. Only Chelsea, Manchester United and Arsenal are ahead of them. That's quite incredible as well. And seeing where they're at.
Really.
Yeah, they've got... They've invested in the future, apparently. but I just don't see no future. Sorry. That was a low blow. It's a low blow. Kick a dog while it's down, isn't it? Like.
You look at some of the players. Look at some of the players they got.
Yeah,
mate, they got some good players.
That's what I said.
Have they?
They got some good players. They got some. It ain't going their way at the moment. But they got some good players.
They got Kudus is out at the moment.
Kulusevski, Maddison, all out injured. That's three. That's three starters. Three very good players.
Yeah.
You know, there's that. Here's another stat. The top scorers from the last 3 seasons have all been sold. That never happens at a top club. You know what I mean? When you think about it logically, that's the guy that's banged in the most.
Not a top club.
No, of course they know that. They
know that. They know. They know where they are in the table. Spence is a good player, very good player. Jed Spence.
Yeah. Okay.
You're not having him?
I'm not sure.
Are you sure?
Really? I'm not sure. I need to watch more.
I don't think a lot of people get past in 1v1s. Very good at 1v1 defending.
Have you had many crisis meetings when it ain't going your way?
At a club?
Yeah.
Obviously.
Really? Mate, it's one of them things that you go in and it's just... I can't describe the feeling, but you're going to have a chat.
They need a
do
night out.
What? Do you know what you walk out of them meetings? I walk out and I don't feel any better.
No.
I don't know if it's not done right. It's
it just confirms...
not created togetherness.
It confirms that you're crap. Like, it just doesn't... It's what it is. It confirms why you're crap, and it doesn't give you no answers to get out of it.
One of them things you've got to make your own luck sometimes, win it, because when you're down there and you ain't right here, nothing seems to go your way. But when you're up there, things just seem to just click into place for you.
First of all, explain a crisis meeting, Colin.
Why are you picking on me for? Oh, because I've had my fair share. I would say in a crisis meeting. Look,
what happened?
There's 2 types. There's 2 types of crisis meetings, right? You got the one when you're about to fall into the mess, and it's like pick it up, boys. Yeah. You got the one that when you're in the mess. Yeah. What do we do to get out of it?
Yeah.
And then you got the final boss. Yeah. When the manager. Brings out the table at the end.
Yeah.
Right. And he's like, okay, I'm gonna make this season into a mini league. So you got four teams here, yeah. Who's going to come out on top, yeah? And then these are the teams that are going to be coming out to you might get 17th place, and you just scrape it.
Bridgie, crisis. Take us into the room of what a crisis meeting is.
My experience is you go in the room and you know what's coming. There's a meeting.
Yeah.
So and nothing's going well, and you sit down. And everyone's there all nice and quiet, and the manager will say something like, so, you know, what are we going to do? And then all of a sudden there's just silence, and everyone's thinking, who's going to speak, who's going to speak?
First?
And there's usually one of the most senior players going to say something. And that one I've been in a bit nicey nice. Says, well, where's the goals going to come from? And everyone goes, tis. And then the man's like, well, someone else has got to score. Do you know what I mean? But it's like, in that moment, we had players that all got on really well. Might have been 1 or 2, but every player then was just on each other's case. Like, we don't stop battling. There's too many heads that get down and stuff like that. So it was kind of a nicey way of doing it. But I think that's because the team got on so well.
Yeah.
But it starts off a little bit like that. No one wants to say anything, and then as soon as one person says something, so the conversation it went okay. Do you know what I mean? We got out of it in the end. But there's teams you'll go into, and this is happening, mate. Everyone's got an ego.
Yeah.
And as soon as someone says something about you and they take it the wrong way, and then the argument starts. Don't get me wrong, that argument can be fixed as long as you get that argument out of the way, and then you're friends, you get up and you're going out to battle for each other. But when you haven't got a tight unit, I would have said at West Ham, I would have said the problem was definitely people's heads going, and mentally they haven't got it right up there to go out on the pitch and just fight for each other and keep going and going and going and never give up.
On the flip side, when I finished my career, because from a manager's perspective, them meetings to anything that's underlined, you want to bring it up to the surface.
Oh,
so like if I'm sitting there and I'm going, and I'm an attacker and I'm going, I don't think we're defending right, and you're going, hold on a minute, well I need you to do that, and I'm saying, hold on a minute, and you find a solution. So that's basically what a crisis meeting is, and it's also if there's because sometimes you get two egos and they're like this they're peacocking around.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? You want it to put it on them, so no, you have to sort it out between you.
You're the type of guy to line them up as well. Just like look at him walking around like he's the. I can't wait for the meeting.
Mate, it's learning to take the criticism a bit in it and deal with it in the right way. And I think deep down, you know, if you're not pulling your weight or doing what you should be doing.
You do. Coley, you mentioned the mini league being used in the crisis meeting, right? So before we come on air, we looked at the Spurs, Nottingham Forest, and the West Ham's remaining fixtures. And we think where they're going to get the points is where they're going to end up, right? Now, this is a really interesting...
Is it?
It's interesting. Like, so we've calculated what we think their results will be. And... Shall I go with me first?
You go.
Right.
No. We'll go with you last, and I don't want you to explain yours.
No, Joe first.
I'll go first. This is me, right?
I want him to explain himself.
I'll explain myself. Right. I've gone with Forest on 43 points. West Ham on
43.
West Ham on 41 points, and Spurs on 38 points, being relegated. So it's going right down to the wire.
Yeah.
You boys have been. This is Carlton Cole, right?
Go on.
West Ham are going to finish the season on 45 points. Forest are going to get 37 points. And Spurs are going to be out of it by April on 32 points.
Mate, just get the job done, innit? I think the fans want it.
Bridges
this is a quick death. It's a slow death for them.
Bridges got like no hope for anyone down there, it seems. So West Ham will have 37 points.
Mate.
Forest will have 34 points. And Spurs will have 32 points. I think Spurs have got like 30
but to be honest,
now.
I don't think the point thing really matters. We've come up with the same scenario of the positions they're going to be in.
Yeah. I think
so there ain't much difference.
Not much difference.
Really in like the positioning.
You've got to have some faith in some fighting. There's got to be some fighting.
What do you mean? But we've still got the same outcome, though.
I think you're giving them 3 points.
Yeah, but we've still got the same outcome. He's just giving them loads of points. I'm not giving many of them hardly any points.
All right, okay. All right. So I'll tell you what. We've done our predictions, right?
And we'll see who's closest.
Whoever's closest, on the pod after that, whoever's the furthest away can buy lunch.
I'm reasonable. Look at me.
Whoever wins, 45 whoever gets closest decides what we do, and then whoever's last has to pay.
All right, sweet. I'm happy with that. I'm 100% going to win that.
Okay, so
mate, you got your hopes up, mate.
I actually gave 32 points. I've done the same as you.
Yeah,
I gave Spurs 32.
He didn't want to do the same as me. He wanted to give them more points.
I did.
He thinks West Ham are getting into Europe. 45 points. Right, from the relegation zone to the Champions League, some great fixtures this week. Bridgie, you've got the fixtures involving all the English clubs. Let's make some predictions.
v Liverpool
in Turkey.
Yeah,
I think that's going to be a draw. That
I was thinking draw as well, and I fancy Liverpool to nick it at home.
Yeah, I'll go with that. I mean, Osimhen's a player, isn't he?
Proper player. He's
Coley, how's he not in the Premier League? Like,
I think
he's tied himself in knots with a contract.
That's what he done.
Yeah,
and I think it's and he wants a lot of money as well.
Does he?
It'll be a tough game. It'll be a tough game there.
Yeah,
but he could be a good player in the Premier League. I think he will move here eventually, though. Yeah. Definitely, he's got family here.
Has he?
Yeah.
You sound like you're part. You know.
I know the setup.
Okay.
I think Liverpool nick it overall.
Are you trying to get a little agent's fee to get him into England?
Mate, I work for West Ham, please.
Well, they're in Europe next year.
Man, he's got to come West Ham, isn't he? Hey?
You got Atletico v Spurs. Atletico at home. I was trying to be nice to the Spurs fans.
You won't. You've given 32 points.
Well, no, but in this game I was going to try and be nice, but I'm still thinking it's going to be 2-0 Atletico, something like that.
I think it'll be 1-0 Atletico. Atletico is my most annoying team to watch.
Yeah,
Spurs are good in Europe. These guys don't turn up. They don't turn up for Premier League. They're bread and butter, but they turn up for Europe. It's weird behaviour.
Yeah, strange behaviour.
Yeah, they're just trying to advertise themselves across the world, and domestically they're not interested. What's going on?
Romero's been linked with Atletico Madrid.
Of course he has.
Yeah, he's right up their street.
He's right up their street.
He's just a big, aggressive, angry centre-half causing carnage. Yeah.
Anyway,
getting sent off every other week.
Simeone's gone, he'll do for us.
Like we're saying they're losing then. Then you got Newcastle at home to Barca.
Now, this is the one that I really like.
Do you know what? I think Newcastle do it, you know.
I was at they played him in the group stage.
They've got a chance.
Yeah.
They've got a chance.
I covered the game,
Yeah,
right? And what was interesting in the first game, something to look out for, is the way that Newcastle pressed with Gordon as the number 9.
Yeah.
It was brilliant. They dropped off and they set traps, and they got good pressers. They had, you got the boys in midfield. Guimaraes, I think's out. Tonali, Joe Linton.
Tonali, what a player.
They got players. They all bought into it. The place was they should have been 2-0 up.
Yeah.
Newcastle. So the first 20-30 minutes in that game is crucial. Get on.
It's a tough one to call.
I think it's going to finish a draw, but I think Newcastle are going to take the lead. That's my prediction.
Yeah. And then you got Leverkusen v Arsenal. I think that's just Arsenal.
Yeah, it's Arsenal. It's Arsenal. Yeah. They're just good. They're just a good, strong, solid team. And I don't buy into all of the, they're boring or they're winning games of football.
Well, they are boring, but
yeah.
PSG Chelsea.
Two things could be right at the same time, mate. They are boring.
PSG Chelsea.
Yeah, I'm out in Paris.
Oh yeah,
yeah, I'm there.
Oh, you can give us a report on there. Maybe you could try some food and drink this time.
I'll tell you what.
Let us know what a train journey is like. He is definitely not getting on a train either. By the way, he'll either be on a bike, scooter, or an Uber.
Imagine that. Where you go, juggle the nap on the subway. Got to tell Carl what the train's like.
check the aircon out for me, yeah.
It's a tough one to call that. Chelsea defo need to strengthen up a bit defensively if they're going to get any kind of result.
Yeah. Yeah,
PSG, Chelsea.
PSG are not quite at it, but nor are Chelsea.
But nor are Chelsea, man.
By heart, I want Chelsea to win, obviously, but I think Chelsea get beat.
I think the advantage is
how they get beat.
The advantage is with PSG. The league has moved the matches around. They moved games around for them.
I've gone draw. I'm thinking draw for that one.
That's amazing. If Chelsea get
if they get draw,
it's an amazing result.
That'd be a great.
Take them back to
I
the
think
bridge.
that's coming from my heart. A lot of that.
I think. Yeah, 2-1 PSG.
And Chelsea's still in it, by the way.
Yeah. 2-1 PSG and then return leg, innit?
Yeah.
Will be all right.
And last but not least, Real Madrid v City.
Well, you know the news here, didn't you? Kylian Mbappe is looking like he could possibly out alongside Rodrigo and Bellingham. That's three massive
players for him.
Man City, last time they went there, won 2-1, I believe.
I think there could be a few goals in there.
Yeah,
100%.
I'm going Man City.
3-2
I'm going Man City.
Yeah, I'm going Man City. Man City 3-1. I'm going
3-1.
I'm going big.
I'm going 3-2.
Yeah, mate, it's toxic. That Real Madrid when they go goal down at the Bernabeu, it can get really toxic. Okay, so we've done relegation, we've done Champions League, and before we go, I'll tell you what I was up to this weekend. I was at the Grassroots playing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The bottom of the barrel.
It obviously went well because he's got a big smile on his face.
Did you score?
He definitely scored.
He scored. All right, go on, tell us. Talk. I know why are you mentioning this, but you want to mention it, don't you? Still wheeling yourself out on the pitch.
We're literally wheeling myself.
Zimmer frame and all that. Yeah.
So I did a gig for Specsavers. It was like basically it's a question.
Specsavers?
Yeah. They're doing a campaign where they found the worst Sunday League team in the country. Mika Richards is the director of football.
How do they measure that? How do you measure the worst football team in the Sunday League? Worst football team in Sunday League?
Yeah, but listen,
across the map,
across the globe.
It can't be across the globe. It can't be.
Anyway, lovely Luke was the manager. Lovely fella, right? And a great bunch of lads, right? So last year, you know what Sunday League's like, right? So they finished with 4 points and a minus 81 goal difference, right?
Damn, they're bad.
Yeah. But Luke said to me, he said, on the positive, we turned up, we had 16 every week. So there's 16 lads getting out of their bed on a Sunday morning. Great lads, right? So Specsavers have swooped in, and they're like, we need to sort this out. So they've got Mika Richards. Mika's the director of football. I was the loan signing. They've had James Milner doing a little bit of fitness with them. They've been put on a fitness program, and this season they got 17 points. And I was coming in for the run-in to try and get promotion, and we won 3-1.
It's the proper grassroots like Sunday League. Lads have been out on a Saturday, had a few beers, but they turned up to play football. Yeah.
Okay.
They've just been going through a tough time.
So they didn't know I was playing yesterday.
So I just turned up. I'll surprise them.
I think they heard it was Jermaine Defoe, so they was a little bit disappointed.
They need goals.
Right, they would have been buzzing you were there. They would have been absolutely buzzing. I bet they were buzzing.
They would have been.
Do you know what it was like? Because I was in Wrexham night before. I didn't get home till late, and I was like, God, As soon as I got there and I smelt the grass, and
it does, doesn't it? It does.
And I got into it. Geezer cleaned me out in the first minute on the floor. And,
what do you mean he cleaned you out?
Like, just got tight and just bodied me.
No way.
Did you look at him, say anything? I bet you just got up and walked off.
Of course, I always do.
Yeah, he always does.
Did you say something?
Mate, any time he gets smashed, there is literally no retaliation. He just gets up and carries on.
Yeah, that's a man that's been down on the block a few times. That's a man that's used to it.
Like, we got taught as a kid, never show him you're hurt.
Yeah.
Never show him you're hurt.
And do you know what?
You
There ain't a lot of kids.
You can now.
There ain't a lot of kids out there that do that. I've seen one kid who plays in Parker's team, and he's so strong, and he gets stuck in. You know, he plays fair. But he wins a lot of his battles. But when he gets smashed, mate, he just gets up and carries on.
Does he?
Yeah.
That's the opposite to one of our players that plays with my son.
You've always been good at that.
Yeah, well, I've had a lot of practice keys.
Yeah, you just get smashed all the time.
My son's teammate, he's under 15s, right? Like, he gets smashed, like, because he's quite quick.
Yeah.
It's always like, but the type of scream when he gets smashed, the type of scream that comes out of his mouth, everyone thinks he's definitely injured. He ain't coming back on. This geezer comes back on and scores a hat-trick every time. I'm like that. So credit to you. Credit to you for not wailing like that, because you just carry on with your job.
Yeah.
And you're a prime example to that kid to stop like moaning and just get on with it.
Stop moaning. You might end up with 4 or 5.
You can still play at a good level.
Knees and shins
still
and
banging goals in.
Yeah. I had a great time.
So you banged the goal?
Big up the boys at Worley FC. I really had a good time.
What was your goal like?
Keeper should have done better. I can't lie. It's going to be out there, isn't it? It's going to be out there. Right, great pod. Love that. Bridgie, what do the people need to do?
Yeah, make sure you like, subscribe, rate and review. And how do they get in contact, Carlton?
You can email us on hello@thedressingroom@gmail.com.
Right, lads, we'll be back next Tuesday. Let's hope we have some great football next week.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on The Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
It is the oldest crop known to humanity. It was cultivated by ancient civilizations about 12,000 years ago and used as food and medicine for at least 2,500 years. Cannabis was once believed to be a natural remedy for pain, nausea, and muscle spasms, and was sometimes used as an appetite suppressant and for post-traumatic stress disorder. However, countless studies have shown that cannabis may cause serious health risks, worse than cocaine in the case of repeated addiction, especially if it begins at an early age. This was confirmed by a psychiatrist at the University of Ottawa, Marcus Salmi. Dr. Salmi says that some people believe that cannabis is a plant that comes from Mother Nature and cannot cause any harm. But this is refuted by studies published in the British Medical Journal. People don't die from cannabis overdose, but it can have other serious consequences for physical and mental health, says epidemiologist Deborah Hazen of Columbia University. According to a study published in the Journal of the American Heart Association, people who regularly use cannabis are more likely to suffer heart attacks and strokes. Some of the risks of regular cannabis use include drug use psychosis, where a person experiences delusions or paranoia, severe depression, dry mouth, fatigue, and a temporary loss of touch with reality.
Now we've noticed that people who are using cannabis are using stronger cannabis than, for example, the type of cannabis that was available in the 60s and 70s in terms of the THC content or the actual active ingredient that make people hallucinate or feel relaxed or feel that they're going through a good time. And at the same time, also people who use cannabis have been noticed to have overall poorer health and being admitted to hospital more often. They're also associated with smoking or with more drinking or with more use of other drugs. So overall, with the legalization happening in many countries, we're learning more and more about how cannabis use is developing and growing, whether among young people or older people. And I believe it will continue to be a drug that's available, and most likely a society will accept it just like we accepted alcohol. But to say it is a harmless drug that everybody should be using without worry is definitely not something that I advocate or that the medical profession in general supports.
Did you know that alcohol consumption is prohibited in most public places in Amsterdam? Contrary to popular belief, cannabis is not legal in the Netherlands, but since the 1970s, it has been tolerated to a certain extent. Coffee shops may not store more than 500 grams of cannabis, and they may not sell more than 5 grams per day to the same customer. The cultivation and supply of cannabis are also illegal, meaning coffee shops are technically operating outside the law when they receive stock. Sometimes the suppliers are opaque and may even be affiliated with criminal gangs. The homeland of Vincent van Gogh, Tiesto, and Rem Koolhaas. Here, tourists visit the Rijksmuseum, which is described as the Dutch Louvre. This is the cosmopolitan city of Amsterdam. The Netherlands, despite its small size, is a global agricultural powerhouse and a major exporter, earning it the nickname the grocery store of Europe. The country serves as a major gateway to Europe, with the port of Rotterdam being the largest port in Europe and a key logistics hub. Amsterdam, the Netherlands' most famous city and cultural capital, is also one of Europe's most prominent financial centers. The city of canals, museums, and theaters is visited by millions of people every year. But what percentage of these tourists visit for the smoking freedom in its coffee shops? While the Netherlands was the first country in the world to allow the free use of cannabis in public since the late 1970s, with conditions and restrictions, this policy was intended by the government to limit the risks of hard drug addiction. However, in recent years, the Netherlands has been plagued by the growing influence of powerful drug gangs and the violence of organized crime. To investigate, our Arabiya English team went to the cafes, streets, and even cannabis farms of the Netherlands, especially since other countries have followed suit in recent years and legalized the cultivation and trade of cannabis. We traveled to Tiel, a town located 85 kilometers from Amsterdam, to meet the first person to sell soft drugs in a cafe he once owned. Soft drugs is cannabis, hash, and marijuana. Werner Bruning, who opened Malo Yalo in 1973, the first coffee shop in Amsterdam to sell soft drugs.
This coffee shop system partially was set up as such that one of us would pretend he was just a visitor sitting in front of the bar and selling hash and grass. And that I, as an owner, allowed this guy to do so because he gave me a lot of smoke if I wanted and so, things like that. You can suggest a kind of a fairy tale. And that made it impossible to close the shop down because they could arrest the dealer, but they couldn't arrest me. I was the owner who was saying, "Oh, I don't know, I don't care either," and that was it. And then they made it combined the two things, and said anybody in that shop who is selling hash and grass is supposed to be one of the employees of that shop. So there is a link. And they said, okay, we'll leave all the shops that are existing open. We give them sort of a permit, but only under certain rules. And if you don't obey those rules, we'll shut you down anyway.
While Jari studied hotel management at one of the most famous universities in the Netherlands and follows a modern approach in managing cannabis cafes that he and his brother inherited from their family in Amsterdam, Jari also confirmed Warner's words.
And it wasn't really allowed, but it was the 80s, it was the 70s, and the government was looking the other way. And since it didn't do really much harm, then came the decriminalization policy of the Netherlands. Ever since, they've never changed this policy, which is weird because the conditions are very different now than they were 40 years ago.
Cannabis was first criminalized in the Netherlands in 1953, following previous laws against its import and export in 1928. In 1972, the Dutch government classified drugs into two categories: more dangerous and less dangerous, with cannabis falling into the less dangerous category. Accordingly, possession of 30 grams or less was considered a misdemeanor. This approach aims to keep cannabis trafficking out of the hands of criminals and reduce users' exposure to hard drugs. Dan van Gogh, we spoke with via Zoom, is a researcher at Trimbos, the National Research Institute for Mental Health Care, Addiction Care and Social Work, responsible for informing government policymakers about mental health issues affecting the Dutch.
It's a loophole. It's a clear loophole in our current policy for many years already. You are allowed to buy cannabis from a coffee shop, but nobody knows what actually it is that you are buying, since there is no control whatsoever or criteria whatsoever, and this needs to be improved, of course. And this is why other countries, they have moved forward. They are doing that already from the start.
You can buy and sell small amounts of cannabis without fear of prosecution in the Netherlands, but its commercial cultivation remains illegal. This is how observers describe the state of the cannabis market and its laws in the Netherlands. We went to meet Saeed, a second-generation Moroccan in the Netherlands who has run a cafe selling soft drugs for 20 years in a suburb of Amsterdam. We asked him about the difficulties he faces in his business and how drugs are purchased and sold to customers.
The thing with coffee shops, one of the things, you can only have 500 grams inside. If you have 501 grams and they come inside to check your business, they will close you for like 2 weeks. The second time, you have more than 500 again, they will close you definitely. They come and check, and they check some people's pockets, and somebody has drugs, they shut you down. So it's a really delicate business. If you sell a customer more than 5, you're breaking the law. If they find out, they close you. Now, we can sell this, we can sell the weed, we can sell the hash, we can buy it, but if they see us buying it, we're trafficking, so that's against the law. We can buy it, but they cannot see us buying it.
The Dutch opium law prohibits the cultivation, sale, delivery, carrying, and transportation of narcotics within or outside the Netherlands, except for the use and sale of cannabis under specific circumstances and conditions. These conflicting laws in the Netherlands mean that a cafe owner cannot obtain a bank loan, as can a bar owner who sells alcohol. This policy forces them to convert their white money into black money.
Everything that happens in the coffee shop, completely transparent. You know, there's a stigma. People think that we launder money, but actually nowadays we make money black. Because what happens, 70% of everybody that comes in here, they pay with a debit card, with online money. But all the weed that we buy, or all the cannabis we buy, we need to do cash. So I cannot go to a grower and pay with my bank card. So what do? We go get 10 bank cards and every day go to the ATM, get the money from the ATM. So I have white money on my account. I take it out of the ATM with thousands at a time, and then it's black again, right? It's because it's disappeared. And then I can use it to pay the grower or the supplier for the cannabis. I would love to just get an invoice or buy my product legally from a known reseller who does fair trade cannabis with the highest quality.
However, the government has made things more difficult in recent years due to the growing cocaine trade. Amsterdam municipality has banned the opening of new cafes there, and the only way to do so is to purchase an existing one. This is known in the Netherlands as the Cannabis Cafe Ban Policy.
For years, they tried to extinct coffee shop. So the last big extinction, the mass extinction in Amsterdam, was I think it was around 2013, 2014. Now, instead of 600 coffee shops in Amsterdam, we only have 160 left. So of course, the coffee shops that remain, their business increases, and that also means that nuisance or problems for the neighborhood also arise. Suddenly, a coffee shop with 100 guests now has 500 guests.
The mayor of Amsterdam wants to attract tourists to the city's wealth, beauty, cultural institutions, and art museums. She sees a large cannabis market with many links to organized crime. An investigative journalist, famous for his investigations into hard drug smuggling in the port of Rotterdam, was assassinated. In full view of everyone, he was shot dead in the middle of Amsterdam.
Drug policy is targeting public health, basically, so it takes care of the people who use drugs. Whereas the production of drugs is a different field. It's in the hands of the Ministry of Security and Justice, and they have stepped up in the last, maybe 10 years, pretty much to counteract the production of drugs. And yes, it's true. We are, it's not something to be very proud of, but the Netherlands is the #1 producer of both ecstasy and amphetamine in the world. And also methamphetamine is growing in the Netherlands. So there's a lot of production taking place in the Netherlands, not for our domestic market, but for the world, basically. And this is something that it should be attacked, but it's different. Then you are attacking the production of drugs.
Nightlife in Amsterdam is distinguished and noisy in the city center. Although smoking cannabis is prohibited on the street, those walking here often smell the lingering odor of drugs emanating from the ubiquitous cafes. As we wandered around the city, we found numerous shops selling smoking paraphernalia, narcotic mushrooms, and cannabis oils. We also found several private museums that chronicle the history of cannabis smoking tools throughout the ages. At the end of the visit, visitors could purchase seeds of various varieties.
Like in Holland, here you can grow 5 plants. Yeah, but there is a but. You can grow the 5 plants, but you can grow them in your garden. So you can grow the 5 plants outside. But once you grow them inside to make good weed, stronger weed, that's more effective weed, it's not allowed.
The Al Arabiya English team attempted to visit one of these illegal farms and interview one of the farmers. However, the cafe owners denied knowing anyone, but confirmed the high-quality narcotic herbs they purchased from Canada, the United States, and Spain due to the legalization of their cultivation there.
Why is it interesting to buy weed from Canada or from the United States or from Spain? Because the quality there is getting higher. If you can do it legally, the quality will automatically rise. But because of the law, we can sell a space cake here in Holland, but that's about it.
The concern confirmed by everyone we spoke with was that the Netherlands would lose its status as other countries such as Canada, the United States, Spain, Belgium, Austria, and the Czech Republic legalized drug selling and cultivation. Everyone emphasized that the only way to change the current status is through a clear legalization policy so that the Netherlands does not lose millions of dollars in income due to this tourism.
So how can a coffee shop have 30 strains on the menu with only 500 grams? It's not like people come in and bring 10 grams all the time. No, a coffee shop needs to buy kilos. So somewhere the weed is being stashed, and all of a sudden it drops out of the sky in the shop and it's legal. And all the steps that happened before that, we don't talk about in Holland. We don't want to know. But I think it's important that we do come to know and that we do check all these steps and make sure that the right steps are being taken and there's no more contamination. For a safer product, better for the client, more income for the government, and also for us as an entrepreneur. I don't want to have the risk of closing down my business by a single mistake.
It's a weird law. They call it gedoogbeleid, like this, and that is the law. There's no store where you can go buy it. You just buy it from the growers. Yeah, we have to buy it from the growers. We cannot buy it from the store. And so they say, okay, buy, but don't let us see you.
We didn't go far from the city center to meet a foreigner who lives in Amsterdam and enjoys going to the only bar in the suburb that allows smoking and drinking alcohol at the same time.
It's close to home. I live quite close. It's good. You can smoke and have a drink here, which is relatively unique. I enjoy the fact that it's legalized here and that I can smoke when I want and whatever. That's great. That's how I believe it should be. But I think I probably prefer a system where I know the supply chain better, right? Like, where has this come from? Who's grown it? Has everyone along the supply chain been equally paid and for their labor and for how's it got here?
We live in an individualistic world where we all are forced into our own bubble in our cell phone, and it all revolves around Instagram and the metaverse. Nothing is about the real world anymore. And there's many people, especially people of age, for who it's a great addition to their life to come to the coffee shop every day, have their cup of coffee, be among the people, be in society. And I think there's social cohesion and safety when people come together and talk together.
This project, the legalization of cannabis in the Netherlands, represents a pivotal moment in the history of drug policy in the country, and its success or failure could ultimately shape the future of cannabis policy, not only in the Netherlands, but also in other parts of the world. We spoke with researcher Dan van Ka about the government's future policy regarding the legalization and cultivation of cannabis.
We're doing experiments with the municipalities, whatever the supply of the cannabis will be regulated by a few cultivators, so to speak, and we will see what the effects will be of that. Also in terms of health, because, the quality of the cannabis being sold. We do that because we run a THC monitor at the Plymouth Institute, but it's only a few coffee shops that are involved in that. And so we aim to improve that in the end.
So the coffee shops have to buy the weed from the government to sell it. And this is something they're going to try, and they will see what happens. And if it works out okay, then that's what they're going to do all over. So we will see in the future what will happen with that. So if the government will start selling to us, we will be happy.
The Dutch Cannabis Legalization Project, which launched its pilot phase in late 2023, required regulating the sale of permitted cannabis. Farmers and traders demanded a law that would protect them and regulate their work in this field, but the project was full of challenges. Warner, who gave up his coffee shop business and importing herbs and bulbs for cultivation, now confines himself to treating people with cannabis oils and teaching them how to make THC oil.
I do medical marijuana, and I promote the usage of medical marijuana oil because these people don't do it for fun. They do it because they have no other regular solution. This place is a place where we train people to make their own THC oil. I developed an apparatus, a machine, and it's called the cannulator, and we teach people how to make it themselves. The course is 2 hours. People come to this course, we tell them to go to the coffee shop first, buy 5 grams of grass, and process it while we're here during the class. Then they've made their own oil for the first time in their life.
Advocates of THC argue that it is less harmful than many chemical drugs extracted from narcotic plants, such as opium, but studies remain inconclusive.
I realized that the active substance, THC, was mainly present in the oil that covers the cannabis. And then you have a very strong oil, which you dilute again with olive oil so that you can take it per drop exactly, and thus avoiding getting high and at the same time gaining the medical benefits of it.
Cannabis has been used for centuries as a recreational and medicinal plants in many cultures. But over the last 15-20 years, there's been more interest in expanding its use to more complex medical problems such as cancer, epilepsy, mental health problems, and it has been tested. Unfortunately, the results are not up to the expectations. So it's true that it does help some people sleep, it does help with anxiety, it does help with encouraging people to eat in cancer, or with people who, for example, had HIV/AIDS. But overall, it still remains a very limited use compared to what was hoped for it.
We also spoke with Gabriella, a Dutch Muslim of Italian descent who has worked with Warner for more than 10 years. She met him when her husband suffered from drug poisoning, while she herself was diagnosed with cancer.
We arrived at contact with Werner because we were searching for alternatives for normal medication. I believe that God created for each sickness, He gave us a medicine, and cannabis, it's a holy plant, you know, it's a gift from God for humanity in general. So it doesn't matter what I am, and also the people who are coming here, it doesn't matter what they are. We are there for everybody. My husband and me, we use it every day. It helps me against the pain. But normally I had strong painkillers, and my husband has, he was poisoned by medication. So now we only use natural things that God gave us.
Some illnesses drive their sufferers or their families to seek any means to alleviate their physical and psychological pain and suffering, even if the methods aren't guaranteed or reliable. This is part of what Gerard, a retired pharmacist, had to say when he came to learn how to make oil because he hadn't learned it in his academic studies. He believes herbal medicine can greatly help people.
So that's the reason that I'm here, because I have a friend. He has prostate cancer. He has a lot of pain. For myself also, I have also pain in the back and have sleeping problems. So I learned about THC, and now I'm making the oil so that I can give it to my friend and make it for myself. I think for plant medicine in general, there should be more attention. So this is a plant medicine, and it shouldn't be handled like now, forbidden.
We do consider it, as psychiatrists, a plant that is maybe less harmful than what we thought decades ago in terms of addiction. There are definitely more addictive drugs than it, but at the same time, it is actually quite a serious drug when it comes to psychosis, for example, and creating anxiety in certain people and disrupting overall functioning and motivation. So it's not a fully safe drug. It is, yes, safer than opium. And the fact that it is natural does not change its harmfulness. A lot of natural things are harmful. Let's think, for example, about poisonous mushroom. They're present in nature, but they're actually lethal.
Returning to the often controversial issue of cannabis legalization in the Netherlands, although everyone hopes for legalization, Yadi expressed his concerns about the future.
So when legalization comes, you bet the biggest companies in the world are coming here to take over. There are huge American companies that have so much financial power that they could take over the complete Dutch market with the two of them, you know, and they will. So I think a legalized market cuts out the possibility for the small farmer or small participant of this market to make money. And of course, I somewhat fear my own position in this future market.
This is what drives Yari and his brother to try to keep up with the times by making their cafes trendy and environmentally friendly. Indeed, they have established the first facility in the Netherlands, and perhaps in the world, to educate employees about the importance, characteristics, and types of various narcotic herbs with help from the Dutch government.
We made the training together with a biochemist. So she finished her master's or her doctorandus, her master degree, and afterward doctorandus, specifically in the biochemistry of cannabis. So what you do, you get a sample of the marijuana, you test it, you send it to a lab. And in the laboratory, they can see if there's contamination, or they use particular spray, or maybe they didn't cure it well, or maybe there's mold inside. You know, moldy weed is very dangerous. And some of the big trends I saw were healthy lifestyle and sustainability, also a big thing. All the governments are pushing sustainability more and more. And before the government comes with any rules for me, I want to have done all the measures. So I'm trying to become the first carbon neutral coffee shop worldwide.
We try to meet with our contact officials at the Ministry of Justice, but were unable to do so. We only communicated via email and received a response from the Minister's media office several weeks later. However, we did not receive conclusive answers to all our questions. In Mr. Halshauer's response, he stated that the Netherlands has tightened penalties for hard drug offenses in recent years and emphasized that the government does not encourage such trafficking.
This is why we wanted to reduce the number of people coming from abroad to our coffee shops, because we believe it's a national problem, and we cannot be the supplier of drugs for Western Europe or something like that.
The Dutch government is doing everything it can to combat crime and is pursuing a policy of separating soft and hard drugs, which has already contributed to reducing the number of hard drug addicts, stabilizing their number at around 25,000. In the Netherlands, addicts are classified as patients, not criminals. Therefore, hard drug use is a health problem that is addressed through a rehabilitation program for addicts, which provides free drug doses and helps them gradually wean themselves off these drugs. But the Netherlands wants to change this image. What it is now focusing on is encouraging cultural and artistic tourism and strolling through its streets and historic neighborhoods, rather than drug tourism.